my content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Make it to 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Let's go.
Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Jazz Dog. Thank you so much. I love this song. I love the music you make, and in particular, I love this song. Thank you for being brave enough to try some vocals for us. I think it turned out great. Also, folks, go buy Jazz Dog's albums. Go do it. Very, very easy to Google. Jazdog. Very easy. Looking adorbs today. My partner said my outfit was so cute, I have to take it on vacation with us next week. I really surprised myself. Have more confidence. You are amazing and talented. Hello! Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Non-Aesthetic Witch. Hello, Miranda V. Hello, Zoe W. You just finished watching last night's VOD. I hope you enjoyed it, because we are going to be continuing our slog through, I guess, Fascism 101. That's kind of what the Project 2025 videos are so far. We have Scary Rasputin Priest. We have we have Tweedledee and Tweedledum, the people who treat people in Washington as machines. And you have the Stepford wives so far, who have explained in excruciating detail how conservatives need a safe space from the threat of progressive language. You know, and over here, I thought we were the sensitive ones with all of the pronouns we were insisting on having used for us. But I guess over there, it's all
fucking pronouns.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello, Foss for us, or Faust for us. Hello, Brandon the Chihuahua. You're not late to part 2 at all. I am, in fact, like 15, I'm like 30 minutes late for stream. I apologize. Hello, Omega Star. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. And folks, you all should check out the interview I did with Ashley over on the YouTube. Very fascinating life that my mod has lived. And thank you for helping to invent the internet. Unironically, that's not a joke. Ian McKenna, hello. Hello, feistiest bard. And if you've ever known a bard, they get very feisty. Hello, Dustin the Damned. Hello, Wild Brew Lover. I wonder how that song is made. That song was made by Jazz Dog, who makes all their music. And hello, Young Black Economist. I don't know if you're here. You were just gifted a membership. That could mean anything. Kiwi Bird, thank you for subscribing.
More 2025. I'm ready for more pain, Tilda.
You're gonna really regret those words because I'm not gonna lie. There is kind of a need to break up the monotony of slogging through a how to do fascism set of training videos. So I've been going back and forth on whether or not we should open up today's stream by instead staring into the abyss of stupidity itself, which of course, by that I mean going over the Candace Owens Christian Tate video, or Tristan Tate. I'm sorry, he's so unmemorable. I didn't even get his name right. I'm not ready for the you can't prepare you like the abyss? You guys always say that, and then like 5 minutes in you're like, this is excruciating. Who? The brother of Andrew Tate. Hello, everybody. Hello, Leth. Hello, Rhombus. Hello, Alan Dresner. Hello, one and all. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Build-A-Dog. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Darth Gently. Freudian slip. Oh, maybe. Hey, Jobertus Maximus. The less interesting Tate, but equally as guilty of sex trafficking, presumably. I want to see an insane cultist talk to a different cultist. You're going to have to be more specific because that's basically all we're dealing with today. Andrew Tate has a brother? Yeah. They do very homoerotic photo shoots. And I wish I was kidding about that, but can I just show you guys something? Can I just real quick? This is I'm just gonna show this on stream. So I went to Andrew Tate's Twitter, and I haven't been there for a while. Apparently, he's shilling for a new cryptocurrency called Daddy. I don't think this is exactly a good look. I don't think this illustration of you hitting a woman is a good look when you are currently under arrest for sex trafficking and also sexual assault. I don't think that's the smartest move I've ever seen. If I was the Tate brothers' lawyer, I would fucking die. I would just end it all, man. Oh my god. Anyway, so I was scrolling down because recently he did a
1 minute breaks.
This is Tristan Tate, by the way.
Keep your ears open to my voice. Don't punch after I say stop. Fight!
Anyway, you can kind of get where I'm coming from with this is very homoerotic, but this wasn't exactly the clip I was looking for. Yes, the racism. Yep. Let's see. The untold truth about crypto in Japan. Oh, he's shilling his money. Oh god. All right. Come on, where is the Andrew Tate? He and his brother posed for a photo like a week ago. Yeah. I just, yeah, this was put on my timeline again. Just, dude, bro, okay, like, do you understand why I said, like, the homoerotic energy these two brothers have for each other is, kind of off the charts. They're so weird. They are so weird. It's just a 6-second clip of them standing in the rain, flexing their muscles, man. I just... Yeah, we got top G and bottom G, okay? Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Oh god, is this gay incest the Notebook? You know what, who can say? Who can say, really? Holy shit. Anyway, oh, here's another video of the two of them together. Anyway, POV, you and your bro finally made it. I don't think making it involves being imprisoned in Romania for sex trafficking. I don't think that's making it in the biz. Gotta say. Oh god. They are very, very creepy. Is this an Always Sunny bit? Unironically, it's basically... Andrew Tate is basically if you took a very repressed Mac from Always Sunny and then just cloned, like, 3 of him. That's basically the Andrew Tate compound in a nutshell. The dude looks just like Mac. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, this is an hour and 13 minutes long, and frankly, I don't know if I can stand that much Candace Owens. Guys, I don't know that I can stand that much Tristan Tate. I almost said his name wrong again. Let's see. Let's just take a look, okay?
All right, guys, so I have a treat for you. While we are still in the aftermath of the Kanye interview, holding that in a vault, revealing it to the world, and then the world sort of realizing that everything that we were told about Kanye 2 years ago, about him having a mental breakdown, that he was crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you interviewed Kanye West? Oh wait, why would we watch the Tristan Tate interview when we could just watch the Andrew Tate interview? Oh god, she did interview Kanye West. Okay, screw the Tate brothers. We're gonna watch this, cause
All right, guys, now it's
there's no way Kanye was able to keep it hinged for an hour.
time for a conversation that so many of you have been waiting for. Candace plus Yay. I guess it kind of starts with a time machine.
This is the video that Candace went full Nazi? She was literally posting about how, like, Jewish people are doing blood libel, okay? Like, she was literally, like, retweeting people saying that Jews drink the blood of babies, all right? Like, I think the time of, like, Candace Owens going mask off Nazi is, like, 3 or 4 months ago.
I got to take you guys in a time machine back to October 3rd, 2000.
Do a tag match. I do not have it in me to do both of those.
2022, a day that will live in infamy. Me and Yay premiering shirts at his fashion show, which read "White Lives Matter." Definitively a moment I will never forget. We broke the internet. There's no other way to say it. And people just...
You know, as a white, I want to personally thank Candace Owens for letting me know that my life matters. You know, nothing else in society would have taught me that or stood up for me, a poor, defeated white person. You know, I never would have been able to ascertain that I have any kind of white privilege, if not for Candace Owens telling me that my white life matters. I was under the impression before I saw that t-shirt that, white lives were disposable, even. But now I know that my life as a alabaster disaster matters, and frankly, it's about time. I need to stop the bit. I need to stop the bit. Someone's gonna clip that out of
OMG,
context.
I've been hanging out with you for 25 months. Wow.
Chris
Thank you at
Huggy,
Riverboat Jack.
thank you for subscribing. Yeah, times were really hard for white people back in 2023. We were really we were really being oppressed by the jackbooted thugs of the government for being white back then. I remember when the anti-white police came to my door and no one stood up for me until Candace Owens put on the shirt. My people have suffered. Oh, God. I don't know how us whites managed to survive until, it's a mystery. That is what it was called, a joke. That was all a joke. That was a bit. None of that was meant to be taken seriously. Don't do it.
Just couldn't believe, how could a Black person say white lives matter? We can only say Black lives matter. And it's just interesting to see how the media sort of paints a narrative and there's absolutely no truth to it. I mean, what really happened...
So brave, Queen. So brave. Guys, I think it's finally time for me to take a stand and say it, all right? For too long, people have been oppressed, but I will no longer be silent. The sky is blue, my friends, and I'm tired of pretending it's not.
Happened is Ye called me and he asked me to simply be at his show. Never asked me about wearing any shirts when I was there. We were backstage and he sort of held up the shirt and he was really in the creative process. There were tons of models running around and he just said, "I need you to wear this." And I said, "Sure," because I knew instantly what he was trying to do and what he meant. Shortly thereafter.
Yeah? Can you elaborate? It's such a riddle to me. What a deep message he was really broadcasting to the world.
After, though, everything
Profound
changed.
even.
And obviously, aside from people being angry at us wearing the shirts, then it shifted into this conversation about Ye and his anti-Semitism. And I can say definitively that it was the toughest moment in my entire career. I had never felt more pressure externally from the media.
She's definitely gonna blame this all on the Jews somehow, right? Like, that's what's gonna happen in this interview.
And from friends for me to condemn Ye. And I didn't take the bait. I didn't take the bait because, as I have said many times, Ye...
Wait, you didn't take the bait of condemning bigotry? You stood up for your personal bigoted beliefs. Amazing.
Ye had opened up to me about some things that were happening in his life. And you're going to hear in this conversation what those things were. And you can understand how someone would feel if they were subjected to the things that Ye was subjected to. I, of course, wanted the world to hear it back then.
Now, pardon my ignorance. Isn't Ye like a billionaire? Isn't he like wealthy beyond measure? Like, are we really doing a? Oh, he's so trapped in his wealthy world. He's so beset upon all sides.
I had invited Ye to come on my podcast at the time, and he was slated to come on. But the evening before, I found out that that was not going to be a possibility. The network that I was on didn't think that I was the right person to interview him because of our friendship. And he was really upset. He was very upset. He essentially said that my voice was being controlled, and something overtook me in that moment. And I said, look, Ye, I obviously cannot. Overtook me in that moment. And I said, look, Ye.
Okay, I had to re-listen to that part because it sounded like she said, look gay. And that's something I say to myself in the mirror every day.
I obviously cannot overrule this at all. If I had my own platform, I would obviously host a conversation with you, but I don't have that right now. I do not have that right now. But what I do have is a camera, and I have a friend who knows how to run a camera, and we can just record this moment. And we can lock this in a time capsule. And one day I will have my own platform and I will premiere this conversation. And that day is today. When I say that it was a tough moment, you were even looking at me when I watched this conversation back. You can just see it on my face. I was postpartum. There are very few times I'm not a crier. I definitely am not a crier. That's not how I express emotions. But I remember going through this period, and there was a moment when, because I was postpartum, ladies know you have that moment where your hair sheds postpartum. And I remember dealing with the press cycle with Ye, dealing with friends and followers who said they wouldn't support me ever again unless I came out and condemned him, making a decision not to condemn him, and standing in the shower and my hair.
So brave, Queen. So brave to not condemn a ultra-powerful friend of yours for saying anti-Semitic hogwash.
I was falling out in clumps, and I just said, please, God. And I was just crying hysterically, have mercy on me. Please just have mercy on me. I just need to get through this moment. I'm a breastfeeding mom. I can't take anymore. My show's just gone 5 days per a week. Make it stop. Make it stop. And now I look back on that, and I just think everything happens for a reason. And whatever inspired me to say, let's just put on a camera, turn on a camera here and record and have a conversation and lock it up in a time capsule. It was because that was exactly what needed to happen at that time, and a better moment for people to hear what Ye was thinking and what he had to say is right now. So guys, I invite you to listen to this conversation, Candace plus Ye. It was recorded on October 17th, 2022. I hope you like it.
Oh boy. Oh boy. She's so relatable. Guys, she's just like you and me, okay? Look, she was a child once. And then she had a talk show, and then she married into British aristocracy. And then she had a baby. Just like you and me.
Yeah, I'm happy. Happy to do it tonight.
I think she's legitimately
it's better than
insane.
doing it in the morning.
I don't think she's insane. I think she knows exactly what she's doing, and I think she genuinely believes this hateful stuff. Like, you can be a hateful bigot and not be insane. You know?
I'm honestly not the best morning person. We were talking about doing a Godcast for a while, actually. This works. Why did the word Godcast come to you?
Rhyme with podcast. It had God in it.
Okay, so was it an ego thing? People will say, "Oh,
Is Kanye like, I've heard people talk about Ye as if he's like a genius. Is he more of a savant? Is that more, would that be more accurate? Like, he's good at exactly one thing? Yeah? Okay.
yay, Jesus, Godcasts." Is there any messaging in that?
Just the more we could say God, the better. The more we could say God in the media, the better.
Yeah, I agree. So I think one of the things that's the most interesting, I want to dive in this way, is people don't actually understand. There's something about you and I coming together.
Was this around the time that he tweeted out that he was no longer anti-Semitic because he watched 21 Jump Street and Jonah Hill was very funny in it?
That the media cannot stand.
Right.
Like, it's actually...
Why does he look homeless? Because when you hit a certain level of wealth, looking homeless becomes the trendy thing. Like, you might think that I'm, like, joking about that, but, like, unironically, like, rich people will pay obscene amounts of money for clothes that look like they have been worn and are just made out of very high-quality materials. It's like they're homeless, but they're much more comfortable. He sells white shirts for $300. That sounds about right.
Fascinating to me. Like, I called you super stressed out like 3 nights ago. I was just like, what the heck am I going through right now? Like, it's another like level that you graduate into when we're talking about Ye and we're talking about the media. I don't think people understand when I say the attacks come from every angle, every side, in every regard. They'll attack you on your children. They'll attack me and my relationship. They'll go after family members. My dad called me stressed from Hawaii.
Wow.
Yeah, he called me stressed from Hawaii.
Well, it's so funny that you said, you remember I talked about the gray hat and the gray hat hitting your table. Read the last text from my dad out loud. We talked about the miracles. Read out loud the last text.
Wow.
Read out loud.
When do you want me in Hawaii? Yeah. That's wild. Yeah. Well, my dad's in Hawaii right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he called me stressed up. When I picked up, he was just like, "Candace, what is going on?" Then I actually started laughing. Like, it was kind of like comedic relief because my dad is not really like that. And he was like, "I'm reading all these headlines." And my sister was texting me. My uncle, like the whole family has just been texting me like, "Are you good?" And
all hell is broke loose and all heaven has come through.
Yeah.
I need them to talk about something more substantial. I am losing interest rapidly.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. It is. It does feel like all hell has broken loose. And the last time I went through this, though, it was a similar thing. It was like, for some reason, the game of life was just like, Candace and Ye are not allowed to come together.
Like, unironic question. Do people in her audience not watch this and realize that she's like being like a sycophant? Like, she's being like non-confrontational with him because she's trying to stay in his good graces? And like, the more media appearances she can do with him, like the more prominence she can get. Like, does her audience not realize like exactly what she's doing? Like, it's pretty transparent.
Why?
I mean, it's the impact. It's the gut feeling it's the intuition and the intellect. It's the gut with the information. It's the idea meets the study. And
No, they were trying to get him to buy. Candace Owens at the time was trying to get Ye to buy. Not Truth Social. I think it was like Gab. It was like one of those conservative social media platforms.
that's how other people have risen to,
Yeah, I think her husband
forms of
owns
power.
Gab,
God
or
is the only
owned
power,
Gab.
and we are vessels. God is a true artist, and we're the vessels. And he's calling for us to lean into these combinations. What they do is they'll do everything to keep the artists away from each other. Like when me and Demna were next to each other, it was such a powerful combination. When me and Ken were next to each other, that was a powerful combination. When me and Jay-Z were next to each other, it was a powerful combination. So I love these moments of like these powerful combinations together, and whatever feel you do for like the futurists, the people who can see what the future is, the kids 20 years younger, 40 years from now, 80 years from now, when they see this, that's a big thing, is lean into those people that everyone tells you, like, you don't need to be next to that person, but you have something in your heart and your gut on why you should be next to that person. I've had people like comedians.
Oh, by the way, I saw someone in chat ask, who is Candace Owens' husband? Candace Owens' husband is George Farmer, and he's the son of one Lord Michael Farmer, the guy who founded Metal and Commodity Company, which is a huge multinational trading conglomerate. So, yeah, and also a member of the House of Lords. Yeah.
That you know of called me and said, stay away from Candace Owens. And, like literally my...
Oh, sorry, it wasn't Gab. She was trying to get Ye to buy Parler because her husband is the CEO of Parler. There we go.
I guess you use the term friends, have done the same to me, even to the point where I'm going to be on Bill Maher this week. I'm going to be on Pierce Morgan. I was just on Chris, how do you say his last name? Tonight.
Chris.
Let me see.
Is Parler a thing anymore? I don't know. I haven't heard about
Chris
it.
Cuomo.
Chris Cuomo. Wow.
Yeah.
You did Chris Cuomo?
Yeah. Tonight, like 30-minute segment, half talking, half a little bit back and forth arguments. And then when you're landing, they're saying, oh, I can't be on Daily Wire, but I can be on all these platforms. And you said downstairs that they told you the reason is you weren't going to push back on me enough.
Yeah.
Like Chris was saying stuff like, you need to understand and you need to behave. And he said that at one point in the interview. I said, whoa, let's play that back. You need to behave. You're not supposed to talk like that.
No, Parler was sold in 2023, and it is supposed to be relaunching sometime this year. We'll see.
Out loud, Chris. We know that that's what it is. And I was just talking to my girl. She was in the car listening to me while I was doing this live Zoom. And afterwards I said, this is the way I felt in Hollywood the whole time I was there. Like people were telling me, like, you need to behave. You cannot wear a red hat. You cannot talk to Candace. You cannot say how you feel out loud. Like today, they took down my Drink Champs. They took it off of whatever platforms, YouTube, Drink Champs, Revolt. And they also took me off of the Balenciaga sites. And I just looked at my girl and said, yo, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like,
Yeah, you know, that's exactly how you how, that's exactly how you say something when you're really happy about it. Yeah, I'm so happy. So happy. No.
Like,
Come on.
I'm
Like if you're a conservative and you're watching this, like, are you being for real right now? Are you being for real? You think this is the way a guy who's actually happy about something talks?
so happy because I have this freedom from beholding to these brands that say, we only rock with you under these conditions. Like, we can have you be a black person, but only a black person that says that's wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. Which at this point, now that I've worn a White Lives Matter t-shirt, I'm totally fine with wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. You know, as well, because all lives matter. But even all lives matter would have, you know, I cut what I'm saying, this train of thought.
No,
So you can-
no, you're making perfect sense to me. I had two thoughts today. The first, well, I had a lot of thoughts today. I didn't just have two thoughts today, just to clarify. But I was thinking
Thank you for clarifying that you had more than 2 thoughts occur to you throughout the day, Candace.
earlier about when is the first time that I heard Ye was mentally ill, right? So I grew up on your music. Obviously, everybody knows, like, you know, like when you first were spitting through the wire, you know, and you had a remarkably long career in the public sphere and nobody had ever called you mentally ill, right? And now, no matter what you say, when you don't exist under, I would just call it Hollywood terms, their number one rebuttal, if you have an idea, you're saying things like, well, he's mentally ill, and he already said he was mentally ill because he said it on this podcast, and therefore we don't have to listen to anything else that he has to say because we raised that he's mentally ill. And so I actually researched when is the first time that the public sold us this.
I'm sorry, you're like, when did we establish that he's mentally ill? He told everyone that he was. That's when. She's literally going like, he said he's mentally ill, but then I did my own research about other things he said. Are you for real right now? Come on. Did you pull an Inception? Did you go inside his brain? Is that what you did?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in 2017 that they said that you went to the hospital and you were bipolar, and
It's
that
2015.
2015 when Trump was
About to, right when Trump got elected, I went to the hospital less than a week after that. Because the entire time while he was running, people told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. You know, like literally people threatened my life and told me, I did not stand up and say, hey, this is what I believe in. And that's who I am. That's what my character is. So I think that
they made you think that.
Yeah, it's like how people, they said the reason why I couldn't be on Daily Wire is
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to read this quote. We are the kingdom, and I'm the head of the kingdom. I am God. No one can suggest shit to me, period. You can't tell my daughter to say shit to me about Jesus. I'm going to tell you some shit. God runs the world. I am God. I run the world. That is a direct quote from one Kanye West.
what a man think he is. So, you know, we not the slaves. We are the kingdom, and I'm the head of the kingdom. I am God. No one can suggest shit to me, period.
Wow.
You can't tell my daughter to come say shit to me about Jesus. I'm gonna just tell you some real simple shit. God runs the world. I am God. I run the world.
Anyway,
is the Israelite comment.
that let me be clear. That's not something you say if you're doing okay.
And every black person is fine with calling ourselves black and being called black. But when I bring up the idea that we're Jew because we are from Africa, the Bible was the majority is like set in Africa. Then it's challenging. And we talk about on the George Floyd documentary is called The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, the idea that
I'm sorry. I'm gonna watch the trailer for this. We are gonna watch the trailer for this movie that he's referencing just real quick.
So Black Lives Matter released their 990 IRS filings. They collected $80 million. Where is that money?
It's not here. Everything looks worse than it was.
Where have you seen that money impacted throughout the city? So my producer just sent me a link. It is just shocking to me because of how much money was raised to think that where he lived, the bills weren't being covered. Super frustrating, but...
Yeah, because the money that corporations donated didn't go to the local community that he lived in, Candace. Like, did you think that that's what happened? Do you think that that's what, like, corporations do? No, they donate to nonprofits, so they get tax write-offs, dummy.
That's a dead end, so... And here's where it gets really interesting. Ready for some BLM pride? Another $200K went to escorts, BDSM workers, strippers, peep show workers, phone sex operators, and webcam performers. And then at that moment, it became personal. And I thought, not only am I going to say the truth, I am going...
Wait, it became personal because people were giving money to strippers? Why was that personal to you?
To scream the truth louder than you can scream the lies.
Damn, that's so crazy. Yeah.
Black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black.
Oh boy. Okay, so we're getting into the meat. We're getting into the meat.
Deaths a year is actually abortion. You don't see the Jewish divorce rate at the level of 70 something. You said the percent of black moms raising their kids by themselves. You don't see Jewish people shooting each other down in the street on World Star and then rapping about it. It's just not, there's not Jewish content like that. And also Jewish people do business together. And that's what I said on the Drink Champs. Hey, these are things that I'm envious of. You know,
I think the first thing that someone would say if you said that, right, is same for Chinese. You don't see Chinese people shooting each other. You don't see Chinese people with this super high divorce rate. You don't see Chinese people and Japanese people and Korean people and Hispanic people-ish, but no matter what, nobody's rates of violence and abortion are as high. White America, forget Jewish America, white America don't have these same rates, right? And so they ask, why isolate Jewish American population?
Well, for black people, okay.
Okay, in case any of you have made it this far on my channel and you don't know what the answer to this is, it's very simple. It's socioeconomic forces. Full stop. When you enslave a certain population for like 400 years, okay? And then after that enslavement ends, after you finish treating them like, you know, property, like you would shares or livestock, you then systematically discriminate against them to keep them out of different fields, to keep them, in certain locations within population centers, etc. That leads to a huge amount of economic disparity. And what happens when there's a lot of economic disparity? People start doing crime in order to get by. That's what happens. Jim Crow, redlining, the burning of Black Wall Street. These things are all contributing factors to why the rate, specifically among African Americans, of violent crime is statistically higher. It's not because of anything inherent to African Americans. It is very specifically the legacy of discrimination, racism, and slavery.
With the rates of that ours being higher, we're still, you go see the slave movie, you see like a slave.
One might say it's some kind of racism that is systemic,
They get their teeth pulled out in front of another slave. Mm-hmm. We're still getting our teeth pulled out, literally like in jail. I have friends whose, family members went to jail and they got killed by an officer. And then the officer all of a sudden quit and they're not there anymore and stuff. And so they can't do the trial and, so.
What? Is that how crime works? If you do a murder, you can just quit your job and they can't arrest you? What?
We're getting left and right still treated like slaves. And with the reason why I specifically say the Jewish people is the Jewish people, like how the Armenians worked in a meatpacking district. Mm-hmm. The Jewish people came into power in the 80s, truly, when the divorces started happening because of Wall Street, because the Catholic lawyers wouldn't divorce people. And
what? Okay, this is the first time I've heard this formulation of Nazi rhetoric.
They came into money the way how the darker Jews, the Black people, are coming into money now. Mm-hmm. And
yes, Wall Street, as we all know, the root problem among divorcees. Okay, often when I talk with people who have gotten a divorce, they're like, "Oh yeah, Wall Street told me to do it."
They had to, and they did a great job. They colluded. They, before that, they were very involved with the civil rights movement, which actually the movement was, it moved Blacks from being Republican over to becoming Democrats. That was what the movement, that's where the move happened.
No, actually, the movement from Republican to Democrat wasn't because of the Jews. It was a direct result of the civil rights movement and how politically that was handled, and how subsequently the people who were opposed to ending Jim Crow moved to the Republican Party. The racists switched parties. Then that's how you got the Southern strategy, the explicit Republican formulation for political mobilization that focused on religious schools that were arguing that their religious freedom was being infringed upon because of integration, because they were being forced to integrate their white-only schools. And that was then further sharpened as a movement by the invocation of evangelicals into the Republican Party as well. by politicizing the issue of abortion, which up to that point in time had not been a particularly motivating issue for evangelicals. People were pretty agnostic about it, ironically.
And now everyone's, well, why are you calling them out specifically? When I said DEF CON 3, I didn't get an opportunity to say what that meant, but it meant I'm going to call out all these things that have been done to me specifically by Jewish people that so happen to be businessmen or businesswomen, but still it was done by Jewish people to me, to the darker Jew.
Oh, okay. Like people have been saying in chat that like he's expressing some Black Hebrew Israelite beliefs, and I hadn't caught that until just now. Can I just real quick, in case you have no idea what this is about, there is basically a fringe movement called the Black Hebrew Israelites, or you might know them as Hoteps, and they have some wacky beliefs, to say the least. Can I just I'm gonna show you the trailer for a documentary about what they believe in a nutshell, okay? Can we find that here? Okay, here's the official trailer. All right? Yeah, by the way, they tend to believe that the reason Hitler wanted to kill the Jews, I'm just going to let you know because there was an image of Hitler that flashed on screen. They believe that Hitler wanted to kill the Jews because he knew the truth about the Jews, and the truth is that people we know as Jews are actually fake Jews. They're doing like a stolen Jewish valor, because the real Jews are Africans, and the evil fake Jews have brainwashed all of the black people into thinking that they're not Jews. And so Hitler just wanted to wake everyone up. That's what they believe. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, if you think I'm lying, the trailer basically outlines the cover-up, the identity swap. Video's loud, I'm sorry. It's an IMDb video. Yeah. So that's that thing. In a nutshell, I feel like that's a decent summary here of what that's all about. Where the hell did people even get this idea in the first place? I think a lot of it came from Nation of Islam ideas, and then like kind of took on a life of their own outside of the organization.
And I was going to go one by one. And the reason I said it like that is just to say, I know you guys are going to call this anti-Semite, and I'm not afraid of that title. Now I'm going to lean into that title. So call me.
Oh, okay. Well, that clears that up. Candace, what did you say at the beginning of this? You stand with this guy? All right, cool. You're both leaning into the anti-Semitism.
Call me whatever you want, because you call me void already. What's the definition of black? Void of color. Some people, artists may say it's all color, and it could also mean.
No one's calling you a racial void, man. I don't know what the all right.
Like, it's like what they did, and when I ran for office, and they showed me on the TV, and they like blacked my face out, and they had me be void. And I think that Jewish people always will tell you about the trauma and the Holocaust. So one of my favorite lines on the Drink Champs, and you actually hit me about this, is when Doug Charney said, "Hey, I want to take you to the Holocaust Museum." And I said, "I want you to go to our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood." Like, we're still in the Holocaust. 6 million Jewish people died in the Holocaust. Over 20.
Did you guys hear the hyphen he put into that? Did you guys hear the hyphen he put between Jew and ish?
20 still in the Holocaust. 6 million Jewish people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million darker Jews, black people, have been aborted.
God.
More babies are aborted in New York at this point.
You can tell Candace Owens is doing a lot of work right now to not have any visible reaction to the things he's saying, specifically because she knows if she reacts poorly here, she's not going to have any more access to this guy.
Than born at this point. And my thing about the media, the majority of the media, over 50% of the media, at least probably 80%, but over 50% of the media is run by Jewish executives, and they allow all of this abortion-driven content that more affects.
I'm sorry, what is abortion-driven content? Can you elaborate on that, please? What does that mean? Like, are they driving cars powered by like aborted fetuses? Like, what do you mean?
It affects the darker Jew, the black people.
This is just blood libel? Yeah. He's an anti-Semite. He literally said, I stand with anti-Semites.
More than any other race. But then you ask the question, you can't even Google, like when you Google Jewish abortion rate, it'll be one piece of information. The next information is like from 4 years ago or something. There's no.
Yeah, that's how Google works, bud. That you are describing how a Google search engine works. Thank you.
Information about it. And if I attempt, my mom said trying is failing. If I fail by attempting to have a conversation with a Jewish person about the abortion rate, they won't allow the conversation to be had. That's why I said, hey,
Yeah, because when you walk up to a Jewish person and you like, hey, I want to talk about the abortion rate, they'll be like, that's a weird thing to want to talk to me about. Goodbye.
Toing the Jewish race, that's saying, hey, you guys got to come up and say, did you do this or did you not do this? And I'm calling a lot of times, say, people feel like I'm very selfish driven because I talk about things I specifically want to do. So I said, okay, well, I'm this voice for the actors, the musicians, the athletes specifically I know are in situations where at least 4 of the people that they do business with are Jewish, and those people know each other, and the athletes come and go, and that 4, 5, 6, 8 people remain. The athletes come and go like cattle's in the stable. The actors come and go. The musicians come and go. And that mainstay of that Jewish, just say crew, because it sounds less ramped up than mafia, right? Than mob. Sounds.
I have to admit, I'm a bit conflicted right now because on the one hand, giving this airtime feels like I'm doing an ableism. On the other hand, this guy is one of the most prominent musicians on the planet. On the other hand, I want to be able to like debunk these talking points. But I feel like at a certain point he's just spouting bigoted nonsense. And to what degree should to what degree am I complicit in that if I continue watching this? How is it ableism? Because he's clearly deeply mentally ill. Like I played a clip for you guys earlier where he claimed to be God. You know? It's not complicit if you debunk it. I guess that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm he's mentally ill, but he's also a Nazi, so he's also I also don't feel like he's going to be making arguments. He's just going to be doing bigotry. But maybe going over that and debunking all of that is worth it. It's the same thing.
Less mentally ill. So let's say there is definitely a crew, and I've been there and I've been talked to certain kind of ways, and you know who else wouldn't be talked to a certain kind of way? Kobe Bryant. You don't get talked to a certain way. I don't get talked to a certain kind of way. So things that I'm saying out loud, hyped up or calmly, I'm saying things 5 times a day that Black people, leaders, not specific Black people, just leaders throughout time have been killed for things that we're doing.
All right, I just wanted to voice my thought process. We'll continue going through this. It's going to be a lot, guys.
5 times a day. So one thing for the Black community and all of this like woke culture and, you know, Charlemagne and different things. It's like, bro, this is getting ridiculous at this point. People got to put some respect on the fact that I'm actually brave enough to say this out loud. Like, that's what's lit.
It's not brave to be a bigot. It's not brave to discriminate against other people. Like, it's not a brave thing to do. You're just being a bigot and abusing your power. You know, Uncle Ben, when he died in Spider-Man, wasn't like, with great power comes the ability to discriminate against Black people, Peter. No, with great power comes great responsibility. To use that power well, you have a responsibility to use that power for good. And you know what's not good? Using that power to broadcast anti-Semitism to millions of people. My God.
Money aga ga 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 ga.
Uncle Tony, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for supporting stream today, folks, because I'm going to need a lot of support to get through this.
That's what God is inside of me. That's why I feel so good to be used. You done got me to a point, y'all call me so many names. You've disrespected me for 3 years. Forbes wouldn't call me a billionaire. It is important if people are calling you crazy to be like, oh, but I'm a billionaire because
Yeah, that's really disrespectful, man. You know, all of us normal people, we're deeply offended when people like call us billionaires by accident, or refuse to call us 100-aire or 1,000-aire, depending on our bank accounts. It's really disrespectful to not acknowledge how much money another person has. How out of touch with, like, real people do you have to be? Like, when was the last time, Ye had a conversation with, like, an actual normal person? You know? What about a dozen-aire? Yeah.
it's like, it's not me being classist. It's just me fighting against that, saying, okay, you're calling me crazy, but I must be doing something right. Now I'm not doing something, I'm doing everything right. And then to reach.
Yeah, I have no faults. I was created perfect in the image of God.
To the concept, the idea of being the richest Black person ever. And we're just at the beginning.
It seems like we've got something new to worry about every single day. I mean,
Thank God, Candace. Thanks for trying to sell us silver and gold.
George Farmer was so elated by the response that we were getting. And then Elon Musk was retweeting what's going on.
George Farmer is her husband, by the way.
Or tweeting about what's going on today, and it hit Bloomberg and it's top trending. And I said to my chief of staff, get me a plane. I'm going to Nashville right now. And the feeling is right. Then we went to a restaurant, and the restaurant literally had all the same letters of the name my mother gave me. It was Kayne. So that's another, it's like you're talking about your.
Did Ye get too into, like, numerology or something? Like, is this just like he's seeing, like, cascading coincidences and is saying, like, yes, you see, if you rearrange the letters of this restaurant, some of them spell out my first name. Like, you understand that's crazy, right? Like, not in like a, oh, you're so great. Like, no, you're like unable. Let me put it this way. If Kanye wasn't like a millionaire, billionaire, whatever, I don't care. If he didn't have a ton of money, he would not be able to function in society. You know? He wouldn't be able to do it.
Dad with Hawaii. And like, I had to, you know, you guys saw that. You saw me hand the phone over like David Blaine.
Also, when was the last time Candace Owens said anything? I feel like she's just letting him talk. It's kind of crazy. I don't think I've heard her say anything in like 10 minutes.
And I couldn't have written that. My dad is like, because the funny thing is, where is your dad in Hawaii? Because I have this feeling like, let's go to Hawaii because I made really good music in Hawaii, and I just want to go to
that's just a bipolar
Hawaii and
thing.
actually
It's
do what
typical.
Jewish
Take it
people
from a
love the best
bipolar
out of me
me.
is make music and make people really happy. So,
That's interesting because I think what's missing
There we
in the
go.
conversation and the media trying to spin what you're saying is that you are talking about an industry where there are Jewish executives. And that's the first time I've actually heard you say Jewish executives. And I think before, the way that they were trying to sort of callously interpret it was that you meant every single Jewish person in the entire world. Every person walking the street has this power. But you have lived.
No one interpreted it that way. Like, she's like using like a misinterpretation of what people what she's saying people thought about what Kanye was saying is just incorrect. And now she's like, oh wow, it changes everything when you just mean that Jewish people are executives and that they're controlling the world that way. It's not all Jewish people, it's just most Jewish people. Like, that doesn't make it better, Candace.
for a very long piece of your life, at least in Hollywood. And what is weird to me and where I'm trying to play catch up is that there was a piece in the LA Times written by a Jewish guy named Joel Stein, and he said, who runs Hollywood? Come on, man. And he's a Jewish guy, and he wrote about how all of the executives in Hollywood were Jewish. And that piece wasn't called anti-Semitic. But yet now, if you say that part, if you say that a lot of the executives, especially in music, I thought this was...
No, you can say, you can talk about that. No one says you can't talk about that. You can talk about how, hey, Jewish people are overrepresented in banking, like proportionally to like their population size. But it's not because there's like a sinister cabal that's controlling the world. It's because of like, again, socioeconomic forces that are the product of different historical ways that this minority group was ostracized. You know, like the reason Jewish people are overrepresented in banking literally dates back like 1,000 years because Europe was predominantly Christian, and those Christians believed that charging interest was a sin, and so basically one of the few jobs that they would allow Jewish people to do was run banks. And thus you have a historical precedent for why Jewish people are overrepresented in banking. Talking about that is not anti-Semitic. What is anti-Semitic is like this conspiracy posting about how they're all getting together and controlling the world from the recesses of their synagogues where they do dark ritual. Yeah, which is what these guys are doing, right? That's what Candace Owens and Kanye are doing in this interview. And likewise, it's not anti-Semitic to talk about how, like, hey, Jewish people proportional to their population are overrepresented in Hollywood. But there are reasons for that. Again, largely due to bigotry in the United States.
Was something that people knew. I've heard this in Jay-Z's music before. So I was very surprised that there was this, oh my God, how dare he say this? And it's anti-Semitic for him to say this. And how can you say that, you know, I think what you're talking about is that every piece of what you have created has been owned by a Jewish executive, and that there's a disproportionate amount of Jewish executives in Hollywood.
I'm sorry. Do you not like stop and think like, this is where conspiracy brain is so toxic, okay? And why conspiracism, like the conspiracy singularity is so alluring once you get caught in like that gravity well, right? It's because it takes away your curiosity by providing you ready-made answers that were crafted by bigots, you know? Like they're like, oh, well, the Jewish people are overrepresented in Hollywood because they run an evil cabal that is designed to take over the world and weaken our, you know, the purebred stock of America. When the reality is, in the 1930s, a big event happened in Europe that pushed a lot of Jewish people out of, you know, Europe, and they came to the United States, and yeah, weirdly enough, during like the 1930s and 40s, a lot of Jewish immigrants came here, and wow, they wound up making movies because that was seen as a low-class thing to do. And thus, you got a bunch of families established in cinema. And then, wow, you have a bunch of people coming up in that specific industry. Crazy. Yeah, film and photography used to be seen as low class because the real high class work at the time was considered to be painting, portraiture, etc. Like that's what was viewed as art. People didn't really view film and photography as art. They viewed those as kind of nice things to have. but not really important, and kind of distractions for children. Okay? But just throwing it out there, maybe if there was some intellectual curiosity here to actually dig into like these questions and not just accept ready-made conspiracy-brained bigotry as an explanation, maybe you'd actually like learn something here. What the fuck? That's dumb. There's some really cool movies out there. They never saw Star Wars or Dune. Yeah, but because we're talking about how people felt about film and photography in like the 1910s and 20s, or the 1930s even, you know? Like we're talking about things people thought and believed and wrote about how they thought and believed those things, 100 years ago, not what people thought and felt about things 60 years ago. But yeah, they're not interested in learning. They're just interested in vehicles for their bigotry.
Like if I was going to get my nails done, I might say there's a disproportionate amount of Vietnamese people wearing the nail salons. You know what I'm saying?
Or
I don't know what happened, but they got here and they were like, we're going to do nails. You know what I'm saying?
Black people in the NBA.
Right.
Disproportionate
Yeah.
amount
So
of black
why is
people.
that? Why are we allowed to say that? If I just said that, there's disproportionate amount of Vietnamese people doing nails, nobody would have censored that.
Yeah, I wonder how a bunch of Vietnamese diaspora from, the Vietnam War wound up in America. Man, if only I knew anything about the Vietnam War. And gee whiz, I wonder how they came to be overrepresented in doing nails and salon work. Work that is largely seen as the purview of the lower class. The kind of class that refugees from wars do. Again, it's almost like there are pretty clear socioeconomic reasons that different groups of people come to be associated with different professions. Like, I just wish there was more intellectual curiosity from people who think about these things,
If I said there's a disproportionate amount of Spanish people at the border.
Because the people who run the nail shop,
but that won't get censored.
the people who run the nail shop don't run your podcast.
What happened was nail techs were one of the only jobs that offered tests in Vietnamese. Damn, that's crazy.
That's it.
Okay.
Now your nails might not get done the same way as before.
They're gonna be like, she's blowing up the industry that we're at. But that's true, and I think
I guarantee you that whatever Vietnamese people are doing Candace Owens' nails are talking shit directly in front of her.
Say the Jewish people have bought the black voice.
And that's what you meant by it, is that they're disproportionately represented in media, and so if something that you say is something that they don't like, they won't allow you to have it said. That's what you meant. That's getting more specific.
Okay, it's more specific, but my emotion about it as a human being, as a leader, I operate at every medium, from the most brash and brutal to medium and understandable to highly sophisticated. We have to operate in all those. My feeling and my emotion, because I am a human being, I'm not a robot. So if you take
Thanks for
a
the
woman
clarification.
can be scarred by men just off of one bad experience with a man. Perhaps it might be a
Oh boy. I can't wait to see where he's going with this one.
6-year-old girl that has an experience she shouldn't have had with an uncle. And that woman ends up being a stripper or, disliking men. So imagine if that woman had that experience with 10 men, right? So I can tell you I've had 10 bad experiences with Jewish execs
Yeah, but you would understand, like even in your previous example, having 10 bad experiences with men could very reasonably cause a lot of trauma. But that trauma doesn't justify then hating all men, you know? Like even in the example he gives, right? Like it would create like an emotional response that we all recognize as being irrational. So he's like, hey, what about this irrational example that I have? Well, I've had this irrational example and I feel irrationally about this minority group as a result. Like, this isn't that's not an excuse to have bigotry towards a group of people.
And these are the people, the Jewish people I come in contact with. Mm-hmm. So if that woman had that experience with 10 men, she may say this term, men are all the same. She could sing it, she could say it. And imagine if she was just like beautiful, like if she had like the face of Irina Shayk or the body of Candace Owens or the body of Kim or something like that, right? This
is getting a lot weirder as he continues to talk.
If this person like was just kind of stood back, or like say it's like Halle Berry or something, like if they
because he's already made the direct comparison between himself and the person in the analogy. So like he's like, now imagine if I was incredibly beautiful like any of these people. Imagine that. Like what?
Just step back and we're a bit timid to give a number out. And somebody says she hates men. She hates men. What do you mean, all men? And would men do a whole series of 80 outline things calling she's anti-magnetic? Is she anti-magnetic because of her experiences?
Anti-magnetic. Yeah, if she has an irrational hatred for the magnetic people, yeah, she is that, yes.
And she allowed to have the emotion that because of her experience, now she hates, now she dislikes. You know, I'm going to say dislikes because it's considered to be hate speech. Like, yes.
Yeah, we have that already. It's called misandry. We have that.
I'm at a place where I'm like, I'm not going to talk specifically to Jewish businessmen, because the Jewish businessmen are the ones who have done the things to me, to hurt me and to hurt my friends. Right? So
yeah, this is called being a bigot. That what you are describing is bigotry that is predicated on an irrational belief that these people are a threat to you.
So now I'm talking to Jewish businessmen's families. That's why I said the Jewish people, because I'm calling the Jewish people to talk to the Jewish businessman family and say, are you doing fair deals? Or with your version of the boy.
So he's calling upon the families of I feel like when he says this, he means it quite literally. Like, he's literally calling up the families of Jewish businessmen in order to use them as like a go-between.
Boys Club, right? This isn't the Catholic Protestant Boys Club. This is people that have been through pain and rose to success. Yeah. The Jewish business community. I need their families, their dads, grandparents, wives, children, to ask them, are you doing fair deals by God? Because yes, we do have Zionist Jews and we have godly, take Friday and Saturday off Jews, right? Jewish people.
What?
And as Jay, in my position, I'm one of the darker Jews, Black people's most loved by Jewish people, Blacks, period. Like for 20 years. So that's the reason why God put me in
What?
this position. You know, when
What?
with the I have to word it the right way, but with 2024 coming 2 years from now, whoever ends up into office by 2024 has to bring the country together. There's no more of this divide. So that means the funny thing about the Jewish media is I have their attention. They love me. They always love me. I have their
Now
attention.
you're referring to media executives. So like
Executives, yeah.
yeah, so like TMZ is owned by Harvard, and that's one Hollywood publication that would like be writing about you all the
I notice how like most of when she's interjecting throughout this interview is to try and like save him and make herself not look quite so anti-Semitic. She's like, by Jewish media, you mean, of course, the Jewish executives that own the media, not that everyone who works there is secretly a Jew, right? And he's like, yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
time.
Yeah, exactly. So
Harvey Levin.
Har-
Yeah, but
Harvey,
Jewish.
my name is Jay. It's not Kanye West. I take it like you calling Caitlyn Bruce. Like my name is Jay. Like so those little things also
Yeah, it's exactly like, dead naming a trans person. Exactly.
refer to me as billionaire, Christian billionaire Ye. Matter of fact, I may
Again, if you are someone who is new to my channel, okay, and you have like a different, you're not like on board with like the socialism and stuff, I get that, okay? But I hope we can agree, you and I, that Ye asking here to be called billionaire Christian Ye or Christian billionaire Ye is that's weird. That's weird, right? Like that's not, you understand how that's not the same as like a trans person being dead named, right? Like I hope we can at least find that common ground.
legally change my name to Christian billionaire Ye. So you'll be forced to call me Christian billionaire Ye. So because since my name is Jay, I got a lot of room to extend it on the other side. I'm doing a prefix. Wait a second, I had a train of thought.
Gamergy, you can in fact just add 2 adjectives to your name, but far be it from me to criticize Ye, but when you legally change your name, people aren't forced to call you that name. I just want to point that out there. Like, people have nicknames like all the time, and sometimes those nicknames are not come across in a way that the person whose nickname it is enjoys them. Like sometimes people are called things that aren't their legal name. It's true. I know this is crazy. All of you in chat right now who are not going by your legal names.
That I was getting to.
You were saying the Jewish media, and I just interjected to say you're talking about specific people in media.
She has to dive in to try and save him again.
But what was I saying about the Jewish media? I don't want to like kind of ramble to find my point again.
Yeah,
it's a really good point. Because even like we're in that ticket, I'm like a bit sleepy.
Yeah,
it's just that's what made Through the Wire. I'm gonna do podcast sleepy from now. When I do Bill Maher 2 days from now, I'm gonna go in sleepy. Right, because I have so much energy as like alien level African king that if you put me in a normal podcast situation.
I'm sorry, can you back up to the part where you explain what an alien level African king means? What does that mean? What does that mean? You can't just like Are we doing like humans couldn't possibly have built the Egyptian pyramids type thing? Is that what we're doing right now? Like,
with an antagonistic media person, then they can get me to look as animated as they would want me to be on stage or on a basketball court. But in that setting, I have to speak. So now I figured out the code to be as calm as, they would like me to be in these situations. So, but man, I'll get back to it after. Otherwise, we'll have like another conversation where we could find what we were saying.
Yeah. But I just wanted, what I want to go back to though, with the two things I want to say. So first off, when I was coming on the plane, my podcast was on shuffle, and Jay-Z song came on. It was dun 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 dun. And he says, oh, I know what it was. He says, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. They criticize me for it, yet they all yell holla. If skills sold, truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically Talib Kweli. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I did 5 mil, and I ain't been rhyming like common sense. When your sense got that much in common, and you've been hustling since, the only perception for perception go with what makes sense. Since I know what I'm up against, we as rappers must decide what's most important, and I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. So I got rich and gave back. To me, that's the win-win. And I was just so stunned. I ran it back like 10 times because I forgot.
Yeah. What? Oh man. What a crazy concept. Rich people have never said that before.
How much I love that song. And I was like, he's literally telling you that he is dumbing himself down, and he has decided that the better thing to do is to keep the people that follow him stupid and be able to help them by giving money. Like, I can't help the poor. Like, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. Like, he has to make a decision to be smart, right? To be rapping like Talib Kweli, or to make money and be able to give back to people. So he knows.
I'm dying.
And this made me think of you, because you said on that podcast that got taken down, that information.
I am dying. God. Okay. I'm looking at the timeline here, and apparently we're about to get to the second most replayed portion of this video. I say that once we get through this, we be done, because I cannot take 40 more minutes of this shit. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's boring as hell.
Is the number one resource, right? And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
And what record label was he on that helped influence that decision? It was a Jewish record label.
So, I have a question for you guys. Which movie is George Lucas best known for? I'm posing that to you guys. When you hear the name George Lucas, what movie are you thinking of? Star Wars? Yeah, Star Wars? This isn't like a gotcha. Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. Okay, Star Wars. Ya mum. Nicely done. Star Wars. Okay. Red Tails. Obviously it's Strange Magic. All of you failed. Okay? All of you failed, okay? It's this movie, all right? Not one of you was correct. Okay? We all know the beloved film Strange Magic, right?
That is the ugliest creature I have ever seen, and it was naked.
I'm going to destroy you.
No need to worry. I will protect the kingdom. My hair's doing that thing we both love.
Whoa! Nobody ever goes into the dark forest!
I'm not afraid of them.
That's right.
An army approaches.
Sound the alarm.
Okay, no, I'm done. This was too much even for the bit. But basically what I'm trying to say is that small art house movies that are artistically fulfilling, like THX 1138, okay? They're good, all right? It's a good movie. But it doesn't break the box office because it doesn't have mass appeal, all right? Usually, small art house films don't get mass appeal, all right? They just don't. What do you guys know Vin Diesel for? Okay? What's Vin Diesel's big thing? All right? What's his movie that you know him for? Triple X, Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick, Fast and the Furious. So I'm noticing a lot of you aren't listing his 1990 movie Awakenings. I'm noticing you guys aren't listing his first feature film, Strays. Okay. An artistic film that he wrote, directed, and produced, and was selected for Sundance. I'm noticing you guys aren't talking about the touching urban drama of Strays. Okay? What is this bit? It's infuriating me. What I'm pointing out here is that Jews aren't responsible. Jews aren't responsible for, people adapting, their artistic expression for large mass appeal. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make. There's a reason George Lucas went with widely beloved, adventure serials from, the 1930s and 40s. For the, to get mass appeal for Star Wars, okay? There's a reason why, Vin Diesel is not known for his art house films that he was, writing, directing, and starring in, all right? It's not because they're bad, because they're not something that appeals to, the vast majority of people. Can you hear us? Yes, I was choosing to ignore your passive-aggressive comments.
Okay, what was it? I don't know. See, I don't know the
Universal, Def Jam.
Yeah, Def Jam. He was definitely
Jewish and French, because you got Vivendi that owns Universal, but French, that's super colonizers. The French own 80% of African banks. So
nobody would be mad if you had tweeted that, by the way.
Oh, the French, but that's because the French don't hyper focus on controlling the black voice like the Jewish media does. So, but this makes me think Drake is the best rapper ever by the numbers. Jay-Z is the greatest rapper ever by the inspiration.
Yeah, he inspired me.
There you go.
He was smart. You know what I mean? He was talking business, but you either got it or you didn't. He was telling you the code that now I'm being stupid. I'm giving you guys stupid stuff because this is how it works. In order for me to stay successful, I have to keep giving you stupid stuff.
I just think Yonsei need to let him go get some pussy. Seriously.
What?
He gets go to the DR or something you know what I mean?
What's that about though? What's that about? Are you
This is very clearly what she wanted this conversation to be like at the very beginning when she initiated it, and like her laughter is very clearly relief at not having to talk about Jewish conspiracies.
Are you good friend? Are you good friends with him still? Because you know what's missing from this whole.
I don't know if you're gonna run that line or not.
I'm not. This is going up on Parlor. What do you mean? Are you gonna run it?
Yeah,
that's the bigger question.
I just think like, man, it's like Jay-Z is like the head. You know, we're under the fire, and we're the firefighters. But in order to be a good firefighter, you got to be willing to run into that fire. And that's what makes me the number one firefighter. That's what makes me Michael, because I'll run into that fire. Everyone knows.
What? Dude, he gets lost in his own analogies so often. It's weird. It's weird.
That I'll run into that fire for the people in the burning building. Who's the people in the burning building? All of society. Because blacks and rappers are the thought leaders. We're like everyone, people, you know, if you go to a college, people have different majors, but everyone majors in Drake at the college.
Banana Brains, I haven't been deliberately ignoring YouTube chat. I was not responding to you because you were being passive aggressive. Specifically, you. Like when you are constantly posting in chat about how I need to speed it up and adding in brackets about how your tone for the comment is explicitly aggressive, like, yeah, I'm going to ignore that rather than stop the entire show and address it and talk about how, no, I'm not going to speed up the video. My inaction is a response.
It's very few people, even if they don't particularly seek to listen to them, everyone in the college knows the song. So that becomes then the information, a part of people's curriculum and DNA of the way we think. And what I've been saying is like the idea of free thought, the White Lives Matter t-shirt. That's an idea. Let's talk about idea separate to that t-shirt. You have the idea for civilization to move forward. What do we do in marches? We marched. And what's marching?
I feel bad for this guy. Like, I know he's richer than I will ever be across like 100 lifetimes, but like, I still pity him, you know? What do we do at marches? We march. And what is marching? Come on, dude. You're not deep. You're like as deep as like the stoned 16-year-old giggling to himself in the corner, thinking that he's like unlocked a new level of the universe because he can like cross his eyes. Like that's the level we're operating on here.
Walking, right? In order to walk, what do you need? Both legs in order to walk.
I'm taking mental damage. I'm taking a lot of mental damage right now. Well, I pity Nazis too. You know, like I pity people who willingly sign up to become death cultists. It's something that is inherently pathetic.
How do both legs work? One foot in front of the other, one foot in front of the other. So watch this. An idea is your left leg, and actualizing, I like it better than execute, like universal positive forward movement language. You actualize with your right leg. You think the idea with your left leg. You actualize and you're moving forward, right? But if you go into a place where there's thought police, they put the innovators into a place of crawling, and our civilization is no longer moving forward. And
I'm sorry. This is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time, and you guys know that I cover a lot of dumb shit. All right? I can't. I won't finish this. I'm done. All right? I'm done with this. This is like if you asked a tech executive at gunpoint to like film a video that's inspirational to like his entire company. You know, like that. This is basically what you would get. Yeah, and then we're all gonna march together, and we're going to achieve great things, because there are people out there who are going to hurt us if we don't. And the thought police will come for you if you do not follow my lead. I am your god. Do the hokey pokey. All right. Enough of that. That was unmitigated drivel. Literally all the comments. Thank you, Daily Wire, for firing Candace Owens. Your loss has been our gain. Independent Candace is the best Candace. I'm not out of control. I'm just not in they control. Yay. Worst mistake Daily Wire made is firing Candace Owens. She's a fucking force. It's funny how great an interview can be with a journalist not controlled by a corporation. Awesome job, Candace. I love your content. If they're black, then it's a gang. If they're Italian, it's a mob. But if they're Jewish, it's a coincidence, and you should never speak about it. Dave Chappelle. Thanks, Dave. As children, we're told to connect the dots to reveal a picture. As adults, we're told to ignore the dots. Yeah, because connecting the dots is a game for children. When you're an adult, you're supposed to be able to draw your own picture. You're supposed to have the skills to be able to draw your own picture without the fucking dots! Literal baby-brained morons. That's who this content is for. If you have fallen into this kind of, like, psychological cult of hatred, you are a baby-brained moron. Everyone around you can see it. You're not actually in on some kind of secret knowledge. You're just an idiot. A loud idiot. And everyone can tell. Please change before you destroy your life. God. Think it's too late? Yeah, for some of them, I'm sure. God. Oh boy. That was infuriating. Now I'll be wondering what could have been if I had opened up the Tristan Tate interview instead. Grass is always greener on the other side. Well, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is only possible with your support. And if you're new here, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And we're gonna be doing some other stuff now. Your patter can make it interesting. I'm glad that you at least enjoy my additions to the content, I guess. do Michael Knowles. He's weird. We're going to be going through the rest of Project 2025. Are cults of Beyblade okay? Because I prefer cults of Beyblades over cults of hatred. Yes, cults of Beyblades are acceptable. And not to create too much of a direct parallel to what we just watched, but I think you all deserve to know that according to the show Beyblade, the actual lore of the Beyblade game, Moses used Beyblades to part the Red Sea. And you might think I'm joking, but here's a scene from the anime.
Huh? I think you're getting ahead of yourself.
Yeah, your first plan should be getting by us!
Though you call yourselves bladers, you don't know the real truth about Beyblading. There is a tremendous power hidden within bays. Since ancient times, the existence of bays can be found in moments throughout history. The power of bay.
Yep. That's Moses parting the Red Sea with the Beyblade.
Beyblades have been used to change the course of rivers and oceans. They have been used to defeat many armies and create huge empires.
Oh, God. Bays. It's true. Bays are very powerful. Cool. Honestly, I'm itching to YouTube poop these bad boys. Go for it. Did they hunt mammoths with Beyblades? You can't tell. You can't show me proof they didn't. Bazed. Boo. Boo. Hey, Cyrex. My bay is very powerful, indeed. Oh, boy. That was difficult. Okay. Oh, Gilbertus Maximus, thank you for hyping the stream on Twitter. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, that was soft retconned with Burst. That canon still technically exists, but it is never brought up again and completely ignored. That's okay. It was already established. It's fine. It's fine. Also, TSW the Shadow Wolf. Welcome to the Riverboat site. Okay, folks. Yet again, if you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider supporting stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because I rely on you guys in order to make this show happen. So, all right. We did have a couple of things to go over before I got real distracted. Hey, let's have a little bit of a political palate cleanser, shall we? This Tim Walz guy is pretty good in almost every single way. Unfortunately, I have found his one weakness. Okay? And that is spicy food. Unfortunately, being extraordinarily Scandinavian in Minnesota, he's inherited my people's predilection for a complete lack of spice. And I have done a lot of work to rehabilitate my people's image. However, Tim Walz is setting us back on the national stage. And here's just a little clip.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and,
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know?
I'm the first.
I'm in Minnesota. I'm here to tell you that is not true, okay? That might be true in his house, not true in mine.
First vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
I'm trying to expand
We'll
my
figure that.
my food knowledge.
You know what? We've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
They are very cute together. And you know what? Like, honestly, I think him just being like, yeah, I like white guy tacos. I can't handle the spice. Is this real? No, it's real. Guys, it's real, okay?
I talk about it being halftime in America. We're a touchdown down, and I kind of like the idea of being a little bit behind.
Well, I'm looking at Coach Walz right now. I'm looking at Coach Walz.
Like I have white guy tacos and
What is
like
that?
black,
Like mayonnaise and tuna? What are you doing?
pretty much ground beef and cheese.
That's
and,
okay. Do you put any flavor in it?
No.
Oh.
Here's the deal. No, they said to be careful and let her know this, that black pepper is the top of the spice level in Minnesota, you know?
I really like watching them interact together because they genuinely feel like they like each other, you know?
The first vice president, I believe, who has ever grown chili peppers.
Well,
You
trying
know
to
what?
expand
We'll
my
figure that.
my food knowledge.
You know what? We've got some cantaloupes. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So, I called
was
you,
hoping
Tim.
maybe we wouldn't have to.
I called you, Tim.
Yes.
You didn't answer, Tim.
I know.
What happened?
The most important call of my life. It popped up, and we didn't recognize the caller ID, and it went to voicemail.
Hi, this is Jim. I'm not able to answer.
There you go.
They actually have the footage of her calling his voicemail. This is so good. Can you imagine Donald Trump and JD Vance actually having a human friendship with each other? No, you can't. You can't. You cannot tell me those two men have been able to sit in a room and shoot the shit with each other.
Thank you.
Hey, Tim, it's Kamala. I really want to talk to you.
It is an amazing privilege for me. Also, I'm excited. I just want to be part of the excitement that you're generating.
Well, we're doing it together, buddy.
It's fun.
We're doing it together. How have these last couple of days been for you?
I can see where the energy comes. America is a hopeful country.
Indeed.
People are excited.
In every one of those groups of thousands, sometimes over 10,000 people, you've seen exactly who we are as America.
Yeah.
People from rural areas, urban areas, of every stripe and size and background. This is who we are as America, and we're all in it together.
Yeah.
And in this campaign, the only way we win is to keep the pedal to the metal for these next many, many days that we have. So, Tim, what's your relationship to music?
Yeah. For me, the
Kamala Harris-
transformational piece
Kamala Harris deeply, deeply cares about music.
of music was Bruce Springsteen's The River,
Okay.
which is a journey. You know all the tracks,
Yeah.
and I'm that guy. My first car, it's the summer 1980, been saving up. I buy a 1973 orange Chevy Camaro, got an 8-track player in it.
Oh, wow.
Previous owner left Bob Seger's Night Moves in there. I listened to it, and it's kind of the soundtrack of my life of Detroit's own Bob Seger. But what's really great about this is I have a 79 International as my car. It's got an 8-track player in it. I have the very 8-track to this day.
You're kidding me.
No, but how about you?
I grew up, so all these albums here, I mean, Aretha. My mother had every Aretha album, and like our
Hell yeah.
Christmas gift to my mother, her birthday.
She has impeccable music taste. I love it. I love it.
Gift was always like, what's the latest Aretha Franklin record?
So it's on vinyl in your house as a background.
All of it. Wow. All that and Stevie. And then Miles, and my dad loved jazz, and so it was Miles, it was Coltrane, one of my personal favorite musicians for when I was younger was Prince.
Oh.
And of course from your estate.
Yeah.
And he, you know, in fact, I'll tell you, so my husband Doug and I'm more of a hip hop girl.
Yep.
He's more of Depeche Mode.
That checks out. That checks out with the vibe of her husband. That checks out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, about the same time.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
sure
yeah,
you
no,
and
no,
he
of
like
course.
the same music.
Of course.
But Prince, you know, in the Venn diagram.
Prince actually, his house was actually not far from where I grew up. Like I didn't grow up in like a super fancy neighborhood or anything, but like Prince had his estate like, I don't know, like 5 or 6 miles away. And I think my dad ran into him a few times at like the local video store. Like, you know, same general little community. It was nice. Yeah, a very nice man, by the way.
Things, Prince, he and I love the same because I mean, talk about how Prince was with that guitar, man. I almost know by heart every one of those songs.
I feel like a trip to Paisley Park is going to happen here if the staff.
It's on my bucket list. I'll tell you
good.
that. Tell me about your dad.
God, if she went to Paisley Park, she could get a lot of people to show up to that. That would actually be a really great appearance for her.
And his influence on you.
Yeah.
He served our country. You have served for our country for so many years.
Yeah. I was 19. My little brother, I think, was 8 or 9 when he passed. He was a chain smoker. Yeah, just addicted. They got it, but Korean War era, and that generation of men, pretty stoic. After he died, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. She became our rock, and now she had to go out and get work because the medical bills broke her, and Social Security. And Social Security survivor benefits. We're fine pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps. We had no boots. That's the boots.
And it's survival,
We paid
literally.
it back. It is survival. We all paid it back. So programs that are just fundamental to keeping people from dropping into poverty, but to live with dignity. You keep talking about that.
We got to help people get through a hard time. We can't have a country and policies that let people fall through the cracks.
Yeah.
I love what you have done with your life. You were coaching a high school football team that was winless.
Yes.
And you came in, and so they were clearly the underdogs.
And
what happened?
Yeah, it's a team, and I had great coaches with me, and we were friends, and we buckled down. And look, I was a fairly big school, but nobody wanted to play because they hadn't won. And this group of coaches said, first and foremost, we gotta build the team. We gotta go out and find people. So we invited them in, and I'll be honest, the first year we did not score a touchdown until the last game of the year. We got shut out in every game. My high score until the final game was my defensive tackle because we got a safety in one game. 2 years later, those kids won a state championship. That school has won several more since then after we left. You build culture, you build winning. People want to be a part of it, and that's the excitement. That's the excitement of what it can be.
That's how I feel about our campaign.
Yeah.
Our campaign is the underdog campaign.
Oh, yeah.
And with our joy, we also have to understand that we're still up against some forces.
Yes.
That are trying to divide our country. It pains me the kind of division and the stoking of divisions that has taken place, right? And when we can remind people and create a space for everyone to come where they see each other and say,
magic.
Hey, we're all in this together.
It almost feels like everybody's coming out of their house after a blizzard and, a Minnesota reference, and you shovel out, and then you start talking to your neighbors. How was it the last couple days or whatever it might be? They're re-energizing, and they're looking for their neighbors. We keep saying, keep talking about the promise of America, and we say, take care of your neighbor.
In the face of...
Like, I think if you haven't been in a place where there's, like, a lot of snow and, like, a reputation for neighborliness, Minnesota can be a little odd because, some people will go out and, like, shovel snow or snow blow or whatever, and then chat with their neighbors. But more often what happens in Minnesota is less that and more just, like, people will help each other out without being asked. They'll see, like, oh, my neighbor hasn't, like, shoveled their driveway, or they're really getting up there in years, a couple doors down, I'm gonna go snow blow their driveway. And what ends up happening is just people kind of silently supporting one another. It's a very much mind your own business, but go out of your way to be kind of thing. Does that make sense? I can confirm what Jack is saying. Yeah.
Of a stranger, when you're looking in the face of a stranger, you should see a neighbor, right?
Yeah. I'm about crying on this when you talk about, look, a girl from Oakland, California, and a guy from out in Nebraska on there. And the number of people I watch just kind of nod and break into a smile. This exploiting the differences, it can't last. I talk about it being halftime in America. We're a touchdown down because a lot of folks, it's easier to tear things down. It's easier to divide than it is to build. But once you start that momentum, once we come out and where we're at right now, people want to be part of something that's winning. They want to be part of something that's good, and they want to be part of something that everybody can be a part of. And I kind of like the idea of being a little bit behind.
Well, I'm looking at Coach Walz right now. I'm looking at Coach Walz.
Did you always know you wanted to be an attorney?
My parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement. I grew up around a bunch of people that were, marching and shouting for justice. And some of the heroes of that movement were the lawyers, Thurgood Marshall, right? They understood how to translate the passion from the streets to the courtrooms of our country. And they believed in the Constitution of the United States and the principles upon which it was founded. And that's where they then, in the courts of America, reminded us of the promise, right? And the ideals of our country, including equality, freedom, right? That's why I went to law school. But the other reason is when I was in high school, my best friend, I learned, was being molested by her stepfather.
Oh, Jesus.
And when I realized what was happening, I told her, you have to come live with us. I called my mom. I have to tell you, Tim, it was the first time that I realized how not everyone can take their safety for granted.
Yeah.
And what we should all feel is a sense of responsibility to protect people from harm.
Yeah.
So that's why I decided I want to be a prosecutor.
Wow.
And as a prosecutor, I prosecuted homicide cases, I prosecuted a number of different types of cases, but I specialized in child sexual assault cases. And one of the things I did was create a whole unit dedicated to focusing on children who are being abused and to ensure that they have dignity in the process and justice. There's so much work that we still have to do to make sure that children have a voice.
For me, that's kind of with me. Get in as a teacher.
Yeah.
It's about the kids and wherever you teach.
Right.
Once I had my own children, it became so clear to me, and I think it made me a really good teacher.
Yeah.
That child who came through the door was somebody's most special thing in their life.
Absolutely.
Thinking of a parent dressing their little one up and sending them off to school so proud of them, I wanted to come through that door and just lift them up, that sense of service.
And
It's
it's great to be
interesting,
in
two different
Detroit.
parts of the country, two different lived experiences, but all coming to that same goal of everybody getting a fair shot.
Well, I have to tell you, Tim, even though you and I grew up in different parts of the country, you remind me of the people.
I know I'm not saying a lot throughout this, but I've never seen anything like this, guys.
Who I grew up with. Hardworking folks, plain speaking.
Yeah.
People who know the difference between right and wrong.
Yep.
And care, love thy neighbor in the most authentic and true way.
Yeah.
Those are the folks I grew up with, and I know that's who you are, and I'm so glad we're doing this together.
I'm proud to be with you.
Like, I know I've never seen anything remotely like this before. Like, the closest I can think of is maybe when Obama did the beer summit. He was trying to invoke something similar to this, But it was so clearly a cold and calculated political decision and so clearly something that wasn't going to work. Like, you weren't going to convince a cop who, like, abused a guy for trying to get into his own house to, like, not do that again by having him sit down for a beer across the table from the guy he, like, harassed. Like, that was never going to work. But these two obviously, like, have you know, they haven't known each other for a long time, but they obviously have, like, they vibe, you know? They've got a vibe together. They've got a friendship. And they clearly care about people. In a way, like, yeah, Shabriri's woe over in Twitch chat. Like, you forgot that they were politicians for a bit. Because they like music. Like, they wanted to talk more about music, you know? Tim Walz, like, cops to being, like, bad about spices and is, like, a little embarrassed about it, as he should be. And, like, it's lovely, because she's like, well, you know, like, I grow peppers, you know? We can see if we can fix you. You know, like, it's a good vibe. But more than that, it helps us to get to know them. And I think that that's really important for where they are right now in their campaign, right? A lot of people don't know Tim Walz from Adam, okay? They have no idea who he is. If they're not from Minnesota, they've never heard of him before in their lives. So having a video where these two just sit down and talk about each other, talk about each other's lives, that helps a lot to kind of get people up to speed on who these are. It also takes control of the narrative so that conservatives can't just step in and be like, oh yeah, that Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, they're pedophiles. You know, like, it heads all of that off, and we can just be like, okay, they're human beings. They are people who genuinely care, and not only that, they come from backgrounds, from lifetimes of service that demonstrate that they do care. You know? And that is in direct opposition. That is a clever move on top of all of that, because it's a direct opposition to their opponents. J.D. Vance wrote an entire book that's dripping with the level of contempt he has for poor working class people. He wrote an entire book about it. His entire career has been propped up by the ultra wealthy, okay? He has very clearly lived and worked his entire life not to help people, but to get a good return for his billionaire overlords. Donald Trump. He does not care about people at all. He literally poops on golden toilets. He was handed a career as a real estate magnate by his father. These are not relatable people. These are not people who understand what working people are, even. You know, like, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump treat people as disposable. They treat them like Kleenex. They wipe their snot with them and then throw them in the garbage. They don't view them as valuable because they can just get another worker. Oh, did you stiff a contract worker? Whatever, they won't work with you anymore. You can get a different one. And that is so clearly not the ethos of Tim Walz or Kamala Harris. So I think it is a good way of diametrically opposing the Donald Trump and J.D. Vance ticket. You know? It's a good way to kind of get around that, to combat it. And Meanwhile, you have Donald Trump over here. I'm just going to play this short clip.
Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that? Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%. It's a much higher number than that, but the government hasn't caught up with that yet. But virtually
higher than 100% of all jobs last year went to migrants. That's what he's doing. Over here, he's like, yeah, over 100% of the jobs went to immigrants. Evil, evil immigrants.
Virtually 100% of the net job creation in the last year has gone to migrants. You know that? Most of the job creation has gone to migrants. In fact, I've heard that substantially more than beyond the number of 100%. It's a much higher number than that, but the
beyond 100%. Also, Dylan Burns, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Come in. We're talking about Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Tim Walz. Welcome, folks. If you don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And make yourselves comfortable. We're going to be here for a while. Also, apparently, I don't know if you guys knew this. Joe Biden is still alive and is actually still president of the United States. What's going on, Joe?
The guy we're running against, what's his name? Donald Dump or Donald, whatever. They want to get rid of this, what we passed. They're fighting to get rid of what we've just passed. No, I'm serious. They want to.
Look. How has it been that Donald Trump has been in the political scene for like, I don't know, a decade now, and no one's called him Donald Dump on the campaign trail? How is this the first time that has happened? Is this relevant at all? Does this mean anything? No. No, it doesn't. Oh, God. Zvixson. Thank you for the hair compliment. But yeah, apparently still alive. Apparently still president. It's crazy. However, we have more details about one of Kamala Harris's new policy proposals. Let's check it out just a little bit. This is coming from the senior White House correspondent for ABC. Harris will propose providing up to $25,000 in down payment support for first-time homeowners. I think that sounds pretty good. With more generous support for first-generation homeowners, according to campaign official. She's announcing it tomorrow. Let's see what else. She wants to ban corporate price gouging on groceries. Excellent plan. Working families who've paid their rent on time for 2 years and are buying their first home up to $25,000 in down payment assistance with more generous support for first-generation buyers. Call for construction of 3 million new housing units, tax incentive for building starter homes, lower rent by taking on corporate and major landlords, stop Wall Street investors from buying up and marking up homes in bulk. I'm most excited for this last one, as well as like the $25,000 in down payment assistance. Both those things sound incredibly, incredibly good. Both of those are great. I can't help but notice that it seems like they've maybe gone off the rent capping that Biden was talking about just prior to him dropping out. But, we'll see. We'll see if that comes back around into the mix. I'm guessing they're going to keep larger policy promises. until closer to the election. They want to like test the waters and really try and get all of that, all of their ducks in a row when it comes to policy. Can I link that? Here you go. Rent increase capping? Wait, what did I say? That's what I meant. If I didn't say that, I apologize. What does call for housing units mean? I imagine it means again, I don't know the details. We don't have all of the details, but I imagine it involves like providing like government contracts to build more first-time homes, or like some kind of subsidy for first-time home builders. Yeah, you don't drop all your singles in one day. Exactly. Let's see here. Yes, in direct opposition to the wholesome interaction that also solidified kind of where both of our, left-wing candidates are coming from. Here is J.D. Vance.
Tonight said to me, well, all these suburban women, all they care about is abortion, and they don't understand that decision is with the states now. It's not banned nationally, even if some people want it to be banned nationally. It's with the states. What do you say to suburban women out there who are marinating in this propaganda?
Well, first of all, I don't buy that, Laura. I think most suburban women care about the normal things that most Americans care about, right?
Senator, one of my
Oh. I guess suburban women have never needed an abortion. I guess reproductive health care is not a thing women in suburbs need. It's not a normal thing to need. Having grown up in suburbs, by the way, I can tell you, women definitely do need those. Need those services, need that assistance, need that help, need that kind of option in the suburbs. Suburban women have to clean those couches, JD Sully's. Yeah, that's why the suburban women aren't inviting JD Vance into their homes anymore, okay? One couch too many, all right? One couch too many. Oh, also, by the way, in case you thought like, oh, everything's fine, I want you all to know that part of why we're focusing really hard on Project 2025 is because it empowers the most insane people you can imagine. I want you all to look at something. Oh God, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. My God. We're gonna turn that almost all the way down. Just gonna mute that. How about that? Here is the new College of Florida. You'll never guess with what they did with all of their library books, folks. You'll never guess. Did they give them away to the students? Did they, I don't know, sell them all? What would they do with their books? Did they ban them? Why, yes, they did indeed ban their books. And as a result of the book bans in Florida, they threw all of them into dumpsters. Yeah. And this includes the entire collection of the college's Gender and Diversity Center. Images of the books they're throwing out. It's real sad. Chairs are gay anyway. True. That's why I sit. Now, if you might think, oh, well, that's just like people on Twitter, man. Like, you don't know what they're doing with those books. Maybe this was a scheduled, elimination of excess that the library had. You don't know. Oh, wait, the local press wrote about it. New College of Florida tosses hundreds of library books, empties gender diversity library. Yeah. In the past, students were given an opportunity to purchase books that were leaving the college's library collection. They were not given the opportunity to do so this time. Here is the statement by the college. A library needs to regularly review and renew its collection to ensure its materials are meeting the current needs of students and faculty. The images seen online of a dumpster of library materials is related to the standard weeding process. March referenced Florida Statute 237 as the reason books could not be donated or sold. However, Florida law states that New College could dispose of state-funded personal property by selling or transferring the property to any other governmental entity, private nonprofit agency, and through a sale open to the public, which is what it had done in the past. So they chose to eliminate the books in this way. And that's granting that this was a regularly scheduled maintenance of their books. The regularly scheduled maintenance of their library collection, I guess, also included eliminating their entire library dedicated to gender and diversity. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know, guys. I have seen libraries prune their collection. I've seen that happen to public libraries in my area. I have never seen those libraries fill the entire back of a dumpster truck. I've never seen that. I've never seen them eliminate their entire collection of books. To argue that this is like a regularly scheduled thing, I'm gonna call bullshit on that. It's a lie. They're lying to you. It takes a lot of books to fill up the entire back of a dump truck. Something all of you are familiar with. I'm sure. God. I worked in a prison library. Used to work for a library. They never did this. They gave books away or sold them for cheap on book sale days. People walked away with grocery bags of books. Yeah, that's how it usually works. It bums me out. Like, I have a degree in English literature. It bums me out to see books treated that way. Like, I like gasp if somebody like rips a book in an inappropriate way, okay? Like, it hurts me. It hurts me, man. Anyway. Oh, also, I think I called this. Most of you probably called this. It's not exceptional that I called it, but like, hey folks, remember how like there was all those people were calling like Michelle Obama a man? Remember that? They were saying that Obama was secretly gay and having sex with a trans woman who, like, that was like a whole thing for a while. Well, guess what, folks? They're doing it again. This time with Kamala Harris. Who could have seen this coming? So, they're saying that Kamala Harris is actually a man. And I just have to point out, they're saying that she's a man because they're transvestigating her, obviously. And they're saying that this particular bulge in her dress is a penis. Now, I need to explain something to all you young people, all right? Back in the 90s, there was a trend of kind of tight, drapey clothing, all right? Due to this trend, a lot of women began to, wear skimpier underwear, and also began laser hair removal around their genital region. Now, some people thought that was weird. Specifically, some people that fall into Kamala Harris's age bracket. And they didn't get laser hair removal around their crotch region, but still wore skimpy underwear. Now, what happens when you have hair down there and skimpy underwear? Well, far be it from me to speculate about the situation going on in Kamala Harris's fashion choices 30 years ago. But you can very clearly see that she's wearing some skimpy underwear under her dress, okay? And all I'm saying is it's very likely not a penis. The most likely explanation to this is that it's a tasteful bush, okay? There we go. That's all I'm saying, okay? If you weren't alive in the 90s, then you don't know, but gossip rags constantly talked about whether or not people had hair around their genitals or not. It was like the big thing, okay? People had just started lasering off their pubic hair, and everyone wanted to know which celebrities had their pubic hair and which ones didn't. It was a whole thing, and now dipshits online are using this to transvestigate Kamala Harris, okay? You guys are weird. I'm not weird for ingesting the pop culture of the time, okay? You guys are weird for transvestigating. Oh, God. Yeah, it's just the thing people were speculating about in the 90s, okay? It's not like a conspiracy to cover up that she was a man. We live in 2024. If she was a trans woman, she could just tell us. Where are you, trans woman, at the time? What? Bop and Wop, thank you for gifting a sub to VCC TV. Yeah, all I'm saying is they're very weird for doing this. I can't believe that specific bit of, like, fashion knowledge became relevant. It's so weird that is relevant and that I have to talk about it in front of, like, 300 people. I don't care if it is a beard. I care about her character and policy. Yeah, that your priority should be on her policy ideas. Unfortunately, unhinged weirdos want to make it about whether or not she's trans. And are just missing, like, the crucial bit of information about what people were doing with their pubic region in the 90s. Also, thank you for gifting a sub to Svaxon. I'm just gonna call you... You know what? I'm gonna call you Saxon, because my brain keeps flipping that V. I'm just gonna call you Saxon. Also, Tipster, thank you for the $10 dono. People who call queer people degenerate all the time, they sure are obsessed with other people's genitals, almost like it's projection. Yeah. I would really like for people not to be obsessed with genitals. It would make my life so much better if people weren't obsessed with the genitals of trans people, but here I am. God. Did they transvestigate Hillary? Nope. There's also a race element of this where, like, black people, black women in particular, often get smeared as being trans. And unfortunately, we still live in a day and age where that is considered a smear. But they get smeared because people think that, and by people I mean racists, think that black women are more masculine than white women. And thus they do the transvestigations. Yeah. I remember when people's private parts were private. What the fuck is wrong with the right? They're weird. That's what's wrong with them. Oh, that's interesting, Saxon. All right. Folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider supporting stream today, because I need money to survive, and you guys are the only reason I'm able to make this show. This show is made possible by viewers like you, unironically, because I don't really make enough ad revenue to survive. So you guys make it possible for me to do what I do. Yes, I am also weird, but weird in, like, ways that, like, I admit and proudly wear on my sleeve. My first dono was to you in December 2021. Damn, one of the OGs! All right. I'm debating whether or not I want to talk about a certain thing. Maybe I'll save it for tomorrow. All right. I need to go use the bathroom. I will be back in a few minutes, and then we are going to start our Project 2025 viewing. We're going to be going through, I believe we're on the 5th video, the 5th training video. It's called The Federal Workforce. So we're going to be learning Fascism 101. What's the fascist plan to take over America, folks? Hope you stick around and join me for that. And while I'm gone, please consider dropping some subs, dropping some donos, memberships, super chats, bits, all that good stuff. Thank you very much, and I will be right back. Also, get some water. Boom.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? Tate Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What's in his head? He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. But what a beautiful dream.
dangerous to watch Project 2025 training videos alone. Luckily, there's chat. Good night and good luck. P woo woo oh oh you oh you oh
there's
oh Goost bua BWA.
Goost. Thank you for the $5 dono. Banana Brains, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it, and we're all good. And hello everyone. How we all doing today? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Yeah, we're about to start our descent into Project 2025. Day 2. And I believe we are meeting a new character today. Now, for those of you who weren't here last time for part 1, or the previous videos, we learned that conservatives really need a safe space from, you know, the
fucking pronouns
and all of the woke language, okay? Because apparently they're all too much of snowflakes to deal with anyone that has
fucking pronouns.
So they needed a 40-minute long video to teach appointees in a presumed Trump administration how to censor government materials that might include
fucking pronouns,
as well as other woke language, okay? And then we learned a rough history of America that tried to make the project of a fascist takeover of America linked to the long history of American rebellion and righteousness from a conservative point of view. And then we learned from 2 weird, sweaty ghouls how you shouldn't really view people in Washington as people and should instead view them as machines that you can pump for information or political capital. Additionally, and finally, we ended last night by going over someone who I presume is like the reanimated corpse of Rasputin, where he talked about how to be an effective PR communicator while enacting fascism. And the terrifying part about it was he was quite good at his job. So that's where we're at so far. And now we're going to learn about the federal workforce. And as we all learned yesterday, the federal workforce, they're called careers, and they're evil. Paladin!
Now that we're all hyped, let's watch the real-life Toni Collette from Hereditary and her friend explain that every use of the word gender is an evil conspiracy.
Oh my god, she did look like that. Where was that singer yesterday? Oh my god. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs. Paladin over here, throwing stream over his back.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Oh, man. Alright. So we've gotten through approximately 3 hours of the 14 hours of Project 2025 materials that have been leaked. But remember, folks, to properly understand this, you need to understand that this is not intended for public viewing. This was intended to train appointed bureaucrats, appointed true believers, okay? Who, are basically supposed to be government yes men. They're supposed to just do whatever it is they're told to do by the Trump administration. So, That's exactly what we're going to put our mindset in. That's our mind space, our mind palace, if you will. And let's go. I might sneeze, and I apologize. I sneezed, and I apologize. Whew. All right. And yes, these come to us courtesy of ProPublica. Thank God.
Consider this whole situation. There are just between 3,000 and 4,000 political appointees.
Can I? Okay. I know that he's not said anything yet. But can I just say the stylistic changes between these videos is very jarring to me. Like, real quick, if you'll indulge me, folks. Okay?
Is one of our duties as a communicator. When you
This weird hostage gunpoint style that they're doing for this one.
Policies out
You
there
got these
so
two
that we can
guys in like, I don't even know what to call this. A set? Is this a set? Is this like some politician's shed? I don't know. It's weird and off-putting, you know? Are they in a bunker somewhere? Who can say? Then there's this guy
and appear in
who gets like a blurred background to like, you know, have some dignity. And then you have
called
these two horribly lit women. Like the stylistic changes between all of these videos are like, it's fascinating to me as somebody who cares about like visual storytelling. Like there's a lot of different artistic decisions being made here. And I say that with all
sense of
the salt in the universe.
want to have.
There.
All right. But anyway, then we get to this guy, and I'm about to say something maybe a little.
Consider
mean.
this whole.
For whatever reason, this is shot like a training video from the 1990s intended for McDonald's employees. Like, that's what he looks like to me right now.
Whole situation. There are just between 3,000 and 4,000 political appointees, sitting atop millions of career federal employees and bureaucrats.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
Yeah, they reused the set from the priest guy, but they changed the lighting pretty dramatically. And it's it's weird to me. Like,
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
a nation is only living as long as it's alive.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your...
God, it is very funny that even in these training videos, they're like attacking Joe Biden. Like, even Project 2025 couldn't like hurriedly edit like a new intro for these videos that included like Kamala Harris. They had to stick with Joe Biden, like tripping.
Your hands.
Do you know that people die when they're killed? You know, it's news to me. It's a visual assault to the eyes. Get ready for a mental assault on your brain.
Hi, my name is Spencer Cradian, and as...
See, like, why does this guy get like a table with law books on it? You know? Like, why he gets like professional lighting. You know, it's shitty professional lighting, but it's professional lighting.
serve at the Heritage Foundation.
Okay, who is this cretin? Also, is his name... I said that before realizing his name is literally Cretan. Maybe it's... Here, how does he say it?
As a Hi, my name is Spencer Cradian, and I serve...
Oh, sure. That's how you pronounce it. Mm-hmm. Sure, bud. Okay. Mm-hmm. These people cannot be real. This is like the other day when we found that guy who is named McName. His name was literally like Andrew McName. These people all sound like people I'd be like mentally being like, okay, I need a random name for this guy in a D&D campaign. We'll call him Bruce McName Guy. No, I can't call him that. That's too on the nose. But these guys all have that exact name. Okay. Spencer Cretan. So, as we have been discovering, going through all these videos, every single one of these speakers is like a little demon. Like they're not, they're bad. They're like career-long thinkers and thought leaders who worked at think tanks for conservatives that have, and basically their entire lives have been cut checks from billionaires in order to mainstream conservative ideology. Now, who is this guy? Oh boy. You know, it's really not good when you Google someone's name and one of the top results is from the Hungarian Conservative. Okay, if you guys don't know, Viktor Orban in Hungary is backed by the conservatives. And he's a dictator. He has essentially like seized power. And Hungary is the model that American conservatives want to use to install Trump as a dictator. Okay? Yeah, Orban is a literal fascist. So I guess it's not surprising that American conservatives looked to, you know, the fascist movement in Hungary for, you know, support, whatnot. But when this guy's being endorsed by Hungarian conservatives, what I need you to know is like that's basically like getting endorsed in the 1930s by I don't know. I'm just gonna fish around here, like Mussolini's Italy. You know, it's like being endorsed by Franco's Spain. You know, it's not a good thing to be endorsed by. So anyway, all right. So yes, you're evil. Tell us more.
I serve at the Heritage Foundation as Associate Director of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project.
Oh, okay. And he was he basically was the second in command of making this fascist takeover plan. Gotcha.
Project 2025. This is a coalition of more than 40 conservative organizations in DC.
By the way, when he says 40 conservative organizations, what he really means is 40 conservative think tanks that are funded by billionaire special interests like, you know, the fracking industry. Or, you know, fossil fuels, or, you know, a lot of the big money that, you know, thrives on climate change denial and ginning up hatred for minorities. You know, those industries.
And out of DC. And our goal is to ensure that the conservative administration that takes office in January of 2025 is ready on day one. ready with people, ready with policy, and ready with plans. Project 2025 is organized into 4 pillars. Pillar 1 is a policy book. It's going to be released in the spring of 2023, and it's going to outline a conservative vision of success at each federal agency. We have almost 400 people who are contributing to this policy book. It's a lot to manage. Pillar 2 is a personnel database. We want Mr. and Mrs. Smith to come to Washington, and we're going to go out and identify and recruit people to be.
Yeah, so what he's describing here is the process by which Trump loyalists who are ideologically, like, rabidly in favor of doing Donald Trump's bidding have been vetted by this project in order to have them ready to be appointed on day one, so that Donald Trump can basically just be like, hey, all these people are in charge now, and, like, kick out all of the old guard bureaucrats that currently head a lot of those divisions. Yeah, they're pre-vetting. They don't have to go looking on day one. They have everyone already selected.
In this personnel database.
Yeah, they're having their lists of all of the true believers.
People at high levels, people at low levels, and everybody in between. Pillar 3 is a series of trainings, just like this video. These are important because we want the people who go to Washington in 2025 to serve the next president to be well trained, to know what to expect, and to have an idea of what they can do to restore greatness to our country. And then Pillar 4 is a playbook, a game plan for each federal agency in more detail than Pillar 1.
Yeah, basically what they want to do here is basically give people a roadmap, and by give the appointees that they want to place in positions of power a roadmap so that the corporations that are backing this entire movement and have spent millions upon millions of dollars to get this far, make sure that their agendas are fulfilled within that first 6 months. Like, as long as they are able to get their money, make their profits, that's enough, you know? And how this isn't considered a form of sedition is beyond me. I mean, in spirit it is, right? But in practice, and it is all done legally. And that's the unfortunate thing, you know? We should have a bunch of laws that prevent anything like this from remotely being possible. But, you know, we have Citizens United that allowed, billionaires to funnel money into these political projects. You have, and then you have, like, capitalist incentive. You have corruption in the government. You've got a whole slew of issues where basically the Republican Party has become a vehicle for special interest groups to achieve their goals. And I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is that much better, but it is a bit better on that. Like, not a whole lot better, but a bit better.
Starting with the official transition period and going out all the way the first 6 months of the new administration. We need to know what at each agency needs to happen on day 1. What needs to happen on day 2, day 5, day 10? Who are the people who need to be in place, the positions that need to be filled immediately? That's Pillar 4. Each of these pillars plays a vital role.
Which positions need to be filled immediately? Smuggy face.
In Project 2025. By way of introduction, I'm a former special assistant to President Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, free markets now. That's why I'm a big believer of in like democracy in the workplace. I think the way to counteract these special interest groups is more democracy. You know, like that's. I think that the profit motive is too strong in capitalism to prevent corruption. Or yeah. No, I didn't phrase that right. The profit motive under capitalism is too powerful and will override any legal concerns under capitalism. There we go.
And Associate Director of Presidential Personnel. It was my job to staff the administration for the president at various federal agencies. And I'm honored to be doing much of the same work in my role with Project 2025 from outside of government. One of the highlights of my time in the White House was that I got to work with Caitlin Stumpf. She was my deputy. And she's now also...
Caitlin Stumpf? Again, these people don't have real names.
...also here with me at the Heritage Foundation. And the two of us are going to be doing this video together. Now, as we think about the federal...
Are you? Is she... Why is she not here?
...government, we need to think about the federal workforce. It has about 2 million full-time non-military employees. And when you add in the contractors, the number is well more than 10 million. People. That's a lot of people.
True.
But the American people don't elect the bureaucrats. They don't elect the federal contractors. They elect a president. And the president's job is to faithfully execute the laws of our country.
Again, what he's describing here is like, hey guys, here's how we can politicize the bureaucracy so that we can rig the system in our favor. Effectively, this is their last Hail Mary attempt to take over the government. Like, if they aren't able to do this, if they aren't able to take power, they're done. They're done, and they know it. They know it. So what they're doing here is they're saying, hey, we need to rig the game in our favor now, or we will never be in power again. We will not be able to do this again. That is the subtext of this entire Project 2025. They've put everything they have into this. This is why Project 2025 is basically this monster created by an amalgamation of like 40 of these special interest groups backed by billionaires and millionaires, you know? They've basically assembled an evil Voltron to try and take over the government. They just have to wait until 2029. They can't. They aren't going to have Trump. Trump is the only thing holding together the Republican Party. When they tried to replace Trump with Ron DeSantis, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. That man had like the charisma of like a wet paper bag. They've got no one else can unite the Republican base. And right now it's currently trying to rip itself apart because you have part of the base that is represented by like the Daily Wire and PragerU, you know, and they are kind of a more classical conservative. You know, they're evil, but they're more of a classical conservative. And then you have like the Candace Owenses. And you guys know, we just watched one of her interviews, okay? She's very far gone. Like the anti-Semitic Nazi vibes are off the charts, okay? These two factions of conservatism are like the main factions at play, and they cannot work together under anyone except for Donald Trump. It's kind of a now or never proposition.
The president, of course, does not have the hours in the day to personally perform every function of government. So he outsources that to the bureaucracy by necessity, to all of those federal employees and contractors. But he does have some help. Helping him are between 3,000 and 4,000 political appointees.
I mean, guys, like, trans issues are already a losing thing for conservatives right now. And 4 more years of them losing is not going to bring the party together. They've got nothing.
These are the president's people, the people he brings with him to Washington, and they occupy government jobs. But they're not like what we might call the normal federal employees. They serve in accepted roles. Now in Washington, D.C., in this town, You frequently hear people say, my dad worked for 30 years at the Department of Labor, or my sister served 5 different presidents as a foreign service officer. Well, chances are that is referring to federal employees who are hired through the normal hiring process. There are all sorts of rules and regulations that govern that process. If you want to
basically what he's trying to explain to the people watching this video is that hey, yeah, it's actually really hard for us to get a bunch of true believers into government office. It's actually really, really difficult for us to do that by normal means. So thus we need to install true believers via the executive branch. He's literally talking about the need to take over government with Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump will enable them to do the takeover.
Federal job, they look at your qualifications, your expertise, your work history, your salary history. It's supposed to be competitive and objective. If the Department of Energy is...
Yeah, I think that's a more likely scenario, Amber Brains. Like, if the Republican Party loses, you're going to get like a factionalization across state lines. And you're going to have different enclaves in different states of like different kinds of conservative beliefs. You know, you'll get like a QAnon state. You'll get the Florida man state, which obviously will be Florida, at least until it's underwater. And then you'll get like a bunch of these different factions that are just absolutely batshit that run their state into the ground, like they did with Kansas, by the way. I know many people might not remember, but like Republicans got a supermajority in Kansas like 12 years ago, and then proceeded to enact all of their conservative wet dreams in the state, and it ruined things to such a degree that they've had to backtrack on like 80% of them. And they're gonna do that, but like 100 times worse in different states across America. You know, you might see like the rise of the is it called the Greater Idaho movement or something like that? There's like a secessionist movement over on the West Coast to form like a breakaway state that actually has quite a lot of gas in it. Greater Idaho Project. Yep, those guys are whack jobs, and like, is it Greater Oregon or Greater Idaho? I don't know. It's something like that. It's like a whole weird thing. Like, the factions are kind of already there, and I think if Trump isn't there to unify them, a lot of the energy is going to go into more local efforts.
Hiring a nuclear engineer who's going to be handling radioactive waste. Clearly, there are some very specific qualifications that are needed.
Did he literally just look into the camera and tell these people, look, you're not going to be doing rocket science, so we could appoint real dipshits here?
If the IRS is hiring an HR manager, perhaps less expertise is needed. But the point is that those federal employees are not at risk of losing their jobs with a change in presidential administration. In fact, they have incredible job security. You've probably read stories or heard examples, but the federal government is notorious for its inability to fire virtually anybody. Even if an employee is in trouble, there are hearings, appeals, benefit of the doubt always granted, and it's very rare that the federal workforce will actually fire one of its own.
I feel like that's kind of a good thing, though. Gives you a lot of job stability.
But accepted service, the kind that political appointees...
Why is he speaking like this? You mean slowly and clearly? It's because he knows that this video is intended for morons. He knows exactly what kind of person is signing up to be one of these true believers to be appointed. And he knows that they are like bottom of the barrel intellectually.
Engage in is not subject to these same rules and these same standards. These 3,000 to 4,000 appointees serve at the pleasure of the president, and they can be removed by the president at any time, so they don't enjoy the usual perks of federal service. But the converse of that, the 3,000 to 4,000 political appointees don't apply through the competitive process. Their qualifications are not evaluated by career federal HR departments.
Yeah, you know, they're going for the kind of people who here in Minnesota we'd say they're the kind of people who'd lick a lamppost in winter. You know, they're the kind of people who'd freeze their tongue to ice cold metal. That's a thing they'd do.
They're there because the president wants them there, and they serve the president. Consider this whole situation. There are just between 3,000 and 4,000 political appointees, sitting atop millions.
He keeps saying that. Look, we only need 3,000 to 4,000 of you. We need 3,000 to 4,000 of the biggest morons we can find, okay?
Of career federal employees and bureaucrats. Is that really enough? The president brought those few thousand people with him to change the direction of the government, and the president is expected to deliver what he ran on. The appointees are the ones who make it happen, those 3,000 to 4,000 people. In fact, it would be impossible for the president to change anything without them. Is 3,000 to 4,000 political appointees enough to turn around that federal battleship? Think about it. These are the only people at their agency who are accountable to the president and who serve at his pleasure. What?
Please stop using that term, that turn of phrase. Please stop. Please. I'm begging you to stop talking about serving at the pleasure of Donald Trump. Okay? It really does sound like you're not, when you say it repeatedly like that, it really sounds like you're talking about something else.
What does the number of appointees suggest about the president's accountability to the people who really matter, the voters? Or imagine what would happen if almost all federal employees opposed a certain president. Would you bet on just a few thousand people to overcome the massive federal bureaucracy? Some people want to reduce the number of political appointees or reclassify more positions as reserved for career employees and not political appointees. Some on the right even say that we, because we believe in small government, should just lead by example and not fill certain political positions. I suggest that it would be almost impossible to bring any conservative change to America if the president did that. So, who are these political appointees? Well, some you've heard of. Some are household names. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, really any cabinet secretary. But those are just a small fraction of all political appointees. Most political appointees are people you haven't heard of. Now, the ones I mentioned, like the cabinet level people, those are what we call PASs, or Presidential Appointment with Senate Confirmation. Their offices are created by statute, and their salary is set by law. In addition to presidential...
Hey, so I know, again, this is a very minor aesthetic thing about these videos, but I just can't stop thinking about how weird they are. Sometimes they do like this overlay. And like this is objectively a better way to do it, where like they're overlaying the screen and like as he's saying the points like appear on the screen. Like this is a better way to do it. But in like the last 3 videos, they've just awkwardly inserted like the PowerPoint slide and accompanied by like 6 to 10 seconds of silence.
Presidential appointments with Senate confirmation. There are also
like, why'd
PAs,
this guy get rizzed up?
Presidential appointments that don't require Senate confirmation. An example of a PAS is the Deputy Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. An example of a PA, presidential appointment without Senate confirmation, is the Treasurer of the United States. But that's not all the political appointees. The ones who aren't appointed by the president directly are hired under various authorities, various hiring authorities. The most common authority is Schedule C. This refers to accepted federal service that is confidential or policy-making in nature. Schedule Cs include 22-year-olds just out of college working their first job. They include seasoned veterans of multiple administrations who've come out of retirement to work for the president they love. And they include everybody in between. A majority of political appointees are Schedule C appointees.
Okay.
Another prominent hiring authority that is used for political appointees is the Senior Executive Service, or SES, specifically non-career SES. The Senior Executive Service was established during the presidency of Jimmy Carter in the 1970s, and it was designed to ensure that well-qualified people could serve in the federal government at executive levels above the normal civil service. About 10% of SESs can be non-career or political. So a good percentage of political appointees are hired under SES authority. Many senior political appointees, not exactly household names, but known among the Beltway political class, are non-career SES appointees.
He looks nervous because he knows exactly what he's proposing with this project.
Now, every 4 years, the government publishes a report to Congress on policy and supporting positions. It's informally known as the Plum Book, and I highly recommend that you check it out. In December of 2020, the most recent Plum Book, across all federal agencies, there were 1,118 PAS positions, presidential appointment with Senate confirmation. There were 354 PA positions, presidential appointment without Senate confirmation. There were 724 non-career SES positions, and there were 1,566 Schedule C positions. That's a total of 3,762, right between that 3,000 to 4,000 number that I mentioned earlier.
Well, keep in mind, John Bainbridge, this isn't intended for us. This is intended for the fervent believers. You know, this is intended for people who are, like, committed to this, but know exactly dick about government work, you know? This is where they're at, you know? Like, they need to start from, like, square one and clearly enunciate while describing the processes. Otherwise, the people who are watching this won't know what to do. So, like, when we talk about, like, the banality of evil, like, that's what this is. It's literally, it's this. We're looking at the banal evil.
Now, the federal bureaucracy is very complicated, and there are all sorts of rules about creating new positions
no one with Riz
that
wants
are
to be
accepted.
involved in this.
There are all sorts of rules about what happens.
Like keep in mind, all of the people that work with Project 2025 are like Rizless nerds who are paid to be wrong about stuff. Like, that's their entire job, is to be wrong about things and to write papers about how actually being wrong about a particular topic is good, you know?
When someone who's nominated for a Senate confirmed position is still awaiting confirmation by the Senate, and who can be acting in that role in the meantime. But those are stories for a different video. For now, think about those approximately 3,700 political appointees that I mentioned. They serve at the pleasure of the president. Sometimes we all get a reminder that they serve at the pleasure of the president, like when the president fires a
Paladin Lust. Yeah. These are the people who are so deep in the cult, they're going to make $45,000 per year for an impossibly low-ranking and shitty position in one of the most expensive cities in America to basically rubber stamp deregulation written by Alec until they're ultimately downsized as part of phases 2 or 3. Yeah, I think the comparison to Scientology's Sea Org is completely and utterly warranted here. They're basically just looking for shock troops to bureaucratically seize control of the government. And once they have control, they don't really care what happens to these people.
Cabinet secretary. But in fact, all political appointees serve at the pleasure of the president. What must they be thinking about as they go into their office every morning? What pitfalls do they need to watch out for? And how on earth did they get there in the first place? Well, as I mentioned, Caitlin Stumpf was my deputy at the White House and is now my colleague at the Heritage Foundation. And Caitlin's going to explain a little more about how these people did get to where they are.
So, we just learned about several types of federal jobs. And I bet you're wondering, how can I obtain a political appointment in the next presidential administration? Well, the answer is PPO. PPO stands for the Presidential Personnel Office. It's an office in the White House that acts on behalf of the president to meet his staffing needs.
Do you think that she wears that shirt because at some point in her life she was hunted for sport? Did she play the most dangerous game and she won and that earned her a position in the administration? And now she's always just a little bit worried that one of her colleagues might do it again?
It is structured like many other offices in the White House. There's a director who's an assistant to the president, perhaps a deputy director, and
Also, her fashion would be fine, but not like this.
Associate directors who are often special assistants to the president, and various other staff who report to the director and his associates. The main mission of PPO is to identify, recruit, and evaluate candidates for all political appointments and nominations across the federal government. Some questions that PPO may help answer include: who will be the ambassador to France? Who will be the chief of staff at the Department of Commerce? Who will serve as a senior advisor to the Secretary of the Treasury? And who will fill that entry-level position at the Department of Housing and Urban Development? This is where PPO comes in. Now, each role is unique, and for those higher-level positions, such as the ones in the president's cabinet, the president likes to select those people himself. However, PPO can still have a role to play here. They can still identify and pass along candidates to be interviewed by the president. It depends on the administration, but the director of PPO and the president will meet to go over 3 important topics: new and upcoming vacancies, the ongoing nomination process, and how the political appointees across the federal government are serving the president. There are 2 important points to remember when thinking about PPO and staffing. First, for higher level positions that require Senate confirmation, it is up to the Senate to determine when to convene and vote on these nominees. Second, PPO focuses on federal agency hiring, not White House hiring. So, each head of every White House...
If you're wondering why they're going into explicit detail about all of this to a degree, like I feel like at this point in the video, we get it. You know, we understand. We understand what you're going for. But I feel like they're having to go into excruciating levels of detail because they know that there are going to be people who sign up for this and think that they're going to be in the White House. You know? They know that there are going to be, like, MAGA folk who sign up to be part of this, who think that they are going to be, like, in the room with Donald Trump. You know, and they need to set the expectations. You're here to be a bureaucrat. No one's going to know who you are. But you've done a very good job by helping us do a fascist takeover of America.
Office is able to staff his or her own office. PPO shapes the various federal agencies because it is the entity that acts on behalf of the president to ensure robust and effective political management of those agencies. We've also discussed the difference between accepted federal service and the regular career federal hiring process. An important difference to remember is who does the evaluation of a candidate's qualifications. When it comes to political appointments, PPO is the agency acting on behalf of the president, determining if a candidate is qualified. It's not relevant if the media or other people in the administration disagree about a person's qualifications. If PPO believes in them, then they have the job. Now, a brief digression is in order here. We just talked about political hiring, which PPO does. But PPO still works with the Office of Personnel Management, or OPM. That office is responsible for creating HR policy for all federal employees. Suppose you have a federal employee who is delinquent or failing at their job. How many warnings should be issued to this person? Who should be responsible in issuing them? What if the employee alleges that despite what it looks like, they are actually suffering from retaliation or discrimination based on their sex or race? OPM, OPM, OPM. OPM is the entity.
Do conservatives not know that you can make those allegations at any job? Like you are supposed to have legal protections for those things?
That would deal with all of these questions. One thing we understood during our time in the Trump administration is the importance of retaining political control over OPM. There were several career employees in powerful positions that hindered the work of the president and his staff. These were later replaced by political appointees. OPM is the federal entity that actually processes the paperwork of political appointees once PPO has selected them. It is vital for PPO and political leadership of OPM to have a productive working relationship and to speak regularly about personnel strategy. If PPO is the who, OPM is the how. Once PPO selects someone to be hired, OPM is responsible for onboarding them. There are many issues that affect the federal workforce that go beyond the typical HR issues we are all familiar with.
Okay.
For example, how many political appointees are there? Can there be...
So, basically, this seems like they are setting out how you would undo workplace protections in the government in order to cull the dead weight of government. That's basically what this seems like. You know? Welcome, Vosh Raiders. Hello, hello. We're going over every video in Project 2025. You know, as many as I can get through tonight. And we'll probably continue tomorrow. Welcome, folks. Make yourselves comfortable. Get a big old glass of water. If you don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I'm a trans lady. And you should hit the follow button, the subscribe button, the like button, and also give me money, because I need that in order to make this show happen. Anyway, here we go. Back into the fascist den.
Any new roles created? Which positions, if any, are reserved for career federal employees, and why? Which federal employees are considered essential during a pandemic, a blizzard, or a government shutdown?
Oh man, I want MAGA folk to be deciding who is and is not essential during a pandemic. God, they're just gonna send people out there to cough in your face. They're gonna actively spread the disease.
Under what authority should non-career federal employees be hired? And what is the process for converting a Schedule C employee into a career federal employee? OPM makes crucial decisions about these sorts of things. OPM also has an important role to play when it comes to security clearances. Political appointees, especially those at the Senate-confirmed level, require security clearances to complete their jobs. OPM plays a role in the speed of this process. Because personnel is policy, as the saying goes, PPO is in many ways the key to a successful administration. But if PPO and OPM do not have alignment, there will not be any success.
So, PPO, the Presidential Personnel Office, decides who gets a job as a political appointee. And OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, makes...
Again, I feel like this guy's training me in a McDonald's video from the 90s. I can't escape it. Maybe it's like the off-colored tie. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like it.
It happened. But what does the process look like for you, the prospective appointee? Well, first, you should assess your own interests and your own qualifications. Do you believe in the president's vision? Do you believe in the agenda that he's...
She shape-shifted. We found the gender fluid. Right there.
...set out during the campaign? Or are you just looking to advance your own career? You can't be a political appointee if you don't believe in the president's vision.
Yeah, basically, if you're not a true believer, we're not gonna pick you, okay? You need to be dumb as bricks and dedicated entirely to the president's vision, okay? We don't need you to be smart. We don't need you to be happy. We just need you to agree with the president to a fanatical degree, and as long as you do what you're told, everything's good. Because again, they're looking for the most fanatical death cultists available to them.
It's a tough job, too. You need to be willing to work long hours, to work on weekends. You need to be willing to implement the decisions of your bosses and not just march to the beat of your own drum. You got to be a team player for the boss, the president.
God. This guy gives me such bad vibes. It's actually really hard to articulate.
Think about what the president campaigned on. Think about what he promised the people who voted for him.
That he'd grab them by the pussy? You have to be more specific.
What do they expect from the president? And what do they expect from you? The president can't do it all on his own. He doesn't have the hours in the day. Some of it has to be...
I'm sorry, what?
The president can't do it all on his own. He doesn't have the hours in the day.
Okay, I misheard that.
Some of it has to be done by the political appointees. So what are you going to do? And what are you going to do when the media goes after you? What are you going to do when the going gets tough?
Also, we're talking about low-level, like, appointed folks who are not going to be making much money. The media is probably not going to go after you. Like, we're going to have bigger problems going on if there's a fascist takeover of America, okay?
Those are questions that you need to be asking yourself if you're interested in being a political appointee. Now, there are a few practical things that you should also know. One of which is that you're probably going to have to live in D.C. The swamp. Most political...
Is this complete nothing of a person? This guy is the second in command of Project 2025, so... You know. Also, I think the only thing you really need to know about him is he's the second in command at Project 2025, and he was endorsed by an outlet based in Hungary called the Hungarian Conservative. So, you know, I think that that's basically the worst vibes you could get. That is as close as you can get in the modern day to being endorsed by, like, Francoist Spain.
Political appointments, the vast majority are located in the Washington, D.C. area, and you're going to have to relocate at least during the work week. There are a few positions like state directors at certain agencies and regional administrators at certain agencies that are located outside D.C. But for the most part, you've got to be willing to live in D.C. The second thing that you should know is that it's much easier in all areas of the federal hiring process if you haven't broken the law. So, obey.
Look, we really wanted to get the January 6th boys back together, but unfortunately, it's a lot easier to get appointed if you haven't broken the law. So if you're a felon, maybe don't apply. This is like cartoonishly insane, right? Like, this is... I hope we get, like, in 10 years, okay? If we wind up in the good timeline, I want a Parks and Rec, like, mockumentary show about this entire time period. Because it would be incredible. It would be incredible. You would barely have to even write jokes, you know?
Obey the law, and we will have fewer problems with background checks and paperwork for the hiring process. And then the only thing I would say that completely precludes you from serving a president as an appointee is if you don't agree with the president's vision. If you're going to wreck, undermine, and take cheap shots at the president or at other people in his administration, then you definitely cannot be a political appointee.
God. Don't be mean to the president. He's got feelings. He might cry.
I also recommend that you familiarize yourself with the Plum Book, which I mentioned earlier. It will give you an idea of what positions are available for political appointees.
He's not saying that for any actual reason. He's just having, like, like flashbacks to when he got bullied in high school for being a nerd, like a hateful nerd.
What titles they have, what kinds of positions they are. It'll also
That
give you a
time he
little
got
bit of an
atomic
indication
wedgie.
about pay. Now, most federal employees are paid along the general schedule, or the GS, and it's a good approximation of what you'll expect to make as a political appointee. Note that in DC, there is locality pay, which reflects the fact that it's more expensive to live here than in most of America. But also remember that PPO decides how much to pay its appointees within the scope of the law. And you are not going to be on the normal federal hiring process, and you aren't necessarily going to be on the GS scale, the GS schedule. But it's a good approximation of what you can expect.
I feel like he's literally being like, you can't be a poor MAGA supporter if you're gonna do this, okay? You've got to have some money. you gotta have some money, because we're not gonna pay you enough to live here, all right? We might be fascists backed by billionaires, okay? But we're not gonna pay you money. That's for us.
If you're making millions of dollars a year in the private sector, then you're certainly going to get a pay cut if you become a political appointee.
Yeah, you know, the vast majority of people interested in this are making millions of dollars a year in the private sector. Uh-huh.
If you're just about to graduate college and looking for your first job, then being a political appointee might seem like a lot of money. And then, of course, there's everybody in between. But you and your family should have realistic expectations regardless.
Are you a high schooler who's currently flipping burgers at McDonald's? This might be a great opportunity for you.
And you should familiarize yourself with the general schedule and the Washington, D.C. locality pay. If you want to be an appointee, I also recommend that you network.
This guy hasn't talked to like a working class person in like 20 years.
Network,
and that's
network,
being generous.
network. Everything in DC is about who you know. So get involved in politics, volunteer for candidates and causes you care about, go to happy hours, go to events at conservative
Get absolutely blasted at the local bar.
organizations and on Capitol Hill. And always treat others with respect, because you never know in Washington where your next job is going to come from.
Unless they're trans. Or some other kind of minority that you can get away with being racist to. Because we're conservatives.
It's not unusual at all to work for someone who was once your intern. So, when you're being considered for a political appointment, you're going to interview with PPO, the Presidential Personnel Office. Let's assume that you're not being considered for a cabinet level role. You'll probably meet with 1 to 2 PPO staff who have a certain portfolio, and they're going to interview you for a
Find
position.
your local wife swapping
Sometimes
circle.
they are considering you for a specific position.
That honestly, I feel like that's a little too on the nose. I feel like that would be actual functional advice here. All right? These Republican folks are definitely like people who are on the down low and trying to spice things up in their marriage. Okay? They're definitely people who, like, the kind of folks who have like a threesome and suddenly their wife leaves them for like another woman. You know, and then they double down on the homophobia. I need to pee so badly because I've had like 3 of these. So I'm going to be right back. And I'm back. Hello. Let's dive into this, folks. Also, remember to hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos, folks. All right, let's go!
They have you as a candidate in mind, and sometimes they're just getting to know you and figuring out your qualifications and trying to determine where you would best fit in the administration. Caitlin and I have done hundreds of these interviews. In addition to...
Wait, so I legitimately got my first paid political position hanging out in a Hillel and getting shouted at, anyone want the job, then showing up to the interview and telling them that my great-grandpa worked for the right-wing terrorist organization? What? Damn. Oh, in the Irgun. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I did not know what terrorist organization you were talking about. That's crazy.
The typical questions that you're going to get asked at any job interview, PPO is probably also going to ask you to describe your political views, to talk about what attracts...
Honestly, at a certain point, they're probably going to wind up taking anyone who applies to this. They're just trying to dissuade, like, undesirables from applying, you know?
...you to the president's campaign. PPO is going to ask you to talk about what you want to do on behalf of the president at the relevant agency. PPO also might ask you to name some public figures or other politicians whom you admire, who you look up to. That's all part of the PPO interview process. As in any interview, it's important to remember to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You know, when I was interviewing people on behalf of President Trump, he wasn't there. So I had to ask myself, what would the president want me to ask this person? What would he...
Did you unironically do a WWDJTD?
He say if he were sitting right here? What is he looking for in this kind of position? No one is entitled to just work for the president. PPO has to make that decision. I will also say that everybody who comes before PPO will be treated with respect. PPO will act with integrity. PPO will put themselves in the other person's
Look, guys, Donald Trump had no idea about all of this.
shoes as well. Now, there's just a side note here. You know, it can feel like a big deal to be interviewing at the White House for a job, to be talking to somebody who represents the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. But think about all the people who...
It can feel like a big deal, but you know what? Fuck it. Have you considered just fuck it?
Came before you, and think about all the people who will be political appointees well into the future. It's a real honor to be considered to work for the president, and I hope that I never lose the sense of awe that I had when I spoke for the president, when I interviewed people on his behalf. The bottom line is that if you're smart, if you're willing to work hard, and if you share the values of the president, PPO is going to like you, and PPO is going to get you into the administration one way or another.
Again, to clarify, they don't want smart people, okay? They don't want smart people. They want, like, uneducated rubes who will do what they're told.
We'll find you the right seat on the bus, but it's important to get people onto the bus.
We'll find you the right seat on the bus? Oh boy, Republicans don't want to be talking about that. Holy shit. Oh boy. Buddy!
Early in an administration, the right people. PPO also is going to support you as an appointee.
We'll find you the right seat on the bus.
That's what PPO likes to do. It likes to support the best appointees, promote the best appointees, and hear what they're doing at their agencies to advance the president's agenda. Remember, it's also possible that PPO will want to re-interview all of its appointees. There's always high turnover in administrations, and people move around between agencies frequently, especially between a president's first and second term or after the midterm elections, things like that. Think about this from PPO's perspective. Does PPO want to interview you one time give you a job, and then never hear from you again? Or does PPO want to interview you, give you a job, and form a relationship with you and learn about what you're doing?
Form a relationship with you. Maybe, come over to your place to see what you and your wife are into, And, maybe PPO wants to look at you from across the bar and say, hey, my wife and I like your vibe. Maybe PPO wants to do that.
Through your work at an agency to advance the president's agenda.
Cavalier.
I think it's the second one. After your PPO interview, if PPO selects you, your information will be sent to the White House Liaison's office at the
And at the office, we'll put your keys into a bowl of all the other people's keys. And then we'll play a fun game where we just find each other's keys. It's a key party. It's a totally normal thing that we do all the time here up on the Hill.
relevant agency. White House liaisons are chosen by PPO to be PPO's eyes and ears at various federal agencies. There's usually a liaison, a deputy, and several other staff. It's the liaison from the White House to the agency, not the other way around. When PPO indicates that a candidate is a choice for a position, the White House liaison's office starts the paperwork. It's an exciting time. So how long does it take?
Basically Christmas.
Well, it depends. One of the things I'm most proud of is that during my time in the Trump administration, we greatly reduced the time it took to get people started in political appointments. Early on, it took months and months. In my own case, it was 9 months from the time I first interviewed until I started at an agency. But later on, with PPO and White House liaisons on the same page, we were working much faster. And one of the great things about Project 2025 is if we're successful, we're going to be in a position to get thousands of people hired into the new administration in the very first days, just like the Biden administration did, and unlike the bureaucratic delays that often hamper conservative hiring efforts. As long as we have a strong PPO,
Yeah, because this is all about taking over the bureaucracy. Yeah, we get it. We understand. We've heard like 3 hours of this so far.
White House liaisons and deputy White House liaisons, and strong aligned political leadership at the Office of Personnel Management, it won't take more than a few weeks to get you started. Of course.
Someone explain to me the bus thing. Look, there's a very famous lady named Rosa Parks, all right? And conservatives back in her day wanted her to sit in the back of the bus because she was black. And I feel like the rest of that is pretty self-explanatory.
I should say, if you are nominated for a Senate-confirmed position, I can't exactly predict what the Senate will do. But part of Project 2025 is we're going to come up with confirmation and nomination strategies, horse trading with senators to get our people confirmed.
Horse trading? Is Vosh involved in this? Is he being recruited? The sweet siren neighing of Washington?
Confirmed as quickly as possible. As an appointee, you'll definitely want to get to know your White House liaison. White House liaisons are a great resource. They can get you additional staff, they can help you do your job, and they're always working with PPO and political leadership at the Office of Personnel Management to give the president the personnel he deserves. Project 2025 will be hosting a White House liaison school in the near future, and I encourage all of you to watch that training as well. It's been debated in various conservative administrations over the years, loyalty versus experience. There are good arguments that loyalty and ideology in political appointees are more important than experience. President Nixon supposedly...
Yeah, it's almost like you're looking for, barely competent rubes in order to fulfill your agenda, because you don't care who is actually appointed, as long as they're a warm body and capable of, dialing numbers on a telephone.
Said that he preferred experienced people. President Reagan rejected this false dichotomy. While it's true that different administrations have different priorities, one thing is...
it's really weird how they continually put up Reagan on a pedestal and, Dude, his brain was soup. Like halfway into his first term. Like what do you mean? Yeah, how wise he was when he was being manipulated with candy.
Clear. If a president gets the wrong personnel who are not loyal to his agenda, he will pay a steep price. We've seen that over and over again. If you want to be a political appointee, you can be a political appointee.
Yeah.
If you're aligned.
Velvet, that does irk me somewhat. They're going to like put Donald Trump up on a pedestal like he was one of the greatest statesmen in American history. They're gonna be talking about him like he's this legendary political figure, and he's like the biggest dipshit we've ever seen.
With the president. You don't need a master's in public policy. You don't need to have spent your career in Washington, D.C. You don't need to have written 40 academic articles. You don't need to have litigated billion-dollar cases or argued in front of the Supreme Court.
You don't need to have written any articles. You could literally come from bumfuck nowhere and we won't care. Just do what you're told, idiot.
The career federal HR bureaucrats don't decide who's qualified to be a political appointee. PPO decides who's qualified to be a political appointee. The president was elected by the people to exercise the executive authority vested in him by the Constitution. He outsources some of that authority to PPO, and PPO hires political appointees who are going to get the president's work done. So, what can you do? Well, the short answer is go to project2025.org today. Fill out our questionnaire. Send us your resume. Get in touch with us.
Hey guys, it'd be a real shame if a bunch of you did this. It'd be a real shame if you wasted their time by sending them fake resumes. Definitely don't do that.
The long answer is get more involved in Project 2025. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, we have a policy book that will be released in the spring of 2023. Read it. If you agree with it, you'll feel right at home in our personnel database, which you can again find at project2025.org.
Look, guys, this is the long game. I'm secretly training you all to participate in this fascist takeover, okay? So by the end of this, I want you all to go sign up for Project 2025. Okay? A resume from Real Resume.
If you like this training video, we're going to be doing a lot more, and I hope you'll watch them. Once you've read the book, put yourself in the database, and gotten trained up, we're going to put you to work. We need people to draft executive orders, draft regulations, and think about personnel strategies, nomination strategies, and confirmation strategies across the federal government.
That would be fascinating.
Only then will we be ready on January 20th, 2025. Okay? Think about the issues that will face the administration that takes office in 2025. Think about what our country will look like in 2025. Think about what you like to do. Are you a policy person? Are you good at administrative stuff?
Yeah, just real quick, want to back this up real quick. Okay?
The federal government. Only then will we be ready on January 20th, 2025. Think about the issues that will face the administration that takes office in 2025. Allow people to draft executive orders, draft regulations, and think about personnel strategies, nomination strategies, and confirmation strategies across the federal government.
Yeah, you know, this gigantic conglomeration of think tanks funded by private interests really wants to have a direct hand in crafting all of these regulations and executive orders, guys. What could go wrong? I mean, when in American history has a corporation put its profits above the well-being of small towns across America, or say the water supplies of entire regions, or, you know, anything like that? Why, corporations simply have our best interests at heart. Why, I don't think you could name a single example of a corporation doing anything to harm the good and righteous people of America.
Only then will we be ready on January 20th, 2025. Think about the issues that will face the administration that takes office in 2025. Think about what our country will look like in 2025.
Okay, Cancer Alley, that was a fluke, okay? That was just several companies all accidentally dropping a lot of toxic waste into the atmosphere and the rivers and the soil, okay? That was a horrible accident that none of them intended.
Think about what you like to do. Are you a policy person? Are you good at administrative stuff? Do you like human resources or information technology? There are political appointments in all of those categories. If you like to travel, maybe Vance would be good for you because the president and the secretaries take a lot of cool trips. If you want to be in political communications, you're halfway there already if you're a good writer. Have you worked previously on Capitol Hill? Have you worked for a governor or state legislators? There are a lot of political appointments where that experience can come in handy. As long as you share the values that must drive the next administration. As long as you
adhere to our very, very loose standards.
Willing to work long hours on behalf of the president and his priority. And as long as you demonstrate courage under fire and a proven track record of holding firm under pressure, you can be a political appointee. You can bring the conservative change.
Yeah, honestly, Dragonfly, I feel like if you read off this if you got like a charismatic actor to read off the transcript of everything he said here, it would be a top tier parody of like a fascist organization in Fallout. You know, like if you added like some theatrical enunciation in here, you know?
To Washington that we all need.
Some asides.
Visit project2025.org today and put yourself in contention for a role in the next administration. Thank you so much for watching this training video. I hope you'll stay involved in Project 2025 and spread the word to your friends and family. Thank you.
Spread the word to your friends and family. You heard it, friends. Consider joining Project 2025 today. So, yeah, basically what we all witnessed here was him articulating in the most boring way imaginable how they intend to recruit people and appoint them in strategic positions to systematically destroy the bureaucracy that makes our government function. And I know that wasn't the most exciting thing, so I'm going to regale you with an account of how Vin Diesel got into acting, and hopefully that will make up for a little bit of it. So apparently, Vin Diesel's first acting gig, if you didn't know this, was in a stage play when he was 7 years old for a play called, I think it's Dinosaur Door. And he got the job because he broke into a theater with his friends in order to vandalize one of the sets. And he was caught prior to actually being able to accomplish this. He and his friends were caught. And rather than call the police on these young children, one of the theater folks offered them positions in the play. And kept them busy, got him off the street, and started his lifelong love of acting. Did he play a dinosaur egg? That's adorable. That's adorable. You know the guy who caught Vin Diesel? That's pretty cool. He was a friend of your mom's? Nice. Anyway, fun stuff. Wasn't that a fun little reward for getting you through yet another Project 2025 video? And I know that felt like an eternity, but that was actually only a 30-minute video. And yes, a lot of this might be boring as shit, but unfortunately, it's incredibly relevant to our current political climate, and is a very detailed, extraordinarily well-funded initiative to take over the American government and kill all of you, because I presume you're all trans and gay. I don't know that to be true. I just assume it to be true because you're here and I'm me. And yeah, it is morbidly fascinating. I'm glad. Also, Lady Raincloud, I saw you ask, is it irrational for you to be afraid of this? Absolutely not. It is incredibly irrational to be afraid of this. I am acting kind of nonchalant about it in an effort to try and make it a bit more palatable and fun for people to go over and learn about. But it is actually a gigantic threat that we should be worried about and should be aware of and should, frankly, tell everyone we know about. Because I think that this is one of those things that is kind of so boring that most people just are like, yeah, it's just a nebulously bad thing. And the government's always doing nebulously bad things. But I want you guys to know the specifics of all of the intricacies in which, in how this is bad. I want you to be able to articulate it. I want you to have an idea of how this would ruin your lives. And to be able to combat it more effectively. Well, that's the thing, Ms. Drislin. I think it is an incredibly tall order to ask people to read like 1,000-page plan to do evil. So instead, I think this is maybe the preferable means of disseminating info. Now, folks, we have been going for about 4.5 hours. Just a little bit over 4 hours and 20 minutes. Blaze it. So consider hitting the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. I can see how many of you have liked the stream. We need more. Those are rookie numbers. And consider that when you hit the subscribe button, you help me to become bigger than Hassan, baby, because that's what we're going to do. And don't you want to see a trans woman streamer who's bigger than Hassan? Okay, yeah, I'll play that card. I'll play that card. Don't you want to see that happen? I do. If it's me. And please consider supporting stream. This is actual agony for me to go through. So please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this is some grueling work, and I am struggling to fit it all in like the next 3 days before I take like a 5-day long break to go and relax with my loved ones. So you need a more California accent? I don't think I can manage that. I think if I tried, it would only be a very offensive caricature of Californians. You have bigger muscles than Hassan anyway. It's true. Look at these. Jack Valley Girl, when? Look, I need to be in much better shape to be a Valley Girl, okay? Those bitches are vicious. Arm wrestle with Hassan when? That's a no-win situation for Hassan, right? Like, you guys know that, right? Like, if he loses, we all know he didn't try. And if he wins, he beat a poor, defenseless trans woman, okay? I think it'd be funny, though. True. Maybe I'd do it for the memes. Okay. That's why it should be a game of skill. Look, I will face Hassan like a true adult, okay? Final destination, no items. how the civilized world settles arguments. Can you do a skit where you're recruiting people to sub to you and join your site, like that Project 2025 ghoul sounded? Sure. So, are you an empty baby brain dipshit? Are you someone who, when you wake up in the morning, you feel listless and purposeless? Are you someone who believes in a vague idea of justice? And do you drink Monster energy drinks every day, like a good trans person should? Well then, guess what? You're in luck. Sign up today for Project Me. 2020 Me. Alright? Because guess what? I need a small army of baby brain dipshits in order to maintain my ability to live. And you might be just the dipshit to help me out. So please, consider coming over today to riverboat.gg and becoming a part of a greater project to really change the way we do things around here. You know, there might be different departments that could use your assistance. There could be the shitposting department where we need able-fingered people to type up posts. It might be the music division where we come up with new and fantastic forms of propaganda. It might be in the division we dedicate to transing all of our neighbors. Something that, frankly, more people should be doing. And do you need to have a fancy college degree? Do you need to be able to make millions of dollars per year? No, you don't. You don't need either of those things. You actually don't need anything. You could be dressed in paper bags from the cast-offs of some sort of Chipotle-inspired knockoff restaurant. What we care about is that you're able to maintain the vision of Riverboat Jack.
I literally have no sense of self and regularly doubt my own existence as a person. I also enjoy Monster energy drink. Can you please tell me I am a real person so long as I keep paying you?
That's asking an awful lot of me, so I can't promise to tell you that you're a real person for as long as you keep paying me, but you know, if you go to Washington and will accept sub-minimum wage compensation, you're on the right track, okay? We need you to be able to scrimp and save and live like a raccoon in various dumpsters around the city in order to make sure that Riverboat Jack Enterprises is able to maintain and control a sphere of influence that will slowly grow wider.
I can get behind that.
Indeed. We need a small army of raccoon people to be able to drop estrogen into the local water supply. And this is really, you know, honestly, something that needs to be done for a negative amount of money. So really, you'll be paying me for the privilege of transing everyone in your local area. What about possum people? Look. There are certain situations in which we might need you to play dead. Okay? Now, I'm not going to go into extreme details about what those situations may entail, but you know, sometimes we might need someone with a certain set of skills to get out of a sticky situation. You didn't say you were courting us poors, refollowing. That's right. Riverboat Jack Enterprises isn't just for the elite anymore. You're not dealing with the average Riverboat Jack anymore. I must go get some water. Do it. Sticky? I'm Sticky. What situation? I can't go into more detail. I'm sorry. All right, bit is done. Literally just laying there on the pavement, letting them kick me in the gut without moving. I'm winning. Now, you might need to lay in a puddle of fake blood, but, you know, that's just a sacrifice you and your clothing will have to make. Thank you, Super Jet Guy. Thank you. Do you live on a boat? No, I'm made of lies. Do I like capybaras? I do. They're adorable. Don't even need the estrogen. Read books to kids while wearing a dress, and every cis person within a 500-mile radius will immediately turn trans. That is what conservatism has taught me lately. Well, Paladin, if it's real blood, it's even better. You know, we really need to sell the scene. Uncle Gumbald. Our grunkle. I can't work with amateurs. Alright. I'm disappointed by the lack of fishing content. I am bad at fishing, and I don't like it. But I'm gonna have to pee again, because I'm gonna finish this. Guys, get yourself a water jug. It's good. Ah, stream is not ending. My God. My God, stream is not ending. We're nowhere close to stream being ended. All right, we are now on video number 6 from Project 2025. But I'm going to go pee first so that I don't have to pee, hopefully, during the middle of this. So I will be right back. All of you fine Vosh Raiders, you get to hear the Couch Fucker song.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy of problem and his trouble as he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? Tate Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go down. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being Magastaning grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Yo, homie hearties, gather round the screen. What riverboat jack sails a pirate queen, with a red mane glowing and a smile so bright. She leads us through the digital night. In the game of Scrabble, the word was denied, but from its ashes, the meme did rise. The WA, a battle cry in the chat, it roars, echoing laughter through all shores. The WA, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. Through the seas of pixels, she guides our way. With politics and games every single day. Her partner by her side, a bond so tight. Together they shine, a beacon of light. From Scrabble's lost to a meme so grand, the WA will take a stand. In the chat, it's our rallying cry. With Jack at the helm, we reach for the sky. BWA, let's all shout. Raise your voices, no room for doubt. BWA, loud and clear. With Riverboat Jack, there's nothing to fear. So join the crew, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a pirate dream. BWA, forever we'll stay. In her ship of laughter, we'll always stay. BWA,
All right. We love the song Forlorn 79. Thank you so much for making it. And look, I'm not normally one to support AI music, but you know what? For memes, I think it's totally acceptable. For the memes, I'll allow it. Imp Ballin, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Thank you for being one of the few to answer the call that I made prior to leaving to go pee. Is all of them are great? Yeah. Couchfucker is one of my new faves. It's just so good. It's so good. I've never heard AI music. Yeah, GamerG over in Riverboat Chat writes the lyrics and then works with AI to make the music. Whew. What's this? What's this?
Half a deal. In fact, I had something.
Oh God. Even C-SPAN got this? Oh, come on. C-SPAN, why are you doing this to me?
People go to the grocery store and they have less than half a. People go to the grocery store and they have less than half a deal. In fact, I had something here. I did have something I would show you. Wait a minute. I don't know if you've seen this. I used it once. Oh, I have it. I do have it. Look at this. Look at this. So this is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation. This is Tic Tac. This is Tic Tac. This is inflation. This is what's happened. I just happened to have, somebody gave me this one today. I said, I think we'll put it up as an example of it.
That is, unfortunately, there's a history here between Donald Trump and Tic Tacs. it in here?
Moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news, Sarah.
No, Nancy. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there.
I have never heard an explanation from a conservative what it means to move on someone like a bitch. Like, that seems like the it seems like the opposite. But, that we're getting sidetracked here.
And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was not his recent inflation comments about Tic Tacs. Not the worst thing he's said involving Tic Tacs.
I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet.
You can literally hear the Tic Tacs in the clip.
Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
Pull the hell.
God, I hope Billy Bush feels really ashamed about this.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Anyway. That's your tiny segment about the history of Donald Trump and Tic Tacs. I think it's worth remembering. He's the guy who, brags about sexually assaulting women. Worth a mention. I can never understand how that wasn't the end of his political career, because conservatives successfully argued that bragging about sexually assaulting women is just what men talk about in the locker room. Conservatives have such a low opinion of men that they're like, hey, actually, it's just totally normal to brag about sexually assaulting women. That's a man thing to do. Like, I think it's a very low bar for men when it comes to conservatives, A low bar for what is acceptable behavior. There's no misandrist like a misogynist. True. I'm gonna be honest here, I have not bragged about sexually assaulting women. Good job, Code Mode. You're one of the good ones. Yeah, the whole locker room talk thing. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
People go to the grocery store and they...
No, we're not doing that one again. But that was very funny. All right. Moving right along. Okay. Oh boy. This one's going to be a rip-roaring good time, folks. Good way to put it. You have to have almost no respect for men to think it would be normal for us to brag about sexually assaulting people. Exactly. Like, if your opinion of men is such that, like, oh yeah, men talking about raping women is fine. Like, that's just a normal thing for men to do. You are not normal. And your opinion of men is 6 feet below ground. All right. Anyway, folks, this next one, next up for Project 2025, our deep dive. Background checks and security clearances. I somehow feel like we're gonna get into some weird territory here. My spidey senses are tingling on this one, folks. So let's dive in. Let's see what's going on here. Oh wait, Bledder Muskaj, are you trying to like talk about your penis to like entice me in YouTube chat? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that like a thing? Do you think that's gonna work out for you? Like what are you doing? Am I misreading the situation here? Maybe I'm casting aspersions, and if so, I apologize. I got my eye on you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Kirk. I'm with the Heritage Foundation, and I am teaching you today about federal background investigations and the security clearance process.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
Okay. Ah, this guy was Trump's senior advisor at the Office of Personnel Management.
If you are hired for a federal job, you have to go through the background investigation process. This starts when an agency decides to hire you and makes you a job offer. When you accept that job offer, they commence the investigation background checks. That starts when the United States government looks.
I feel like they need to go into excruciating detail about this because there is an extremely non-zero chance that the people who would apply for this are like all felons.
At employees whether or not they meet the suitability and fitness requirements for that position. This applies to anybody, whether you're a contractor, an employee, military, and it covers things like federal facility access, automated systems, classified information, and includes a PIV card. The PIV card basically is that credit card looking thing that allows you to access a computer or doors or entryways or access to security facilities. This investigation process is meant to assure the government that you are reliable, trustworthy, and suitable for that.
And you aren't going to do something like assault the Capitol to try and overturn democracy.
Job you have applied for. Federal employment background checks are really different from regular employment checks in the civilian sector. Depending on what you apply for, they can check for anything from your basic identity check, financial situations, criminal records. Even if it seems trivial, the government is required to fully investigate, to believe that you could affect your job performance.
But hey, our presidential candidate is a guy who's found guilty of 34 felonies and also has bragged about sexually assaulting people and also was found liable in civil court for doing a rape. So, you know, we're not going to be looking that hard at you guys.
Matters to them. What you do matters. Regardless of the type of background check, you will at least need to answer questions about where you lived, where you worked, attended school, military history, police records, and your friends. You will also need to have your fingerprints taken if you've never worked for the federal government before or you are trying to get a higher security classification. The scope.
If they go to get your fingerprints, don't try and pull a gun on them to try to murder them for infringing on your privacy. That's just part of the process.
And type of background investigation varies a lot, depending on the duties and responsibilities and access requirements, including classified, for that position.
I've been through this process in an old job. None of the chuddy people applying should be cleared at higher levels. Most, if it was properly done. Trump will probably have to gut the FBI to rubber stamp a lot of that, but a lot of them that will be waiting. Yeah, probably. That's probably why they're trying to weed out any undesirable fanatics, which is probably not an insignificant amount of them.
As does the amount of time that those various investigations will take to complete. The sponsoring, that's your employing or hiring agency, initiates your investigation and is responsible for determining in the end the appropriate level of investigation to be conducted based on your position's duties and responsibilities. After your sponsoring agency determines what type of background investigation you need, they may conduct the preliminary investigations themselves if they're an authorized investigations service provider, such as the CIA, the NSA, and other certain intelligence agencies. Or they may request another investigation service provider, like the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency at the Department of Defense, to conduct that investigation. There are certain steps required to complete an investigation. Step one is the questionnaire, filling out the forms. There are several forms: suitability, the standard form SS-85, the standard form SF-86. In order to conduct the background investigation of you, your sponsoring agency will ask you to complete an electronic questionnaire to include standard government forms, as well as various releases and supporting documentation, medical releases included, etc. But the agency gives you a code. You go onto the internet, you sign in, and then you can fill out the forms. During today's training session, we will focus on the SF-86 documentation, which is a form that many political appointees encounter upon accepting a job in the federal government. A guide to completing the SF-86 will be attached and is a reference material to this presentation. The current EQUIP form, which OPM designed, will soon...
I'm not gonna lie, so far this guy doesn't seem like overtly evil outside of being associated with Project 2025. This seems like mostly like, yeah, this is how the bureaucracy works. And I'm wondering if we're gonna be waiting for like 10 minutes for him to go unhinged. Like, I don't know. What? Just out of curiosity, I want to see who's more right. What timestamp in this video do you think he's gonna go off the rails? Wait, is this literally just gonna be how to fill out a form? It's a 30-minute long video, and we're 6 minutes into it. But I will also say they don't seem like they're keen on overestimating their appointees. Okay, 22 minutes, 22 seconds, 6 minutes. All right, let's go.
Be the new EAP form of the Department of Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency. The EQUIP form will still be used by OPM for things like the suitability test to make sure you have the qualifications to do the basic job.
I'm not gonna lie, as a nerd, it's really hard for me to hear OPM and not immediately think One Punch Man.
If you're not a nuclear scientist, don't apply for that job. Supporting documentation will also be requested from you, depending on your situation, to include but not limited to citizenship documents, residence history, employment history, and your selective service number. If you're a male, you must have applied for the selective service if you're in that age range where that applied. To not have that means you would not be qualified. In today's training session, we're going to review the background investigation process and equip you with the tools you need to properly navigate that system efficiently and effectively. To start, providing the information requested is mandatory.
You aren't old enough to know, but this is definitely the type of guy who is evil in the fundy sense. This guy was an evangelical. This guy have evangelical pastor, everyone but his church is going to hell vibes. Oh no, I am old enough to know about that. I grew up in that type of environment. I literally have like a Hal Lindsey book, like right there, just as like a little memento of that time. So I'm aware of his type, and he definitely gives off those vibes. But I'm wondering where he's gonna start advocating directly for, like, you know, the fascist overthrow of America. So far, each of these videos has had a moment like that, and I'm wondering when his is gonna really kick in, because so far it really seems like he's like, and this is how you fill out the form, sweetie.
Mandatory. It's voluntary for you, but mandatory to get the job if you don't supply it.
Yeah, this guy is very my brain wants to say Bob Hope, but I know that that's not correct. One of the big pastors, Franklin Graham. He's got big Franklin Graham energy. Derogatory.
You won't get the job.
This is number 6, Vox
It will
Syndicate.
adversely affect your eligibility and will restrict you from any access to a position or classified documents, certainly. If you misrepresent or falsify information, that will very negatively affect your chances of...
Now, I know you're all big dipshits, but don't lie on your forms because that is probably a crime.
of employment.
And we won't hire you.
And the job status if you have a current job and you've applied for a higher classification. And the potential consequences include, but are not limited to, removal, debarment from federal service, loss of eligibility for access to classified information, and frankly, they could prosecute you for it. It's a false statement. Once you
And frankly, we aren't going to be able to protect you from the long arm of the law until we've finalized our takeover of America, but that's really contingent on you being hired, isn't it?
finish filling out your form and provide all necessary documentation to your sponsoring agency.
Oh, Vosh's thoughts on the suit. I can tell you what his thoughts on the suit would be right now. It is extraordinarily ill-tailored. In basically every way a suit can be ill-fitting, it is currently ill-fitting. Like, I don't have anything nice to say about it. Like, the collar gap literally goes up to, like, below his ears, man. Like, that's bad. Like, I'm not, like, a snob about suits or anything. Like, I don't make a stink about collar gaps, but, like, holy shit, guys.
Your sponsoring agency will then review it for accuracy and complete documentation. They will help you if you request, fill out anything that you have questions about. Your agency may send the electronic questionnaire back to you to correct any missing or inaccurate information. There are systems in place now with EAP where they can tell if you've filed a wrong zip code for the city you say you're in, and they will automatically fix that. But for other incorrect information that is obviously incorrect, they will ask you to correct that. Your sponsoring agency has the right to determine your suitability and make an unfavorable determination at any point during this investigative process. Whether or not EQIP or EAP applies, if they determine for some reason that you're not suitable and that you're not, for the good of the service, a person that should occupy that position, they do not have to hire you.
Look, if you're a big dipshit, we're not gonna hire you, okay? You need to be the right level of dipshit. Like a low-level dipshit, but not quite the deep, unadulterated kind of dipshit that usually is attracted to this when we make fascist overtures to overthrow the government.
A favorable final determination can only be provided after your investigation is complete. However, interim
I will say I would never take advice on what is and is not suitable from a guy who's wearing this type of suit.
eligibility or access may be granted to you at the discretion of your sponsoring agency if specific portions of your investigation return favorable results. In other words, you might start the job.
Yeah, like it is, Saxon, I think I agree with you, right? Like, part of what's really baffling about this one is the intense focus on, like, hey, for real, don't be a criminal. Don't do things that would get you arrested while applying for this job that we need you to get as a key part of our fascist plan to take over America. Don't be a criminal.
And later get a negative result, which will remove you from that position. As a political appointee, you do not have appeal rights from that decision. During your investigation, the Defense Counterintelligence Security Agency, or DISA, may conduct searches at law enforcement.
Yeah, look, we're gonna basically this is a 30-minute long segment to tell you that you should not be posting on Twitter about how you want to kill Joe Biden. Don't do it. Don't be posting about that, because if you do, we can't hire you. And we really want to hire you in particular if you have that kind of ideology. Okay? That's kind of exactly our jam, but we need you to not say it explicitly in writing on your social media account.
Enforcement entities, courts.
For legal purposes, that was a joke. I was pretending to be that man. I was doing a voice. It was a bit. Please don't show up at my apartment.
Your prior employers, educational institutions, creditors, and other record repositories where they can find out anything about you. Your friends,
They're
co-workers,
going to give you record suppositories?
landlords, family, neighbors may be contacted to verify where you lived, worked, or went to school, and your behavior during.
Okay, can someone explain collar gap? It's basically a well-fitted suit is not supposed to have a gap between, like, your undershirt and your neck or your suit coat and your neck. So, like, his suit coat here riding up above his ears means that it is an extremely ill-tailored suit, if tailored at all, which I sincerely doubt.
During those periods of time. Additionally, an investigator may interview you to verify, expand upon, and or clarify the information you provided.
Boom, right here. There's your collar gap. The gap between his collar and the suit. Like, honestly, this looks like the suit is wearing him. Like, it's been possessed by a ghost and is puppeting him around. Weekend at Bernie's style.
On your investigative questionnaire. Be truthful at all times. It matters. Several different investigators may work on your investigation at the same time, depending on the locations of your listed activities. Some of you will have had overseas trips and internships. Those embassies at that country will be contacted, and their
Peepo and Sons does not allow collar gaps on their suits. He's a tailored little boy. I guess little man, because he practices law. Unless he's the Doogie Howser of law? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
local investigative officers will determine the truth or not of your statements. They may be federal employees or contractors to an investigation services provider, all doing the same work and following the same laws, rules, and regulations in their conduct of their affairs. The investigators submit.
How many times does he need to say, do not be a criminal? Look, okay, someone popped a thesaurus on this speech, okay? Like, they needed to figure out all of the combinations one could use to say, do not be a criminal. Like, honestly, okay, I know I play this clip a lot. But it's just this video is giving me this vibe.
I didn't realize it was even a conversation. I always assumed we would be heavily involved.
This is bad. We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids. It's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song that says, ooh, I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No little kids, gotta be big, older than my wife, older than my daughter, something like that.
Don't write a song about that.
No, I'm cloudy. I got a headache.
What's the point of digging into Project 2025 stuff? To let you know exactly what it is, that it is real, and that it presents a very credible threat to the state in which we live. And so that you guys can then share these videos, because I'm going to be making each one of these its own little segment. And also, so that you guys can tell other people about Project 2025, exactly what it is, exactly to what extent they have plans. That's why we're digging into this, because they have these are training videos on how to overthrow the US government, how to undo democracy. Like, that's why we're talking about them. And it's boring as shit, but it's very important. Oh, Trump said he had almost nothing to do with it? Okay, something you need to understand about every single one of these videos, every single one of these training videos is headed by someone who worked in the Trump administration at the highest levels of the US government. Donald Trump absolutely knows about Project 2025. And just real quick here, I'm going to throw this up here. I was going to play it at the beginning of stream, but I wound up not doing that. I apologize. Here. I do like and appreciate that the Kamala HQ account just live tweets every single time Trump goes out there and makes fun of him. It's a good strat. Okay. Take a look here. Where is it? Ah, found it. Here is just a couple things here. So, gonna throw these up here. So Donald Trump says he has nothing to do with it. Here is some leaked footage of the leader of Project 2025. Let's see what he has to say, huh? The guy who masterminded this entire thing. Let's take a look.
Expected to hear 10 more times from the rally, the president, distancing himself from the left's boogeyman of Project 2025.
Yeah. And you're not worried about that?
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
He's running against the brand. He is not running against any people.
Okay.
He is not running against any institutions. It's interesting, he's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy. Yeah. He's been at our organization, he's raised money for our organization, he's blessed it from the, I remember walking into our last day in office and told him what I was going to do. So he's very supportive of what we do. Expected to hear.
Oh. So I believe this is what is called Trump being caught in a lie. Because that's the leader of Project 2025 and the head of the Heritage Foundation talking about how Donald Trump knew exactly what they were going to do, endorsed it, raised money for them, and has physically been to their headquarters to talk about this stuff. I wonder if there's any more information. Let's see. Oh, wait, there's more to these clips? That's crazy.
The president's actually come up with a strategy that'll politically and with momentum are giving people works so long as the president's actually come up with a
Twitter audio player is such ass. Or video player. Good God.
the president's actually come up with a strategy that works so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, you know, he's just casually discussing how the plan that he came up with and that Donald Trump has co-signed is giving him an unelected official who is external to the government and paid by billionaires the ability to do legislation.
Block funding for fetal tissue research. What I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him take it to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum. The president's actually come up with.
I wonder if there are any other clips. It'd be really weird if there were more clips of this guy talking and undermining the assertion that Donald Trump made that he had nothing to do with Project 2025.
So I am very happy with the JD pick. I think it's transformative for sure. And he's.
By the way, of course he'd be happy with the JD Vance pick because JD Vance was basically put in as a way to make sure Donald Trump followed through on Project 2025 stuff.
You know, think of him as a member version of what we do.
Yeah.
So there's no think tank, no policy organization, no battle plan creator other than us for the worldview that I think Donald Trump has and that JD has. The best example is like the campaign selected me to be the platform because of their views on my policy ideas, and they're not running from all of the negativity that I get from the press.
I see. So they haven't been spooked on you as a person, you don't think?
No, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be their transition pick because then they have all these kinds of stories.
Yeah.
But no, the relationship is great.
The head of the Trump transition team has not yet been appointed, but Vogt says that no matter who is named, he'll be able to hand over his Project 2025 battle plans directly.
If it's someone like a Stephen Miller or Bob Lighthizer, then all this stuff gets plugged right in. If it's not, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But all of it will be designed for a theory of the case that President, if a battle plan is out there that will do what he wants, there are the people like me that have his trust that will be able to get it to him in whatever position we're at, or I could be at Center for New America, but the relationships will be there, the trust level will be there.
And are you going to like rebrand that second phase at all?
For what I do,
yeah,
the brand's not important.
And you're not worried that if it has Project 2025 on, he's going to go like,
no.
And you're not going to publish those?
No.
They go straight to.
Yeah, they're very, very close hold.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's been an education.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
You can show us that.
Interesting stuff. Battle plan, Project 2025. That we are going over what the battle plan is. Yeah, so Donald Trump knows exactly what this is. He knows exactly what is going on here. JD Vance knows exactly what's going on here and is directly involved with Project 2025. Like, this is all the things. Like, I'm sorry, like, you don't get every single conservative think tank together and make this detailed and well-funded of a plan. And the leader of the Republican Party doesn't know about it. You know? Like, 0% chance that that is the case. Absolutely 0% chance. Let's see here. Where were we? Ah, yes.
reports, and these written reports of searches and interviews come back through a report of investigation to the primary documents providing agency.
Remember, do not be a criminal. Definitely don't be a criminal.
Once that investigation is complete, it is sent back to your sponsoring agency so that your sponsoring agency can make a suitability, fitness, and/or security determination regarding your employment. For some types of investigations, a written request is a primary means of gathering information about a person's character, conduct, or employment history. The agent will send a letter asking...
Yeah, also, like Patrick Lucas, I think part of why I'm covering this is because there are people who will straight up say this isn't real. It's literally the culmination of every major conservative think tank coming together and drawing up like their wet dream list of how they want to make the government work.
The school, can you verify that John actually graduated in the year, and did he have any problems at the school? In these cases, DISA sends that written inquiry to the employer, for instance, to verify the individual's employment history and gather relevant information. For other types...
Look, okay, if you put a school and you say you graduated with a degree from that school, we're going to check. If you say you had a job, we're going to check. Do not lie on these forms, we will check.
Types of investigations, however,
it will be
DISA may send an actual investigator to gather this information personally, sometimes under oath from the provider. In all cases, your timely cooperation is appreciated, and it helps our government efficiently fill out these critical positions with qualified applicants. We want you to serve. This is how you get there. Each agency has their own personnel security office. Once they have received your completed background investigation, they will review all contents of the investigation and make a suitability, fitness, and/or security classification recommendation. It is important to note that the Personnel Security Office makes a recommendation, not a final determination. The final suitability determination belongs to the senior political appointees at that respective agency. And these have been known to be made by the secretaries of an agency when everybody else has contrary opinions underneath it. If your position requires access to classified information or facilities, your sponsoring agency will also determine as to whether or not you will be granted what level of security clearance. Your security clearance is based on the results of your background investigation. The decision to grant you a clearance, although technically separate from the decision made on your eligibility based on your investigation, is often made at the same time and in conjunction with the decision based on your investigation. So those are two different actions, one by the agency, one by the referring investigator. If a clearance is required for the position, this decision may or may not impact on your ability to be employed by that sponsoring agency or contractor. As a clearance holder, you are required and expected to report any issues or life circumstances.
Also, one thing I haven't mentioned about this video yet is that he is describing the process through which you get security clearances and then have access to secret documents and materials and secure facilities and such. If they win, the worst people, the true believers, are going to have access to the state secrets of America. And I feel like I don't have to go into a lot of detail about how bad that would be for all of us.
That may affect your eligibility to hold your position or access classified information. If something happens to you while you have a classification of a security clearance, secret, top secret, or SCI, you must report it. If you do not report it, that is grounds for removal. Don't hesitate to report it. It can be mitigated. This is a new process that started in 2018-2019 while I was at the Office of Personnel Management. The investigations policies and procedures have evolved since the 2016 time when some of you served previous administrations. The entire investigations community is now in the midst of transitioning from a periodic reinvestigation procedure to a continuous evaluation, or CE model, also known as continuous vetting, to ensure federal, military, and
So don't break the law after you get the job. Again, if you broke the law in the past, that's probably bad and you shouldn't apply. But also don't break the law after you get the job, because we're going to be doing a continuous type of vetting. Okay, don't break the law afterwards. You know, you might get the job. Don't use that opportunity to then post on social media about doing illegal acts. Okay, don't do that. Do not break the law after you apply or after you get selected for the job, because we can just get rid of you, and that would be a lot of paperwork for us.
Contractors continued eligibility for employment and or access to classified material. This model consists of you enrolling in a program that will track and alert your employing agency or organization to any changes in your eligibility based on suitability and those factors that determine whether you can still have access to important information or be barred from certain classifications, or frankly,
What were the fascists thinking or hoping for by openly promoting Project 2025 since last year? Frankly, it's a couple of things, right? Good question, by the way. They were thinking a couple of things. One, they were thinking that people wouldn't care. Okay, they were thinking that your average people who are going to turn out and vote don't care about what think tanks do, because usually when think tanks do anything, very few people outside of Washington or outside of like politically brain poisoned enclaves like this one care. However, they were also banking on the fact that that Donald Trump was going to be campaigning against Joe Biden. And Joe Biden looked very, 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 very vulnerable. So they did a little bit of calculating, and they figured that it was worth the risk of any potential blowback, because they need, if they really want to take power, if they really want to seize power in America, what they need is to recruit thousands of yes men to participate in this program. And in order to do that, you need to start like 2 years ago, which is what they did. But once you've started the program, you need a way to get people into it. And in order to keep it all above board, they need to be honest about what it is. And also, all of the materials we're going over right now were never meant to be released to the public. And we are very fortunate that someone either within the organization or some very intrepid reporter managed to get a hold of these. So those are kind of the two main components here. But I think there's a third one, and that is this is kind of their last chance. They know that Donald Trump is old. If he doesn't win this time around, how old is he going to be next time around? Trump age, I always forget. He's 78 years old. If he loses this time, he's going to be running as an 82-year-old next time. And I know, let me put it this way. Biden is looking pretty rough these days. And Biden is 81 years old, okay? So being a year older than Biden is now and having to hardcore campaign, and also possibly being in prison, because again, a lot of his situations regarding the law are kind of contingent on him winning election. It's not looking too good for Donald Trump to run again in 2028. It's just not looking too good. He doesn't have the juice. He barely has the juice to run right now, let alone 4 years from now.
Frankly, have to be removed from your position for violations.
Frankly, if you break the law, we're going to have to get rid of you. I don't know what to say. Like, don't break the law, okay? All right, don't lie on these forms and break the law in that way, and don't break the law in a variety of other ways. And do not diddle kids. Definitely do not diddle kids.
You may be enrolled at any time while being employed with or on behalf of the federal government. It is not an option. It is an agency determination. Security clearances. There are 4 levels of security clearances. A confidential, this type of security clearance.
Yeah, they overplayed their hand out of necessity. Like, they didn't really have another option. This is their shot to do the thing.
This provides access to information that could cause damage to national security if disclosed without authorization. It gets reinvestigated every 15 years, even with the continuing vetting. You'll be fully reinvestigated every 15 years. Secret is when you have a classification that gets reinvestigated every 10 years. Top secret is every 5 years, and top secret sensitive compartmented information.
Is it breaking the law if I apply as a non-USA citizen? I don't know. I haven't heard them say a non-US citizen can't apply.
Is an access program that gets added on to the top secret clearance and is continuously vetted. If the hiring office requests it, an applicant can be granted an interim security clearance due to backlogs or inefficiencies, or you just haven't gotten cleared. Final clearances usually are supposed to be processed and adjudicated in less than 90 days. Some agencies are backlogged, so your agency should prioritize any political appointees to get in there and start doing the job immediately the day they hit the ground. With an interim clearance, classified work can be performed, but in a temporary capacity until a background investigation can be completed. It is possible that the job you apply for is a public trust position. Public trust is not a security clearance, but depending on the job, you must complete either the standard form 85 or 85P questionnaire. That determines that you are in all other capabilities and capacities qualified to be a federal employee. In order to obtain a security clearance or higher, the investigation requires agents to interview people who have lived and worked with the applicant at some point in the last 7 to 10 years, sometimes even further back if you've lived overseas or had a long string of moves across the country. In that situation, investigators will use the standard form 86F to conduct their investigation. Next, we're going to discuss several factors that could disqualify you from obtaining any security clearance. If the job you're considered for does not require a security clearance, it is still important to pay attention to these disqualifiers because they disqualify you from any federal employment. Personnel security officers at each agency will consider all of these factors when considering you for a position, regardless of the security.
The number one thing they'll consider is whether or not you broke the law, so don't do that part, okay? Do all the things that lead up to applying, but then don't break the law.
Clearance required for your position. Some disqualifiers are citizenship. You absolutely must be a U.S. citizen to work for the federal government. The applicant must show that he is either a U.S. citizen by birth or a naturalized citizen. Illegal immigrants and green card holders cannot be considered for government jobs because of law. If non-citizens lie on their application about being citizens, they are automatically disqualified.
So do not break the law, folks. There you have it. Don't do it, Olada. Do not break the law. Don't break the law. Have I stressed enough in this training video how you should not break the law? Do not lie to the government. Do not break the law.
Of course, they're also properly prosecuted for violation of false statements to the government. Criminal history. In most cases, individuals tried in federal criminal courts are disqualified from government jobs. If you've been convicted of a crime, you will not be serving in the federal government. Crimes such as fraud, embezzlement, and tax evasion,
or storming the Capitol on January 6th. Don't break the law.
Show a lack of moral character, just like similar white-collar offenses that are highly frowned upon and will bar you from service. Bankruptcy or debt. Your credit history is assessed by banking professionals who work for the federal government. Although there is not a minimum credit score to obtain employment in government, it is not favorable if you have accumulated debt and filed for bankruptcy that you're not able to be responsible for. For the government,
Man, it sure is convenient for Donald Trump that he does, none of these apply to him. A guy who's been bankrupt like 17 times, guy who is currently convicted of 34 felonies.
Government, this means that you are unable to comply with financial obligations and are considered grounds for disqualification. However, owning a house with a large mortgage is not a disqualifier. Substance abuse. Admitting drug use on a security clearance automatically disqualifies a candidate from the job. Unfortunately, even though some states allow...
Sorry. He has filed business bankruptcies either 4 or 6 times. I guess he has never filed personal bankruptcy. So that's an important distinction. Do not do crimes.
Allow it. This absolutely means marijuana admission within the last 6 months will bar you from the federal government. If a candidate is using illegal substances now or is addicted to prescription medication, the government finds them automatically unreliable and denies them a clearance.
That's right. Don't smoke the devil's weed, okay? The devil's weed will lead you into directions that mean you support the liberal agenda or Iran. Those are the only 2 options.
If a candidate is a former addict, however, and can show proof of recovery, they could be allowed to apply for a government job. Inconsistencies. Irregularities on your application or during your interview, the government can discover all of these inconsistencies against which they already know many things. Assume that everything in your past, from your parents' birth to everything the minute you file that application.
Your parents better not have been doing illegal things when they were coming out of the womb, okay? Hail Swayback, thank you for subscribing! I think that's the first person in like an hour to support stream. Thank you so much, BBBBBBB.
Is somewhere in a government record or it's discoverable. Reasons for concealing any aspect of your life raise even more questions and will not be acceptable. Conflicts of interest. Other occupations or familiar relations might be considered a conflict of interest on a federal level. The best course of action is to disclose any such information during the interview process. If your wife works for a major contractor for that same government agency, that familial relationship may bar you from service. SF 85 disqualifications. The questionnaire for public trust positions is the most commonly used questionnaire when conducting background checks for all government positions. If you provide false information on this questionnaire, you intentionally lie or withhold relevant information, you will be disqualified. Bad credit. When you're applying for that public trust clearance, bad credit might be a determining factor if it's not been covered. But that depends on the position. If it's a low-risk position, and
they're really gunning for the bottom of the barrel type folks here. They really know the median intelligence of their supporters. Yeah.
I'm talking, you're not going to be as a janitor, but that would be a low-risk position. A moderate risk or high risk.
Joe Bird,
so a high-risk position might be a very bad bar.
I see what you're doing in Twitch chat. I can't say it while this guy's on screen. I just can't.
Now, how do you improve your chances of getting a government position?
Well, there are a number of ways you can improve your chances of getting this government position. But number one is not to do anything illegal. That's the number one way you can improve your chances of getting this government position. Please don't do any law breaking. All right? And number two, are you familiar with the work of Harvey Weinstein?
Becoming permanently employed in the government is not an easy or automatic fact. But even if you think you might not be the best candidate for any position with the government, there are certain strategies that can help you improve your employment opportunities. First, the obvious one is become a U.S. citizen. You can do that several ways.
All right.
But do it correctly. You can join the military and become a U.S. citizen that route.
That's right. In the 80 days we have between now and election day, join the military and become a citizen. It's very easy.
You can become a naturalized citizen and do it in that route. The first matter verified in a federal criminal background check is citizenship. If you lie about your status as a citizen, you're automatically disqualified. It is mandatory then to first work at becoming a citizen before applying for a job. Be qualified.
Wait, so if it's mandatory, then you're not really improving your chances of obtaining a government position. That's a necessary component. You're not, I guess technically insofar as, not being a criminal also in that regard would improve your chances of obtaining a government position.
Do not waste your time and energy on a position that requires different qualifications than what you have.
How is this video 30 minutes long? God, this is like for children who don't know how jobs work. This video is for like a literal fresh out of high school person who hasn't had a job and doesn't understand. Can we skip this one? We have 6 minutes left. And you know what? We're finishing it. We came this far. This is sunk cost fallacy in action, okay?
If you can show that you're a nuclear scientist, apply for that position, but don't if you can't. During the federal suitability determination process, they will realize that you lacked suitability for the position. Your talents will be better utilized elsewhere. Choose a job and apply for it that best is suited to your skill set. Complete application. A complete application is one of the federal background check requirements. Government recruiters do not review incomplete applications. Be sure to fill out each required field and answer every question required of you. Incomplete applications will be sent back to you or not processed.
Get good sleep.
Pay off your debts. Improve your credit rating. If you
get money, stupid.
have any debt, pay them off before applying for the job you want. Being debt-free will show the government that you are responsible and reliable. A very high credit card maxed out debt picture does not show financial fiscal responsibility. You want to be a responsible employee of the government. Rehabilitated behavior. Past criminal offenses on your permanent record or any drug offense can be overlooked if you show that you have overcome your problems and that you are fully rehabilitated. Drug abuse, however, is one of the CIA's always permanent absolute employment disqualifiers. Appealing a denial or revocation of a clearance.
Yeah, you better not be doing that Mary Jane, okay? Because it's reefer madness up in this bitch.
What's going to happen is you will be denied a clearance and you'll think you should appeal it. There are processes. When you're denied a clearance or you have been revoked for a
Yes, exactly, Foxbat. You can't have debt. You need to be a U.S. citizen, presumably by joining the military instantaneously. Do it now. And you can have broken the law, but if you feel bad about it, then it's fine. But if you do a drug, if you do one little bit of that reefer, oh boy, they're gonna come down on you like the hand of God, okay? The CIA is gonna break in. They're gonna be like, hands up! Blam, 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 blam! And that will be your story. But, you know, if you get blackout drunk every day, you're fine.
Continuing evaluation factor by a central adjudication agency, you have an opportunity to appeal that decision. You first appeal through your agency security personnel office. The process for doing so differs between military and civilian personnel. In Executive Order 12968, Access to Classified Information, you will find the process for military and civilian personnel.
Guys, I really want to apologize for opening up this small portal to hell for all of you, okay? I do sincerely apologize, okay? Like, I know a lot of you, you're good people at heart, okay? But what I'm doing right now is the spiritual equivalent of the Scared Straight program, okay? Because you all need to know that if you are behaving poorly in this life, you wake up, okay? You wake up in a cart, trundling along a road, okay, in the mountains. It's cold, it's freezing. Sitting across from you is this guy. Ah. Goddamn. I can't finish.
In each case, speaking with your agency security office is the best way to find out what specific processes apply to you and how best to resolve the issues. You can request a hearing before administrative law judges, but in the political appointees venue, that is an appeal to your superior.
Across from you is a guy who says, "Hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us and that thief over there." And you turn, you see this man. "And I'm here to tell you, do not break the law." And you're just trapped. You're trapped in this cart. You cannot get up. You cannot escape the cutscene. You are trapped. There is no dragon coming. You are trapped in the cart, going God knows where for an eternity. That is hell.
At your agency, and then it's pretty much over. Appealing non-clearance adjudications or decisions. In addition to the national security determinations, applicants and personnel may be subject to credentialing and or suitability or fitness determinations. If you were a college kid and had a lot of drinking in your record, the fact that you've recuperated and you don't have any now certainly stands good for you, but you may need to explain that to your security personnel office. The policy and regulations under which these determinations are made will vary by position type, as do the procedures that are to be followed in an unfavorable decision by your agency.
Decision.
If an appeal process is available, notification of that process and the requirements for appealing it will be provided to you in writing by the adjudicating agency and served on you personally. Questions about which process applies and how the process works should be directed to your agency. Your White House liaison office for political officers is the people you want to talk to first. For example, for positions in the competitive service, positions in the accepted service that are non-competitively converted, or career appointments, the SES, that's the Senior Executive Service, when a suitability action is taken against you, you can appeal that to the Merit Systems Protection Board. That does not apply to political appointees. There is no Merit Systems Protection Board for a political appointee. Applicants for federal positions are required to complete a questionnaire for that background check on suitability, and that's often the OPM equip form. And that will tell you what your processes are, and you can answer that at that time. Summary. Federal employment checks are done on...
Summary. Okay. I think we understand what he's saying, okay? I think we all understand what he's saying.
I didn't realize it was even a conversation. I always assumed we would be heavily involved.
This is bad. We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids. It's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song that says, ooh, I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No, little kids gotta be big, older than my wife, older than my daughter, something like that.
Don't write a song about that.
No, I'm cloudy.
I think that was a good summary. Thanks, Always Sunny in Philadelphia clip.
Every government employee, including political appointees. That extent of that check will depend on your position you're applying for, the agency, and the security risk level you are going to be exposed to, and the agency determines what you can apply for. Certain conditions that we've covered automatically disqualify you from working in any federal position. A background check is mandatory for all federal employees. You'll first go through suitability checks, fitness checks, etc., but then you will have a security clearance level, confidential, secret, top secret, secured compartment information.
God, I don't want anyone going through... Frankly, to me, I don't want anyone going through Project 2025 to be anywhere near any kind of security clearance.
On the bright side, you now know and can learn from this process how to avoid the common background problems and disqualifiers. Security depends on your honesty, integrity, detailed, forthright, and complete answers, with truth being the paramount decision factor. Fill out the forms completely and honestly, and we will welcome you into the federal government. Thank you.
Honestly, we should have turned this into a drinking game where you take a shot every time he says decision. That would have made this a lot more bearable in retrospect. Gee whiz. Thanks, Project 2025. Not only do you want to rob us of our democracy, you also want to rob us of our limited time here on Earth. And I despise you as an entity, as a collective, for wasting my time and the time of 350 other people. Like... that was painful. And I hope that me covering these segments instills in you a deep and abiding hatred for these fascist ghouls. Because they want to rob you of so much, and now they have robbed you of your time. To an extent. I hope you still enjoyed me creating this content and putting it out into the world, because it is valuable, I think, to know what our enemy is doing. And folks, we have made it to the end of that video. There's no more of that guy. I don't think he's in any other of the videos. And if he is, I'm immediately getting whiskey. That being said, hey folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream on YouTube, because it's the YouTube stream. Also, we are 6 follows away from 10,700 followers over on Twitch, so go hit that follow button, huh? And also, please consider supporting stream. Drop some subs, donos, memberships, etc., super chats, bits, all the things, because this show is only made possible by viewers like you guys. I could not do it without your support. I could not pay my rent without you guys. You are the ones who allow me to have food, and I am extraordinarily grateful that you guys support my content. You got some change in your couch? Thank you for the 30 biddies. Auntie Entiti, thank you for the 5 biddies. My condition makes me ineligible for the position. Yeah. What's the over-under on the next speaker literally being Amish? Also, all of you lost the bet. Remember when I stopped the video to ask, hey, when do you think he's going to go off the rails? He never went off the rails. He just talked about how, please don't do crimes for 30 minutes straight. God. Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for answering the call. Holy moly. Let's see. Okay. I want to get through at least one more, maybe 2 more. Akumi!
Subscriptions.
Subscriptions. Why did he talk? What accent was that? Also, Akumi, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you very, very much. Giving me that gas to keep on going. But like literally, does anyone have insight? What was that vampire accent? Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like a, I want to suck your blood. But more like, I want to seek your bleed. Sounded kind of Swedish. Hey, don't put this on my people. Don't put that guy on my people. What was his name again? I want to say his name was Dennis Dane Kirk, but I know that's not right. His name was Dennis Dean Kirk. There we go. I was very close. Blah. Okay, I do need to pee though, because I keep drinking this water. It's addictive. You know, they say once you drink water, you just can't stop, and apparently you get hooked on it right away. I don't know. It's you know, the federal government should really look into making it illegal. He talks like Truman Capote. Pretty sure from Alabama. That would check out. Everyone who drinks water dies. No! Also, Gilbertus Maximus. Daddy. If you wanted his name to be pronounced Capote, okay? You should have spelled it differently. Peangry. All right, I need to pee. Why is that a dono goal? Fortnite, it's not a dono goal. You can use channel points over on Twitch to make me do that. it's a holdover from my original formulation of stream, which was originally I was going to be an OnlyFans girl on Twitch that talked about politics, and for a while I was that, but a lot of my dono goals were a bit more charged with energy, we'll say. A lot of the channel point rewards were like that. And I've moved a bit away from that in recent times, but I have no problem saying, "Daddy," you know, I don't got any problem with that. Yeah, I don't mind being a little bit risque. You know. Also, for the record, I did quite well on OnlyFans. Okay. I remember the outfit goals. I still do the outfit goals. I like dressing up in outfits because I find it fun. In fact, I think the other day I said I was gonna dress up in my my cat suit. I don't think I followed through on that. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll do that for next stream. Risky. I'm just remembering Latex Night. Latex Night was so fun. I need to do more Latex Nights. I need more excuses to wear my latex outfits. You definitely made that, Amber Brands. So tomorrow I'll wear my cat suit on stream. Not gonna do it tonight because I don't want to. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and I don't want to struggle to get into that right now. When do you dress up as femme? I feel like there's a way to say femme-mesmer. Femesmer. Mesfemmer. I don't know. I feel like there's a way we can do it. We'll workshop it. I am not good at making outfits. But my partner's very good at making outfits, so I'll have to consult my costumer. I like cat suits. I used to wear them all the time. I came up with like a whole cat suit outfit the other day, and I gotta tell you, it is fun. It is fun to have like a weird little outfit and just be like, just feel like you're making it work, you know? And that is what I did the other day. Like I did a full cat suit. I wore like a long coat, thigh-high boots. Like I was fucking gold, man. Like to the point where I was like, I could just wear this out in public. And sure, like maybe people would look at me weird, but you know what? I don't give a shit. And so I did. And it was great. And people gave me compliments. Hello, Peter. I love latex. Latex is great. Oh, yeah, we don't talk about Berman, Amber Brains. We don't talk about Berman. We don't talk about him here. Which number video are you on? We are on number 7. That is the next one up. I got to pee. I will be right back.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I return. Howdy, 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 folks. Nice song. Thank you. It's by Jazz Dog. So we're covering this whole Project 2025 thing. Have you guys heard of it? I don't know. I'm just here to learn, okay? And in the spirit of learning, let's dive in to video number 7 of the private training video playlist for Project 2025. Let's go, folks. Once more unto the breach, my friends. We're gonna get through all these. Also, good job, ProPublica, for getting your hands on these.
Well, hello, I'm Steve Bradbury, Distinguished Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and I'm here to talk about executive orders and related presidential action documents. I served in the Trump administration in the Department of Transportation as the General Counsel and Acting Deputy Secretary, and I was responsible for carrying out requirements of presidential executive orders. During the Bush administration, I served at the Department of Justice, heading up the Office of Legal Counsel, where I was responsible for reviewing and approving.
Okay, let's play the game. How evil is he? Let's see. Oh, all right. We only had to go down to the second paragraph. During his tenure in OLC, he authored a number of significant classified opinions providing legal authorization for waterboarding. and other so-called enhanced interrogation techniques, a euphemism for torture. All right. I don't even have, sorry. You know, I did not pre-watch any of these, okay? And I was, for a split second, I was like, maybe this guy is just like a guy who signed on to the project because he's, a fiscal conservative or whatever. Maybe he's not like inherently evil. He's just aligned with evil in certain circumstances. Maybe I'm being bad and jumping to conclusions. And man, let me tell you, it is good knowing that all of my enemies are ontologically evil. All right, like, literally, he argued that it was legal and good to torture prisoners in the United States. My God. He literally has an entire section of his Wikipedia page titled Torture Memos. And it's a big section, guys. This is a big section. Let's see. He authored the 2005 Bradbury Memo, confirming that 13 so-called enhanced interrogation techniques did not constitute torture, including waterboarding, nudity, walling, a method of torture used by the CIA in which a person's neck is encircled by a collar and is then used to slam the person against a wall, stress positions, slapping or striking a prisoner, exposure to extreme temperatures, dousing with cold water, and forced sleep deprivation of up to 180 hours. A second memorandum, the Combined Techniques Memo, found that the techniques did not constitute torture, even when used in combination. So let me be clear. Let me be clear what this guy argued was not torture. Forcing someone to stay awake for 180 hours in freezing temperatures while doused with water, while being beaten by guards, and forced into a variety of different positions, all while in the nude, and having their head shoved underwater until they are about to drown. Yeah, Saxon, not a week and a half day. So I'm gonna say that I regret the split second where I doubted that this man was evil just by association with Project 2025. This guy literally authorized torture. Yeah, again, this entire section is just him repeatedly authorizing the use of torture. Incredible. In response to the 2006 Supreme Court ruling on Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, Bradbury described sections of Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions as hopelessly vague, signaling out its ban on, quote, outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment, unquote, and arguing that military tribunals should admit evidence obtained via torture. This guy is, in a civilized country, this guy would be TOS, 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 TOS. In any kind of civilized country.
Proving the legality of presidential executive orders.
In the eyes of many in the
I am instantly so mad just learning the basic details of what this guy is famous for.
world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure.
By the way, at the end of that the end of the section on torture on his Wikipedia ends thusly. A 2009 report from the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility cited serious concerns about some of his analysis, but noted that these issues did not rise to the level of professional misconduct. And you know what? Fuck the Obama administration, man. Like, God. In 2009, they found him to have acted within the purview of his job. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I can't, man. The Office of Professional Responsibility noted that other Bush administration lawyers found Bradbury's reasoning flawed, politically motivated, and simply wrong, and that Bradbury's memos amounted to, quote, legal rationalizations that, quote, were simply written with the goal of allowing the CIA torture program to continue, but it didn't rise to the level of professional misconduct. Fuck everyone involved in this. And fuck the Heritage Foundation for dragging this ghoul out and giving him a career.
As it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
God. A lot of TOS feelings in me right now. Keeping a lid on it. But my autistic sense of justice has been triggered.
So any discussion of executive orders needs to start with the president.
Yeah, he's given the title of Distinguished Fellow. And he's about to lecture you on legal uses of executive order. And we all know exactly what types of executive orders get this motherfucker hard.
The president's duties and responsibilities under the Constitution. And so we need to focus a little bit on what those are. So the president is the chief executive officer for the federal government. And in that role, he's responsible for ensuring that the laws are correctly carried out. He also is responsible for supervising all of the subordinate officers within the executive branch who are given authorities by Congress through statutes to run departments and agencies, for example. The president is responsible for managing the workforce of the executive branch, ensuring that its responsibilities are carried out properly and efficiently. The president also is the primary officer responsible for the national defense of the United States and for our foreign policy. The president has some other duties under the Constitution, specific duties like the responsibility to ask for opinions from different officers within the executive branch and propose legislation to Congress. And then the president may also be given statutory authorities of his own by Congress or under treaties that have been ratified by Congress. So the purpose of executive orders is a primary means by which the president exercises these authorities that he has under Article 2 of the Constitution or under statutes or treaties. The president is a creature created by the Constitution, not by statute. So the presidency, the president is not an agency of the federal government. The president does not issue regulations such as an agency would do, and is not subject to the Administrative Procedure Act, which covers agencies and their rulemaking functions. And the president's senior...
Yeah, ProPublica deserves all the praise in the world for unearthing this ghoulish nonsense.
Assistants and advisors within the White House. Also, the White House does not constitute an agency, does not issue regulations. So the question is, how does the president carry out his functions? And the way he does it is through orders. He gives orders, directions to his subordinates. He sets the policy directions for his administration, tells them what the priorities are. And he does this through a variety of instruments. The primary one is the executive order. So the function and purpose of an executive order really tracks the president's authorities, duties under the Constitution and statutes. So the president may use an executive order, for example, to express his view on the proper interpretation of federal statutes, the correct policies to pursue where those statutes give the executive branch some discretion, some policy-making flexibility. The president can identify which policies and directions he wants his administration to follow and give directions for doing that. The president can use executive orders to supervise the functions of subordinate executive officers who are acting pursuant to statutory authorities. So the head of a department or agency is given important substantive statutory authorities by Congress that they have the responsibility of carrying out faithfully, but the president can supervise them in how he wishes to see them carry out those authorities. Important to realize the president himself cannot actually carry out those authorities because Congress has granted them delegated.
You can't actually do it because it's technically illegal. It's technically something illegal. So, we have to get you guys to do his will. This fucking guy over here is calling the president an officer. Yeah, beep. Unfortunately, he can probably still be president.
Delegated them to the head of a department or agency created by statute. So the president is not superseding the authority of that subordinate officer, but is giving directions and supervising how he wants to see that authority carried out. A very important distinction. The president also has wide authority to set performance standards and manage the performance of the workforce within the executive branch, and can do that by executive order as well. Some executive orders relate to his foreign policy and national security functions. He can give orders to the military, orders for national security purposes, require that officers within the executive branch
where you been?
Act in certain ways, in certain arrangements that he thinks are important to advance national security, and other functions to help inform him on carrying out his presidential duties. Important to realize
this guy is
some critical limitations.
This guy is a curse on our democracy. Again, I stand by what I said with like the 23 TOSs that I repeated over and over and over again, okay? I stand by every single one of those TOSs. This guy is a cancer and a blight on our society.
On executive orders or really any other presidential action document. The president does not have authority to make the law. That's what Congress does, the legislative branch, under our Constitution. And the president does not have authority to appropriate money, create budgets for the executive branch to spend money on different things. Again, that's a function of Congress. Congress makes appropriations of money, creates budgets for agencies. So an executive
Congress
order
controls the
must
purse.
be consistent with statutory requirements, cannot violate statutes, cannot supersede statutory requirements, and must be carried out consistent with existing budgetary appropriations. The president can't create new budget authority. Also, of course, fundamentally, they have to be consistent with the Constitution. They have to flow from some legitimate exercise of the president's own authority. So it's important to realize. They can affect private rights, as I'll talk about further, and if they do affect private rights or individuals or companies who believe they are negatively affected by some action taken under a presidential executive order, they may be subject to challenge in court. And of course, Congress may respond to an executive order in different ways. Congress may like the president's arrangements that he's created under executive order, and they might ratify them by statute and actually make them permanent through a new agency type structure that reflects what the president has put in place under an executive order. And Congress may also enact a budget for that activity to take place. And so in that way, actions that presidents take, directions they give under executive orders, can sometimes develop into permanent structures, frameworks within the executive branch for how the executive...
Well, this school doesn't have a great grasp on law, but that's never stopped him in the past.
The branch is going to take action, and those frameworks may be supported by statutory laws, laws passed by Congress, budgets that are granted by Congress.
Yeah, see what I mean? The transitions. Like, in other videos, they've had people talking, like, and this, like, superimposed over them. But instead, this one, we get, like, this weird dead silence.
So what is the format and structure of a typical executive order? It's a fairly formal document. They tend to track the same general format, and that's usually enforced by the Justice Department and by the Office of the Federal Register. They usually start out with just a statement of authority. It's the president's constitutional authority and maybe some specific statutes sometimes referenced. They usually then start out with a first section, which is a policy statement. This is the president's statement of a policy for his administration, the reason for the executive order, the direction he wishes his administration to take on a particular issue. They may then include definitions of relevant terms that need...
Keep in mind, he's basically outlining in very broad strokes how the government works, so that people who are appointed to positions within the government can dismantle it from within and render their departments either inoperable or use their power to strengthen the power of the executive branch. Because this guy gets a hard-on for one thing and one thing only, and that is authority. And the more power he can give to Trump, the more power I'm sure he will be able to wield in the future.
Need to be defined for purposes of understanding the directions in the executive order. And then usually they'll have a series of directives in the usual case, given to principal officers within the president's administration. These are typically cabinet officers, heads of departments that report directly to the president. These are senior officers of the executive branch appointed by the president with the advice and consent of the Senate. And the president, through the executive order, is typically giving them directions for how to advance the policy that's expressed in the executive order. Usually these requirements can include things like create certain arrangements or structures for decision-making or review of issues. So the president may create a task force, may require interagency action among different departments for consultation on issues, reviewing issues, making proposals, recommendations. Oftentimes, the director of the Office of Management and Budget is then tagged with responsibility to follow up and make sure that the departments and agencies carry out those requirements and report back to the president with any recommendations, formulating reports, etc. And executive orders will typically include some boilerplate language saying that they don't create rights for any person that are enforceable against the government. And it is usually the case that the issuance of the executive order itself is not subject to court review or approval.
Yeah, you know, basically he's like, hey, look, you're going to need to write some executive orders for the president. It's fine. And you know what? You don't need to worry about it, because if there's an overreach, generally the court doesn't have to look at it. You know, generally the system overlooks any kind of overreach by the president in this way. So don't worry about it if you have to write something. Did he lose his job at the Smiling Friends? Yeah.
That has come to be established, initially created by President Kennedy, for the development, approval of executive orders, and that's typically followed. Again, they're fairly formal documents. So initially, there's a proposal for an executive order that someone within the president's administration or the president himself will come up with. Sometimes that's from the top down. The president himself or the very senior advisors to the president may have an idea for a policy that needs to be advanced, something that needs to be changed in the way the executive branch is carrying out its functions and duties, and they may propose an executive order. Conversely, it may be bottom up. It may be an idea for an executive order that percolates up from a department or agency that has an interest in that subject matter and has identified a need for presidential direction or a desire for advancing presidential policy and effectiveness through an executive order. So the executive order idea will be proposed and discussed among the interested different policy advisors or department heads. And then it will be assigned to the director of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, to coordinate the development of the text for the executive order, the ideas, and then ultimately the text. Somebody is charged with drafting the first draft. It may be somebody on the president's domestic policy or foreign policy team at the White House. It may be an agency or department under the supervision of the secretary who prepares an initial draft. Then the director of the Office of Management and Budget will circulate that draft to all departments, agencies, and offices that may have an interest in the issue. And it goes through multiple drafts. It gets reviewed and approved by the director of the Office of Management and Budget, also one of his subordinates, the director of the Office of Information.
I'm not going to lie, this is extraordinarily boring. I really wish understanding this was not key to knowing how to save our democracy. This is I'm struggling, y'all. I'm struggling.
Information and Regulatory Affairs, OIRA, and the General Counsel within OMB. At that point, it will then go over to the Justice Department.
Yeah, like a lot of this is essentially like, hey, we have a presidential stooge in power right now, so like, here's how we can get as many executive orders through as possible that represent the interests of, you know, the Heritage Foundation and the evil conglomerate of think tanks we've assembled to do as much evil as possible. They're like honestly, Matatiyahu, the reason the banality of evil is so effective, like people embracing this bureaucratic approach to implementing evil, the reason it's so effective is because it creates a lot of barriers between what is being done and the actual effect of it. You know, it's why CEOs don't necessarily feel like they're evil for offshoring a factory and killing like the economy of an entire town and putting thousands of workers out of business, because to them it's just numbers on a spreadsheet, you know. And in a similar way, this is kind of like the opposite of that. Like there are so many bureaucratic levels of distance here that like it gets boring to actively be interested in it. It's like a defensive shield. It's like some kind of aura that just prevents you from actually getting to the heart of the matter. Yeah, no, this is exactly like a Nazi outlining how they're going to change things from the inside. This guy literally thinks it is okay to torture people.
And the Attorney General has assigned to the Office of Legal Counsel, which is headed up by an Assistant Attorney General, the responsibility for reviewing draft executive orders for form and legality. So OLC, as it's called, will go through a process of vetting the executive order, reviewing all the relevant statutes, researching the law, making sure that the executive order could be carried out consistent with the law, that it is within the president's authority, that it doesn't require any additional legal action, and that it is formatted correctly and correctly expressed or articulated consistent with the existing legal framework so that it will be effective. And there's a back and forth usually and some revisions made, and then OLC will issue a short memo confirming that they've concluded the final version is consistent with the law, it is approved for form and legality. At that point...
No, Punky Gal, this is not the usual evil for America. Like, we're dealing with something fundamentally different that seeks to control these mechanisms. And sure, is America deeply flawed? Yeah. Would it be more flawed if all the people in charge of it were Nazis? I think yes.
It will go, OLC will share it with the Office of the Federal Register. The Federal Register will review it for formatting, typographical errors, etc., so that it'll be ready for publication in the Federal Register. It then goes to the staff secretary at the White House. The staff secretary then circulates it to all the senior advisors within the White House, domestic policy, foreign affairs, etc., whoever may be relevant to the issues, and they get a final review.
Some of the most evil people on the planet are the people organizing the logistics of getting people to the death camps.
And approval. So, of course, changes can be made at the in the final stages, because it's only at that point, typically, that the most senior advisors to the president are seeing the final version of a proposed executive order. And so it may have to be shared again, new directions may be given, people may have to go back to the drawing board. So it's
what even is this guy's job? He's basically been a member of the Heritage Foundation for like the last couple years, working on Project 2025. And prior to that, he was in the Trump administration, in the Department of Transportation. And then prior to that, he was a privately practicing lawyer. And then before that, he was the torture guy in the Bush administration.
Process, fairly formal process. At that point, the staff secretary will take the final approved version and present it to the president with any relevant materials the president needs to review for the president's consideration and potential signature. Usually at that point, the president knows it's been coming, has been part of the discussions, may have even originated the idea or at least discussed it. And then Under established process and according to law, all executive orders are published in the Federal Register. So they're available for the public to see, but they can become effective immediately. These are transparent documents by which the president is expressing his policy desires and giving directions to subordinates within the executive branch. And often presidents like to use executive orders as ways of publicizing their policy priorities and the way they like to think about issues and the solutions they are pursuing on particular issues. So quite frequently an executive order is something of a PR document. Now, you can see if you go on the White House website, there's a tab for presidential actions. And
like, he's literally describing the actions to take in order to facilitate something like, I don't know, making it legal for police officers to torture people, you know? That is technically illegal now. Right now, technically a police officer can't arrest you and then take you to someplace quiet and torture you. That would be against the law. Could they do it anyway? Sure. But there are laws against it. It'll happen exponentially more if it's made illegal, if it's made legal and encouraged.
And it's all of the publicly available actions the president has taken, and it includes all the executive orders the president has signed. And lots of them are written broadly with policy pronouncements and expressions of policy priorities, etc., as a PR way, if you will, of publicizing what the White House is doing and how the president and his team want to approach particular issues. There are different effects that executive
Yes, torture is incredibly ineffective at obtaining information.
Orders have and different ways they're used. I've just described how they can be a PR document and really sort of encapsulate pronouncements about the president's priorities. And so that's why you see sometimes in the opening days of a new administration something of a flurry of executive orders. When the president wants to set a tone, change direction from the previous administration, some of these executive orders will include revocations of the previous president's.
This guy should be TOS, 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 TOS.
Executive orders. President Biden, the current president, has been extremely active in doing that kind of thing. So if you go on the website I talked about, you'll see all the executive orders listed in reverse chronological order. You go back to the beginning, and you can see all the early ones that he issued trying to set
what is TOS? Terms of service. I'm making a joke about how things that I would say would violate terms of service on the websites on which I'm streaming.
A new tone different from the Trump administration. Some of them are very long speaking pieces, really PR pieces. A lot of them aren't really doing anything. They're expressing sort of his take, his view, his emphasis on things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, big executive order on that, and climate change, very long, 23-page executive.
No, I would never say that this guy should be terminated on site. I would never say that.
Executive order touching on environmental justice, all kinds of climate issues. And a lot of these will give directions to agency heads in different departments and agencies to form task forces and to come up with ways of advancing these policies, always consistent with their existing statutory authorities. Again, the president can't create new legal authorities, but he can direct departments and agencies heads to exercise their existing authorities in the way he would like to.
Also, don't post TOS comments in my chat, okay? Don't don't do it. Because then I'll have to delete them, and that's a pain in the butt for me.
To see them exercised. So some executive orders are really mostly policy pronouncements or PR. But others can be very important for creating enduring frameworks for taking action within the executive branch. And so there's some executive orders.
Why can they Fed post and not us? Because they won't be held accountable and you will.
Which may be very temporary or impermanent because they really reflect the current president's policy emphasis and priorities. And the following president may revoke all of those executive orders on day one. An executive order can be fully revoked by a subsequent president. No president can bind a following president with an executive order. On the other hand, there are a lot of good examples of important executive orders that create structures that are very useful and that remain, that persist and carry on from administration to administration. And in fact, some of those structures that are created by executive order may well be embraced by Congress. Congress likes to get in on the act on something good, a positive.
Yeah, like, I haven't had much to say about the substance of what he's describing because he's basically describing how the mechanism of executive orders work, while also chipping in here and there about like how it might be used to further like a Donald Trump administration. Like, it's in the wider context of all these videos and the wider context of Project 2025 where like you fully understand what his role is here.
Arrangement for carrying out federal authority. And so Congress may, in effect, ratify what the president has created by executive order and make it permanent by statute and sometimes give that structure a budget. So there are some good examples of this. For example, the Office of Management and Budget itself originally was created within the president's team of senior advisors at the White House. And, you know, the president cannot carry out his executive functions on his own. He needs a team of senior advisors and assistants. Congress doesn't direct what those advisors and assistants do. Their duties are defined by the president. Congress gives the White House a budget so the president can be assured of having those advisors and assistants in office around him. But Congress does not set out by statute what their specific duties are. The president can do that by an order and an executive order, for example. And so by executive order, a president originally created the Office of Budget within the White House to do budget analysis and assist the president in creating a proposed budget to present to Congress. Well, Congress liked this idea and didn't want it to remain simply a function within the White House that was not subject to more public transparency, for example. And so Congress institutionalized that office by statute. We now have the Office of Management and Budget, which is an agency within the executive office of the president surrounding the White House. So sort of the next ring out from the president, but it's an agency, and it has permanence, and it has functions, and it has a head who is now confirmed by the Senate, nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. It is subject to the Administrative Procedure Act. It is subject to to the Federal Records Act and to FOIA, for example, Freedom of Information Act. Those statutes that apply to agencies that do not apply to the president and the White House. Another example is the structure for cost-benefit analysis of major rulemakings within the executive branch. An idea originally created by executive order by...
Just as an additional, remember how I listed a bunch of stuff that he told the Bush administration they could absolutely do and absolutely was not torture? In 2007, he wrote a memo that provided legal authorization for a new set of interrogation techniques for high-value detainees. These included food deprivation, down to 1,000 calories per day, sleep deprivation by being forced to hold a standing position for as many as 4 days, and several different types of beatings. Again, I just want to remind y'all, this guy is like evil incarnate in my mind.
By President Reagan, and then revised by President Clinton, and it carries on.
And I must remind you, nothing of value at all was gained from allowing torture like this to take place. Nothing at all. Yeah, this guy specifically.
Cost-benefit analysis that agency rules go through. A common analysis carried out by OIRA, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs within OMB. And
yeah, basically, as far as I can tell, according to his memos and what he authorized during the War on Terror, nothing about Abu Ghraib was uncouth. The only thing that was uncouth about it was that pictures were taken.
That's pursuant to Executive Order 12866, famous executive order. It's been revised multiple times. Unfortunately, the current president is proposing to make very significant changes in that process, which are really going to negatively impact the cost-benefit analysis, and that will be something that a new...
Notice that like a lot of what he's talking about is like the public perception element of executive orders. Like a lot of what he's talking about is like using this opportunity to basically guide Trump's policy about things he's not going to care about. Like a lot of his language here is indicating that essentially what he wants to happen here is these appointees to come in, appointed by Project 2025, of course, and by extension, Donald Trump. And then these appointees will then write executive orders to be signed off on by Trump, and those will then kind of confine what Donald Trump's administration will be. You know, set it on a certain course.
Conservative administration would certainly want to revisit. But Congress has recognized the importance and utility of that cost-benefit analysis and has referred to that Executive Order 12866 multiple times through statute. They created the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs within OMB, which has a Senate-confirmed head. And so, again, by essentially statutory ratification, Congress has blessed that structure, which was created by executive order. Another example of this is what's called CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, originally created by President Ford by executive order. And what this committee is, again, presidents cannot create new agencies or new legal authorities. The president tasked heads of major departments with getting together in a committee and reviewing the extent to which foreign governments, foreign powers, foreign entities were making investments into important businesses within the United States, and to advise the president on whether those investments were creating national security risks or concerns that the president should address or should ask Congress to address. That was CFIUS, and he tasked the Secretary of the Treasury with the job of chairing the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Well, Congress, again, liked that idea, and more than a decade later, in 1988, Congress enacted an amendment to the Defense Production Act called the Exxon-Florio Amendment that recognized CFIUS and gave it specific authorities, including authorities to recommend to the president that investments in businesses in the U.S. by foreign entities that create national security risks could be blocked. and gave the president the authority to block those investments. I think the president would say he already had that authority, but it was recognized by statute by Congress. And subsequent to that, in several iterations, Congress has amended and given further authorities and expanded the authorities and functions of CFIUS by statute. So that's just a good example of an entity, a structure that has permanence, enduring value for carrying out authorities within the executive branch that was originally created by executive order and has been respected and continued to be carried out by every president since President Ford.
Yeah, like, what this sounds like to me, in a nutshell, is a framework by which Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation, and by extension, these moneyed interests, can exert some kind of guiding influence on Donald Trump. They think he and the fascist forces that are supporting him can be controlled, can be channeled in different directions to serve their ends. And I have to tell you guys something. That is exactly what a lot of moneyed interests in Nazi Germany thought about Hitler. Guys, it's exactly what the corporations thought they could do. They thought he was weak and pliable and could be controlled. And it turned out he could use his power to control them instead. Like, that's effectively the dynamic that played out. Yeah, but Project 2025 already has the Nazi shit in it. Yeah, by design. Like, by design, there's Nazi shit in it because these are companies trying to co-opt control of the government. That they are trying to use this fascist swell of support for their own financial ends. Like, that's the goal here. That's why billionaires give millions of dollars to places like the Heritage Foundation, you know? They think they can control it, and they're wrong. They aren't just doing capitalism, they're doing dominionism. Some of them are. Some of them are. But not all of them. You know? Not every single executive that is backing the Heritage Foundation, not every single CEO that is bending their money towards the 40 other think tanks that are making Project 2025 possible. That's a lot of moneyed interests, and they aren't all dominionists. I can tell you that much. You know? They have diverse goals, but the reason that they're all coming together is first and foremost to make more money. That's why they invest in these things. Now, some of them are so ultra rich that, sure, they are also pursuing those dominionist goals. But I think primarily a lot of this is money and indifference. Most of these moneyed folks are supporting this because they either don't care about the fascism because they're isolated from the consequences, or they just are indifferent to like a kind of rise of Christian nationalism. They don't think like they're going to be affected. It's not going to affect them. I'm not, but Foxbat, like I don't understand the issue here. I'm not saying that the Nazi shit isn't baked in. I'm just saying they view that as a vehicle for their goals. And some of their goals are dominionist, and some of their goals are capitalist. I would wager that a majority of their goals are capitalist, and the minority are dominionist, because I think that's generally how, like, the demographics of the people who support this shakeout, but yeah. I don't think that the people who are deluding themselves that this can be controlled are correct. It's a death cult.
I want to stop and touch on some examples of other types of presidential action documents beyond executive orders.
The Heritage Foundation is all not just the Heritage Foundation, all the think tanks are founded on ideology. All 40 of them have their ideological bent, but they're coming together because the money that backs them is bringing them together.
Because there are multiple different types of instruments the president uses to give orders, directions, carry out his functions. A less formal version, more informal, is just simply a memorandum, a presidential memorandum. This does not have to be published in the Federal Register, although the president could ask that it be published. They will typically get posted again in that tab on the White House website for presidential actions. But a memorandum, presidential memorandum, can look a lot like an executive order, though it's less formal. President will usually discuss policies and will direct it, sometimes giving directions, requiring actions to be taken out by subordinates. Sometimes it's just for people within the White House. Other times it's for cabinet members and others across the executive branch. So it can look and feel, in certain respects, quite a bit like an executive order, but just less formal. There are also proclamations, presidential proclamations. Sometimes these are just ceremonial, like declaring a week should be set aside to honor X, Y, and Z, or proclaiming that the flags of the executive branch will be at half-mast, half-staff because of something that has happened. Proclamations can also be ways that the president exercises authority directly that he has that may be self-executing, that doesn't require subordinates to follow up with further actions, like proclaiming, making certain determinations of fact and proclaiming certain things to be established, like certain protected lands, for example. Other actions like that, certain...
Man, that seemed oddly specific, man. Certain protected lands. You got certain lands in mind?
Actions for purposes of foreign affairs.
Yeah, like, I don't know, writing memoranda that support, I don't know, torturing people in foreign countries. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here.
The president may also make declarations. Typically, these are pursuant to a statute that gives the president authority to declare, for example, an emergency if he makes certain facts, determines that certain facts are in place. And that is simply a declaration.
To be clear, the chat on screen is not the Twitch chat. The chat on screen is the riverboat.gg chat.
Pursuant to that statute. And certain things will follow then from that declaration. There are also national security versions of executive orders. These typically will not get published in the Federal Register. Some of them may well be classified and not available publicly or broadly. These can take the form, for example, of a national security presidential directive, which looks a lot like an executive order, but addresses a national security concern. And that usually gets managed. The process for developing the NSPD will get administered by the National Security Advisor's office rather than the OMB director, though the OMB director may also review and be involved. There are also presidential policy directives, which usually also address foreign affairs or national security matters. There are then military orders. The president can give orders to the military to carry out that may have a different form and again get reviewed and circulated and approved through different channels. The most dramatic form of a military order is what's called an execute order, which is when the president actually signs off on a military action. So those would obviously usually be classified and may not become public for
Why are you talking about those ones?
many years until many years have passed after the president has left office. So you just need to be aware that there's a field of different types of instruments the president uses, also just letters to Congress or less formal memos and things. Not all of these get posted on the White House website. Not all of them involve executive orders.
This guy's so
executive orders
evil
are just a subset.
And so boring.
But there's overlap here. There's not a clear black and white delineation between when an executive order is used and when one of these other types of instruments may be used. And so it's just good to keep that in mind. The executive order is not always clearly defined and as a distinct set of documents, though anything that is that does take the form of an executive order goes through that formal process I described and gets published in the Federal Register.
Guys, it's totally normal to talk about secret military operations. It's fine, okay? Like, what, you think this guy would use those for something bad?
Every president except one has issued executive orders in one form or another. They're all numbered. Not all. There is a numbering for executive orders. The numbering system was created in 1907, and the first executive order, number 1, was during the Lincoln administration. Don't ask me why they decided that would be number 1 and why they didn't start with George Washington. But George Washington did issue in the form of a letter, something that we would describe now as an executive order. It was issued in the first days of his first administration, even before the Senate confirmed heads of the 3 departments were in place. He issued it to the temporary heads of those 3 departments. Those departments were State, War, and Treasury. And he simply asked them for their opinion.
See? Like, yeah, why does he get transitions with sound effects? Like, the creative decisions behind each one of these are baffling. Each one is distinct, okay? Like a little snowflake. So symbolic.
On the state of the United States with regard to their areas of particular responsibility. And so he was asking his heads of his first departments to tell him what they thought was the state of the U.S. and what needed to be done so that he could potentially take action in the form of proposed legislation to Congress or what have you. So a classic example of an executive order, and he issued that his first month in office in April of 1789. Also, of course, Abraham Lincoln issued documents that were called proclamations but were essentially executive orders, like the suspension of habeas corpus. Under the Constitution, it's really Congress that has authority to suspend habeas if there's an insurrection, for example. But President Lincoln took it upon himself to attempt to do that, essentially declare martial law.
God, you can, like, actually see him getting hard about the president being able to suspend habeas corpus. You can actually see him, like, kind of getting off to the idea.
And set up military commissions during the Civil War in those areas that were under insurrection or were not complying with his orders and directions. And that was ratified by Congress later that year. They approved it by statute. President Lincoln also issued the Emancipation Proclamation. That was essentially a military order, but effectively a very famous executive order. Later, you know, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, issued many, in fact, more executive orders than any other president, as you might expect.
Yeah, Mr. Malachite, you're correct. One of the videos talked about having consistent aesthetic in the department, but I suppose they're talking about different departments, I guess. Like, all these people are going to be going to different departments, so, you know, Project 2025 doesn't need a consistent style.
Even more per year. He was very muscular in exercising presidential authority, and during World War II, during the Depression, etc. And of course, a very negative example of an executive order was the Japanese internment order. Ultimately, it was upheld during the war by the Supreme Court. Today, certainly would be struck down as unconstitutional. Obviously,
I don't know that the conservative Supreme Court would strike that down.
Affecting the private rights of Japanese citizens, that would be challenged and today struck down as unconstitutional. President Truman issued important executive orders. He desegregated the armed forces through an executive order, exercising his authority as commander-in-chief and the executive officer for supervising and managing the ranks within the military services. So that was done by executive order. Famously also during the Korean War, when there was a strike in the steel mills, President Truman issued an executive order directing the Secretary of Commerce to take control of those steel mills and ensure that they would continue to produce steel as needed.
I'm sorry, what?
War, when there was a strike in the steel mills.
Oh God, why? Why? No. Fine.
Out his orders that required restriction effect, and he to come up with efforts to radiate, and the effort was a all the departments and agencies this and proved where I also he department and regular, and so for example, frequent use if it's a rule saying out the steel mills, and so this is consistent with the idea that when
you know, I love the idea that this guy's just like, yeah, it's really great when the government can come in and force you to perform labor at gunpoint. Yeah, that has no dire implications for what this guy wants to do with the Trump administration, should they come into power again.
When agencies act or agency heads take action, that action under the Administrative Procedure Act or other rules and traditions is subject to, often subject to direct review in courts and challenge in courts, particularly if it's affecting somebody's private rights and they have standing to sue in court and challenge that. And that's what happened with the steel seizure executive order. Some contemporary examples. For example, during the Trump administration, President Trump made frequent use of his ability to issue executive orders to carry out his authority. And so, for example, he issued orders that effectuated his policies to pursue regulatory reform. So you may have heard of the executive orders that required that we cancel 2 regulatory restrictions for every new major regulation we put in effect. And he directed every department and agency to carry out that 2-for-1 policy. Also, he required each regulatory agency, like the Department of Transportation where I served, to come up with a regulatory cost budget, which would be approved by OMB. These are efforts to ensure that all of the departments and agencies across the executive branch are coordinated.
Coordinated under the executive branch, not consolidated, just coordinated. Yeah.
And pursuing a common goal of minimizing regulatory costs, ensuring that regulations that are issued are really necessary and have been reviewed and coordinated across the executive branch and do not create any unreasonable or undue burden on the economy. This deregulatory effort was
Enhanced
a huge part
coordination, yeah.
of what led to economic boom times during the Trump administration. The other major element.
Yeah, like these people complain about DEI because it's implementing an artificial quota that needs to be reached. You know, in their minds, that's how that works. But you know, if you're meeting an artificial quota to deregulate, well then, oh, hubba hubba.
Of that being tax cuts. But regulatory reform and the deregulation emphasis was huge. That was done through executive orders from the president and then carried out and implemented in the regulatory and rulemaking actions of all the departments and agencies. Each of those rulemaking actions could be subject to challenge in court, and through those challenges sometimes, and actually there was an effort to challenge directly in court the president's executive orders, this idea of the 2-for-1 and the regulatory cost budget was upheld because agencies still have to carry out their rulemaking authorities consistent with their own statutes. And as long as they're doing that, they can act consistently with the president's directions in overarching executive orders like that. The president also used, by executive order, the Defense Production Act during the COVID pandemic to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to ensure that there was an adequate supply of meat and poultry for the country. You may remember that meat and poultry processing plants were closing down because
Cool. I love hearing about how he deliberately infected workers.
of the pandemic. And so the president, using the Defense Production Act, directed the Secretary of Agriculture to ensure there would be priorities for government contracts for meat and poultry processing plants to stay.
So basically, you bribed these processing plants to stay open while their workers got sick and died. Somehow I missed that story. That's infuriating.
Stay open. That was done by
I also remembered hearing about these COVID outbreaks at the processing plants. I was unaware that it was a direct result of the Trump administration bribing the plants themselves.
Executive order. Similarly, the president closed the borders because of the COVID pandemic and the concern that people infected with COVID could be coming over the borders into the U.S. And that was in the form of a proclamation, but looked a lot like an executive order with directions given to the Secretary of Homeland Security, for example. Now, President Biden has made even more robust use of executive orders, probably than President Trump. He's certainly on track to do that. Issued 48 in the first 100 days, again, using them as mouthpieces, as soapboxes, if you will.
Hey, fun fact about this guy, because, of course, he's more evil than just being the torture guy. While he was operating a private practice, he actually wound up representing one Takata Corporation. And if that name rings a bell, that's because back about 10 years ago, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration recalled the faulty airbags that they made. So he represented a company that was killing people with faulty airbags. And then, of course, he was appointed to the Department of Transportation for his valiant role in defending the poor faulty airbag company. cartoonishly evil. These motherfuckers are cartoonishly evil.
For PR purposes, but also really to put in motion in a very coordinated way a lot of his policy emphasis on climate change, on DEI, on environmental justice, racial equity. These are the policy priorities for the Biden administration, and you see those in his executive orders. And then he's directing his agency and department heads to carry out those policies, and they are doing it, I'm telling you, in a very active way. It is very regimented and organized across the executive branch to try to implement through guidance documents, rulemaking actions, departmental orders down within the layers of the executive branch, all of these Biden administration policies and goals. So the next conservative administration will have a big job to take a careful look at all of those and unwind a lot of those policies that are not consistent with a conservative approach to governing. That will be a huge job. That's one of the main reasons why Project 2025 is focusing so much in our Pillar 4 on creating detailed playbooks and plans for departments and agencies to implement the conservative policies that are set out in our Pillar 1 policy book, and the directives that the new conservative president, we can hope in 2025, will issue in the form of executive orders. So there's going to be a great amount of work for a new administration to do in this area. It's very important to understand.
Very important for us to deregulate the airbag industry. Okay, it's very important to me. I mean us, that all of us, that we no longer recall vehicles for possibly defective airbags. Okay, we don't even know if we need to do that. All right. I'm just saying this as a concerned citizen with no standing stocks or bonds in the Takata Corporation.
Understand what executive orders are, what they can do, what they cannot do, how they're used, and how they can be revoked, how everything that follows from them can be taken a second look at and unwound if necessary. So I invite you to consider how you might help in advancing the preparations and planning for that kind of effort, and potentially how you might serve in a new conservative administration to carry out those policies, and understanding how executive orders work can be an important part of that. So I hope this has been helpful in that regard, and thank you for your attention.
God. That made me want to scream into a pillow. Like, just nonstop. We have 23 more, we have like 14 more videos. No, 16 more videos. I'm not good at math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then a 17th one, but it's only 3 minutes long, so it barely counts. So I think we are officially done on for today. That was absolutely miserable, and I hate that man. I think more than any other person we may have covered on this show before. What an actual disgusting demon in human flesh. It's really impressive, the dregs of humanity the Heritage Foundation finds, actual people who would delightedly design concentration camps. Yeah, an actual Bush-era war criminal. And not in like a, oh, you were in Afghanistan at the time. No, like literally planned widespread use of torture. Oh my God. So, folks, I can't say hit the follow button if you enjoyed that, or hit the subscribe button if you enjoyed that, or like the stream if you enjoyed that, but I can say if you've been getting anything useful out of this at all, please hit those buttons. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because holy fuck, this is hard. This is a hard... I feel kind of like an asshole sitting here being like, this is a hard job, but like, holy shit, I want to just like go and stare at a wall for like the next hour in like a daze. Yeah, hit the buttons if you hated that. God, bleach my brain. Matt at Yahoo, thank you for gifting Asuka a sub. Sounds like the Trump administration are fans of the swamp, actually. Yeah, kinda. We need a strategic amount of friendship. Movie night? I would love to say yes, but it's like 4 o'clock in the morning for me, and I gotta like cleanse. I gotta do something. Maybe take like a shower. I feel dirty after that. God. Go to bed, American. I can't help my flaws. I'm doing my best to make sure that America doesn't turn into a fascist hellhole and turn all of your countries into fascist hellholes. Ay. I will be back tomorrow, folks. And let's raid into right into Real Radham, huh? He's doing a chill little Minecraft stream. And you know, that might be just the change of pace you all need, all right? Banana Brains, you didn't make me angry. We all good. It's just sometimes hard for me to articulate concepts while also doing a show. Good night, everybody, and see you all tomorrow.